Rated R for language.
None of us are doctors or neurologists. The things you're about to hear are opinions of people living with epilepsy or seizures. These are firsthand experiences. Epilepsy can cause speech problems, and the medications are hard to pronounce, so please bear with me.
It's definitely rated R.
So everyone knows it's coming from California.
Take your medication as prescribed.
I want to ask you all do you think that uh we we as an epileptic person uh could have a job?
Yeah. Me? No.
Yeah, me
Certain
no. Yeah,
certain
me too.
people, not me in particular, but there are many others who are working and still having seizures at work and stuff, but they're still there.
Yeah. I know. But me
Tom
too, me
works.
too.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Rick work.
Yeah, we
We
have
have
one member that works.
we have actually several members who are able to work.
Yeah,
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just not me.
but if you're having seizures every day, I don't know how that would work for you.
Yeah, that's right. I have a seizure, I have an insomnia, I have
Oh,
a mental
yes.
illness, I have a mental illness. So I think it's impossible for me to have a job.
I
Well,
have
you'll
I
fit right
have
in here.
Yeah,
I have I have insomnia and then I have epilepsy, so I have both.
Yeah, that's why it's sad. Actually, yeah, for me, it's sad, but I don't know. So
It's one of the side effects from the medication.
yeah.
And that's why it's such a motivation, such an inspiration to see people who take that energy and actually, focus it on your own well-being. This year, I'm getting off my medicine entirely.
Oh,
I got the
nice.
RNS medical implant 4 years ago, five, nine, yeah, 6 years ago now. And I was under the impression that when they talked me into getting, or when I decided to go for the surgery, that this would be what lets me stop taking the meds because the side effects were just felt so much worse than any of the benefits. And doctors didn't really take the initiative to get to that point, but now I am. And yes, I'm having more seizures this week, but it's still
Everybody has
not
bad weeks.
that's what I'm saying. I'm still just keeping track, taking records, and it hasn't been you know, more tonic-clonics than usual. I made it to my four for the year, but nothing for 2 days now, and no meds. Still
Oh, no
technically
meds.
skipped 4 doses now since the last seizure, and
Oh,
still no medicine. I was whatever that T word is, titrating myself off of it over the course of going from 6,000 milligrams of Keppra and 200 milligrams of that C one, maybe Carbatrol, clobazam, one of the not opioids, one one of
that's
those
why.
bad pills.
That's why. At first, when Pookie asked me about medicine,
Hmm.
I don't remember too because there's
Who can
yeah,
pronounce
you
any of
know.
it?
It's one of the really expensive ones that they give you a small pill and it's really powerful and
Abilify.
it's worse than the other ones. It definitely starts with a C. I want to say
Oh,
clobazam. I think it was clobazam, and
oh,
that's the one
Clonopin?
that,
Clobazam.
yeah, that one made everything worse. So that's what made me want to start actually titrating off the meds more seriously. And hello 25. That's what we're getting through this year.
But
So yeah,
are you seizure free?
not even close.
Not even close.
Yeah, okay. Um,
Not even close. But that's the thing. I changed my goal. My whole goal is not to get back to like full-time work or driving. So I really feel like I can get away with a couple focals a month and not actually be in danger, but it's all about risk and reward. What's the actual threat of a couple focals if I'm not taking these meds that are definitely going to shut me down from the inside?
Are you taking the B12?
You know it.
Yay.
Hmm.
Well, let's see what goes with
Oh, that's what
titrating
I've been
yourself.
taking. I've been taking my multivitamin and the B12 every day. Yeah.
But
So so so
titrating for
so
yourself?
so
Ah,
I mean, when
there
you
is
say it like that,
Does your doctor know?
no.
no.
Oh,
is it okay?
She's a
That will
nice lady. She
fine.
has a newborn. She's busy.
is there any advantage for drinking that multivitamin and
I mean, I feel it. I don't know if I would
12?
give credit to having so much energy and like focus back to
Yeah,
the vitamins, or if it's just
yeah.
getting the meds out. Because before, when I was on both medications and the vitamins, I didn't really feel any difference. But now that the Keppra is on its way out and clobazam's been gone, things are looking up, in my opinion. Don't ask my family that, but I feel a lot better.
Hey, that's a great attitude. Your doctor's busy. You don't have to bother with them with it.
Oh, she's got a newborn. That lady's got a new baby. She's already in her 40s. Oh, come on. She does
What
not
would
have
you
time for
say
me.
if somebody said that?
Take notes, make sure you got a good support system, have another doctor on call. I mean, whatever. We're not even going to be in Florida that much longer, so we'll see where we end up. Probably closer to Duke.
yeah, you might want to try getting into Duke. Duke is like the best, in my not so biased opinion.
I got
I
something here,
know.
guys.
Let's hear it.
It says, would a CT show anything? I had a seizure years ago and it almost ended me and still unexplained to why I had it. I have memory loss ever since and I feel like my brain is damaged. My doctor said that she wanted an MRI, but insurance covered a CT instead. I don't know why. Will this even show anything pertaining to brain damage, memory loss, or anything, or just an MRI? I'm irritated because I want answers and I don't know if I'll ever get him.
So the gist of that was don't know. Just like scared of not knowing what to expect.
No, is the CT scans show anything?
Yeah, does it show brain damage, memory loss, or is that an MRI? Was the question. Is a
The
CT
memory
going to
loss
even
won't
help?
show on any of it. And I'm being called. I'll be right back. Sorry.
So a
Memory
CT
loss.
scan. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know if it'll show memory loss, but my old neurologist, well, one of them that I see in the emergency room, um, did a little scan or whatever, and then she told me that she wanted to do like some needles in the head or something like that. She was like, "You're too young for your memory to be that bad," and she kind of did show me how bad it was. She was like, "I'm just gonna put the needle in this area, and I'm gonna suck the air out of this little pocket," and there was just real dark spots. So that's where she was telling me she was gonna do something to make the memory not as bad. And then I was just like, I don't know. I was like, I'm cool. I'll take the memory. Yeah. So I kept the memory, didn't go under the needle, and I'm here today. I think 2026 is going to be a good year for me. I made it to 5 seizures this year, so no more this year. It's usually 3 to 5. Next year can be a good year.
When you say it like that, it sounds like a sentence. So 3 to 5. That's the limit for you two. Are you limiting that to the tonic-clonics or including focals in that?
Tonic-clonics.
Okay. Yeah, so that's where I want to keep major ones under a 5 too. With that procedure though, with that treatment, is that some kind of holistic treatment? I mean, that sounds like acupuncture in your brain.
Yeah, acupuncture. I think acupuncture.
Ivan, have you heard of some kind of holistic treatment that you want to pursue, or are you going to stick with the medicine and
In my
Oh, okay.
country, I'm located in Indonesia, and
Okay.
it's called in English. I forgot. Uh, my brain. Wait. No, you go ahead. Go chat, and I will search about it.
Oh, okay. So the post that you read though, the CT scan, it looks like that will reveal the underlying causes, tumors, bleeding, cysts, or structural abnormalities like, brain damage essentially. It sounds like they might be able to see like scar tissue maybe on there. And I think I remember them pointing out something like that on a CT scan one time and saying this could be a area of, like a reason for your memory loss. But
Yeah.
other than, you know, kind of theories of a reason, I know the CT scan it looks like it's just a less detailed version of an MRI to see if
Hmm.
anything stands out. That is frustrating when they send you in for all the imaging and they don't even really expect to find anything conclusive.
One of the comments here says a CT and MRI will only show physical cause like a bleed or a tumor. A CT uses X-rays and an MRI uses magnets. An EEG is what will show abnormal activity that might be a seizure. Another comment here says, have you ever had a CT before? I'm curious because when I had a grandma, I went to the hospital and they did a CT. The CT showed a mass, which ended up being glioma. I don't want to say it wrong, so I'm going to spell it out. Glioma. Would that be glioma?
Sounds right.
Glioma.
Okay, glioma. It ended up being a glioma tumor found after the MRI and confirmed with surgery. That's my experience getting a CT after physical symptoms. So, like others have said, I know the CT will show the physical stuff. I'm curious if you had one after your big seizure. I'm sorry insurance isn't covering your MRI. Maybe your doctor can push again. Yeah, Toaster, we were talking about an MRI. I mean, what an MRI or a CT showed memory loss and brain damage.
I know they won't show memory loss. That's only really shown through psychological testing.
Hi,
Just
AJ.
real quick about that memory loss, it looks like the AI version of a response is that MRI and PET, whatever that PET one stands for,
PET.
position emission tomography. Yeah, position emission tomography. That uses a radioactive tracer. Okay, so the MRI and PET can show signs of memory loss like
Oh,
atrophy
really?
of the hippocampus
Oh, that makes more sense.
or the presence of abnormal protein buildup, so more dark spots like amyloid plaques, which are common in Alzheimer's. Other scans like CT help rule out other causes like stroke or tumors. Okay, so if they don't see dark spots in some places, and then that might lead them down a path of, doing more blood tests or more of something else to try to narrow it down. But yeah, I guess I can see why they do say that there are imaging results when combined with other diagnostics that help doctors identify the cause of memory problems.
I learned something new.
So basically, they can see where. That's what they kind of told me. Um, I don't think you were here earlier. I said when I was saying what the lady told me is she was gonna like put a needle in, and there was little black spots on the picture that she was showing me that she was gonna put the needle and like do something, maybe suck it out or something like that. I can't exactly remember exactly what she said. And yeah, there was like 3 or 4, and I just decided to pass. No special reason, just because I'm allowed to.
Let's just say it wasn't the right time.
Wasn't the right time. What gets you out of bed every day?
Oh, that's easy.
Can you repeat?
What gets you out of bed every day?
I believe my bladder. My bladder. Yeah.
It's a good one. I think the TV. Once my mom turns on the TV in the morning, yeah, you can hear it throughout the house. So
This thing. This is what gets me out of the bed every morning.
that's nice.
Hey, she lets me go. No, she has to go out.
Oh, she's like, hey, wake up. I gotta go.
So her bladder wakes me up.
Yeah, but usually I ignore it and go back to sleep and wake up 4 hours later.
Lucky you. Once I'm up, I'm up for the
Yeah.
most part. Every once in a while, I can go back to sleep.
Yeah, it's hard for me to do that these days. But yeah, once I'm up, I'm up. Okay,
Oh,
what about
another.
you?
Oh, I gotta go with the kids, right? I
Another
mean,
is
the logical one is bladder, but I gotta say the little ones.
your door opening on you with the words, "Mom, I'm hungry."
Oh, if I could ever
Echoing.
close my door, that would be heaven.
Oh man,
Oh,
I got something here. It says, this is too much. I've had absent focal and tonic-clonic seizures during car rides, places in public, even during school presentations and tests. But I will never in my entire life face something as horrible as focal seizures. I don't know why they are the worst. It's honestly too much to handle. They're too horrifying, abstract, and even mentally and emotionally crippling. They're ruining my mind and I'm freaking out. It's reaching to a point where I'm always paranoid and slightly feeling an aura, probably just out of fear. Are focal seizures supposed to be torturous? Maybe everyone on Epilepsy Reddit has already been through everything in the world of epilepsy, but I'm starting to think if I'm the only one panicking over unbearable focal seizures. Are they supposed to be torturous? Um,
They're supposed
Mine,
to
I
be.
usually just end up other places. So it's like, it's hard to say for me. My focals, I'm always wandering.
the
How are your
shorter
focals,
ones,
Ivan?
though?
Ivan, how are your focals?
Frontal lobe epilepsy and temporal lobe epilepsy.
Are you
Do
familiar
you
with
have
different kinds of seizures?
Different.
Yes, sometimes seizures are what we
Actually,
refer to as
actually,
tonic-clonic, where it encompasses your whole body. Go ahead.
yeah, I have nocturnal seizure.
So
And
do your seizures always result in you being unaware, or are you actually present sometimes?
No. Unaware. Blackout.
Oh, okay. So those are the only
Blackout.
kinds of seizures you have. The focal ones we refer to are when we drift off, essentially. We're still conscious, but not able to communicate. And for for me, they're usually not more than 2 minutes, give or take. And
Yeah, that's right.
oh, okay, so you do have those kinds of seizures, or are all of your seizures always losing consciousness?
Seizure is actually I have a video and I uploaded it to YouTube if you want to see. I don't care about the comment.
And
Um,
that's
I will share it. I will share it to you guys. I don't care. I don't care about the comment of people.
right. You can post the link in the chat.
Yeah.
do you have Do you have like the shaking seizures?
Yeah, shaking. No,
Okay.
not shaking. Shaking. This is me. But I don't know.
Okay.
Come on. I don't care.
So that, and then
Here.
you have the ones where you kind
Here,
of blank
here.
out.
Yeah, here. That's that's when I'm a seizure. It's when I have that. Sometimes I'm aware, half aware, half not. Sometimes blackout, full blackout. So I cannot answer 100% sure about aware or not
Some
unaware.
of us get auras and some don't. Do you ever have kind of a warning, a feeling that you get before,
Yeah,
when you know a
yeah,
seizure's coming?
aura, sure.
Oh, okay, so
I have
you do
100%.
get auras?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's one thing I've never really been blessed with an aura.
Me either. I think the only thing with me is my past seizures. I didn't eat that day. I think the seizure was on Friday. Um, during Friday's podcast. I'm not sure if I left on camera and then had one or what had happened, but yeah, I remember I was just watching it and trying to like gather myself. Yeah, because there was a lot of confusion and there was there was a lot going on in my head. It's hard to explain. So much was going on when nothing was actually going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Sorry, I keep
you
cutting in and
know a
out.
lot's going on, and then you can't remember it after. Like I know exactly what was happening. I had some things going on right when it happened, and then I wake up again, waking up. So I know it's some time has passed in another room with like none of the same stuff around. Everything I thought I did already like undone. And yeah. Seizures suck. But Ivan got a really good video in the chat. Um, that's awesome. When you showed the doctors or your medical team, did they, appreciate that, or did that video actually get you results in treatment?
I finally my doctor makes me to do EEG monitor. Do you know EEG monitor? Of course you know. EEG monitor in the hospital for about 2 days, and they capture about around 4 times of me to four times of me scissoring, and then uh and that's all, and the doctor tell me that blah 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 blah. I don't understand what she said. Just she said that I have frontal lobe and temporal lobe. So,
Okay. I think I've seen that video. You've posted that before, right?
yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Seriously? I forgot.
Uh, yeah, I have seen it.
See. That's what I'm talking about. My brain is already downgraded.
I
I
know
even
what you mean.
forgot I have shared that video.
Mm,
I have 100% forgot.
It's all
Memory
right.
sparks, man. They come at the
Right.
strangest moments.
I was just looking at it like, I've seen this. um, I,
Share that.
I do have a post here. It says, "What is an aura like? I was diagnosed with epilepsy at 2.5 years old. I had just 3 tonic-clonics, apparently pretty bad ones, always nocturnal. Go to bed, everything normal, wake up in the ER a few hours later, pumped full of Ativan. My poor, sweet, wonderful wife totally freaked out. I'm chill as ice from the sedatives. I'm still trying to get a handle of all this. I have read that an aura is actually a kind of seizure. Can anyone tell me what an aura is like for them? Or maybe point me at a website that explains all of this. I wonder if I had one or two, but just didn't understand what was happening. Thanks for the insight. In Aura, that's what I had Friday. It's like a lot was going on and absolutely nothing is going on. It just feels like that in my head. And I felt like I should be laying down. Then I felt like I should be doing the podcast. And I was like, I need to host. I need to stay here. And then you don't feel good, but you don't feel bad. It's hard to explain. You know what I mean? I didn't know what was going on. I was just like, just make it through. Just make it through. Just tried to push through. And
It'll be
eventually I
over
had
in
a
a
seizure.
minute.
Say that again?
It'll be over in a minute, right?
I was hoping so. And I decided, let me go in the living room and I'll just do the podcast in the living room with my mother. Yeah, okay, yeah, I think I remember that now. That was my aura. So essentially, I was having a seizure already, and I was trying to stop it from turning into a tonic. Uh, so, anybody else want to explain what an aura is like?
Sure. Most times I get what I call the dejas. There's the deja vu. I've lived this before. There's the deja reveille. There's the deja reveille is, I think, the weirdest one. I've dreamed of this before, and it's like literally one moment to the next you're in the real world, and then the world has this almost blurriness around the edges, but the colors are so vibrant, and it's like you can see everything happening at once. And yeah, it's weird. And of course, then the dread feeling, dread with a capital D.
I get the pins and needles thing and the stomach drop and the everything is just not right.
Yeah, I was
But
just
like I
thinking.
can't explain it. It's just not right.
Yeah, like I
Yeah.
said, it seems like a lot is going on when actually nothing is going on. And that's why I decided last time I was like, I'm gonna go sit in front of people and just see if I look weird because I think I look weird. My mom kept asking, "Are you okay?" And then not too long after that, I think she said I went to the bathroom. So I believe I might have put the phone down and stopped doing the podcast and just had a seizure.
Your
Uh,
mom, I think, had a feeling because when she came to check in on you before going out, she was like, "Watch him."
yeah,
She gave us instructions, bro.
yeah, and it was a bad one.
But they happen to the best of us, and we're still here today. And they happened to a
Still,
hell of a lot of us on Friday. Holy shit. A
You
lot of
guys
people had
don't.
seizures on Friday.
You guys don't end up falling on yourself. Um, yeah, it was bad.
Not if you have the best daughter in the world there to catch you.
I don't have the daughter here.
Yeah, that's
the
that's a
the
little worse. I would almost rather have been alone than knowing that she has like one more reason to add something to the list. But
Oh
that's
man.
just our loving dynamic that we have going.
I've fallen on my daughter before, plenty of times.
Hmm.
She made an excellent pillow.
Got something here?
Is okay, good.
Go ahead, Kate. You gotta go, Kate. You already started. Come on.
All right, all right. This cute one here. I'm completely coherent when talking to my dogs post seizure. Like most, my words are slurred and I make zero sense. while anything I say while recovering from a grand mal seizure. My husband describes it best by saying I act like a drunk toddler, but sometimes, or no, but something very interesting my friends and family have pointed out. When I talk to my dogs, my speech becomes completely normal. I'm coherent, speaking in full sentences, etc. I'm not me getting out of the postictal state because if I speak to the person after talking to my dogs, my words go right back to making no sense. I have no clue why. I find it really funny. Something about a dog just fixes my brain, I guess. And that is hilarious.
Do they
Definitely
normally
something I
speak
want
in
to try.
gibberish? Do they normally speak in gibberish to their dog?
Right? Maybe that's something to take into account. Oh, AJ, do you have any pets or anything that you could ever test this one on?
I used to have a hamster and a dog. Not anymore.
And you never noticed any changes in your postictal state around animals, did you?
Not really.
Okay. I don't think I ever actually tried talking to the dog or doing an experiment like that, but hey, first time for everything. Somebody did comment on this one saying, again, this is interesting. Our brains are wild. I have left temporal lobe epilepsy, and normally speech is controlled on the left side, making speech muddled, which makes a seizure seem or seen to regular people with left TLE. However, when I had seizures, my speech was completely audible. I spoke with a normal tone of voice. This is because my language center moved to the right side of the brain after some brain trauma that led to the diagnosis. So many regular everyday people denied that I was having seizures because of this. Thank goodness I was diagnosed before this phenomenon so that I couldn't be dismissed by a neurologist or other hospital staff. Yeah, that's another thing too. If you've had trauma or injury on one side of your brain, they have to literally account for how your brain rewires itself before you get misdiagnosed later on down the line, or they skip over a diagnosis entirely when those images of MRIs and CT scans look clean, look clear, no dark spots. It's way too easy for a doctor to say then you can't have epilepsy or you can't have
Yeah,
a whole list of things.
but I had brain damage from the car accident. So they kind of knew exactly what was going on. They were just like, yeah, you got epilepsy. You had a seizure here 2 days ago. Make an appointment with your primary. So that's where we went from there. And yeah, my primary, he's been good to me. My neurologist left me.
So you're have an epilepsy because of accident, Cookie?
Yeah, I had a
Oh, I
car
see.
accident when I was smaller, and now I have what they call encephalomalacia on the right side of my head, which is soft brain tissue. And I guess they're just not going to take it out. They're just going to just leave it there and live with epilepsy, Try to get past every 3 to 4 months. I did 4 months this time, you guys. That was big. I do got a post here. It says, synthetic weed gave me a seizure. I've been smoking for 10 plus years now. Recently, I had a synthetic weed cart, which I have in the past, but rarely. This time, I had a seizure. The doctor said that it was most likely because cause, and now I'm paranoid and scared to smoke regular weed again. Does anyone have input on this topic? I read the first comment. It says, I think regular weed would be safest. When I smoke weed cartridges, the high feels different. Plus, I'm super stuffed. Then the next morning, no matter if I smoke a lot or don't smoke a lot. That must have been super scary. Can you share what it felt like leading up to it? The latter is dangerous for anyone, not just people prone to seizures. I personally know someone who had a seizure after trying K2 back in the day. At the time, the chemical sprayed on, in quote, legal weed was JWH 018. Not sure what that means. So, any of you guys ever smoke synthetic weed?
I had that THCA stuff and hate it, but it didn't cause a seizure. But it's
Yeah.
not real. It's not real. It's nothing but a body high and nothing for your head,
It's
in
not the
in my
same.
opinion.
It's not the
Exactly.
same.
Exactly. It's not the same. And mixing it in with trying not to waste it, worst mistake. Don't poison your good stash with that.
I
So
just
yeah.
had one of the little vape carts once, and because I didn't have access to anything, so they're like, "Here, you can try this." So I hit that a few times, and it is not the same.
I have a post here. It says, "What are some signs that you're about to have a seizure?" I'm new to this, so forgive me. I made a post on here a while back, and I'm pretty sure I've had focal seizures before. I would say I had a really severe one back in 2020 when I got COVID, and I've had more mild ones twice since then. They always start on my left foot. My toes will start to curl up uncontrollably. My toes will start to curl up uncontrollably. Are there any warning signs when one is about to come on? I know I can just Google it, but I feel like some personal answers would be better from those who also have these. For mine, I got a sign. Something told me you should have ate breakfast when I started the podcast Friday before I started feeling really odd feelings. And yeah, there was a really odd feeling, and I should have ate breakfast, and I did not. And later on that day, yeah, had two. Not just one, I had two, they said.
Some of mine, I get the aura thing I talked about earlier, and other times, like if my tonic clonics, I got nothing. I wake up on the floor.
If I didn't get the weird feeling all day, then I wouldn't have known anything. Um, I mean, I wouldn't have had a sign or anything, but that was kind of the only sign is like you had this weird feeling you're ignoring all day, and that's what it was. And I just didn't eat because that's the usual. Sometimes I just don't eat, but some days I just gotta eat. AJ, you have any signs that you're about to have a seizure?
The strange start to feel from the beginning of the day awkward, and I have a specific headache.
Yeah, I got that awkward feeling, and I don't know why I ignored it, but I just felt like that day started off weird, and I was like, I can finish the podcast first. And time was just flying, and we were doing good. And yeah, I wasn't doing good. I shouldn't have ignored it. But I got a comment here. One says I get dizzy sometimes, and I feel as if my eyes are going to bug out of my head. Then again, sometimes I have no warning. Another comment. One says, I feel like my skeleton is trying to vibrate out of my body. I'll get dizzy sometimes and I just feel off. It's not a panic attack or an anxiety attack, but it's similar, but it has similar elements. Feeling off, impending doom, deja vu, general confusion, and it's hard to explain precisely, but once you know, you know. And sometimes you don't get a warning, unfortunately.
And sometimes your brain is so messed up because you're already having a seizure that you don't realize it.
Ivan, do you know when you're going to have a seizure?
Aura. It's only that.
Huh?
Only aura. Aura. Aura, aura, aura.
Explain your aura, please.
My aura. It's difficult to explain because I I'm feeling like frizzling, frizzle. It's weird. It's weird. Very, very weird. Uh, I can't explain it because it's very, very weird for me. Even for me, it's weird. I can explain it to you guys because
I understand what you mean.
it's weird. It's weird. Really, really, really weird.
Gotcha. It's understandable. I got something here. It says deadly middle ground. I have JME and I only get myoclonic jerks, no tonic-clonic seizures at all. The thing is, I lived my whole life without medication. I was diagnosed at 14 and now I'm 22. I only started treatment 1 year ago. I was on Keppra, then tried Briviac for a while. Both gave me unusual side effects and weird side effects, but not as bad as what people often describe. Yes, they reduce the myoclonic jerks, but still they get constant twitches, especially when I study or do things or do any fine movements. Basically, something called praxis induction. So it feels like I'm taking medication for nothing. Like, is it even worth dealing with the side effects when I only have myoclonic jerks and no tonic-clonic seizures? And on top of that, these twitchy moments are really bothering me. I talked to my neurologist, but he keeps saying my dose is fine and doesn't really listen. I'm on 2,000 milligrams of Keppra. The problem is I'm a medical student and I literally can't focus at all. Sometimes I regret even starting medication. I used to live totally fine without it. What's the big deal about a few myoclonic jerks? I mean, I've been off meds for 7 years and zero tonic-clonic seizures. But what bothers me the most is that my original problem still hasn't been solved. The twitches I get when I study. P.S. I wrote this in my original language, then made ChatGPT translate it from my language to English because I am very down. How can oh, how can I find assistance for what I'm going through? Someone needs to explain. I say you can come here. I'm sorry that you're going through this, but if you're looking for someone to talk to, this is a great place.
That's what I want to ask to you guys about socializing to other people. For me, it's very hard. I don't know because maybe this is my mental illness or I don't know about what. But what do you guys feel about socializing with other people's? Do you still have friends, normal friends, and many friends and something like that? Or
Um, my friends are all here, so um, there's that.
you still good?
My friends are all here,
Ah,
so yeah.
And we love
AJ,
you.
what's this I see, AJ, about you saying that epilepsy destroyed your future? You have a lot of future left. Don't even try to say that anything is destroyed because that's not a verdict. There's no conclusion like that for you.
The post here, Kate, it was just about the person. They were kind of really asking, is it worth taking medication if they're only having myoclonic jerks? Um, I say yes, because epilepsy is still epilepsy. And if you stop taking it for the myoclonic jerks, you could possibly have tonics. So I say, yeah, that's a bad idea to stop taking it just because you are having only myoclonic jerks. But that's
Yeah, but
just
you
me.
you know my answer on that. If you don't want to take
Yeah.
the meds, then you're not going to take the meds. If you feel like the risks outweigh the benefits of the medication, make that clear to your team. If the doctors can't come up with a better treatment plan that satisfies you, that you're willing to try, then if that's literally your only option, That's what I'll leave it at. Don't stop taking your meds unless that's really your only option.
I'm no
Every
doctor,
seizure
and
you have makes a new pathway for another seizure. It makes it easier for more seizures.
mm,
Even those little myoclonic jerks can turn into bigger seizures eventually because they're making all kinds of new little pathways when they have seizures.
I just don't suggest just stopping your medication. Seizures are not fun.
Agree.
Um,
Agree very much.
and yeah, and I'm glad that my lip was swollen too because I bit my lip really bad. So I'm glad that's gone. And yeah, seizures overall, just the injuries we don't deserve. But here are some of the comments. One says, I feel stuck in the middle, like I don't belong anywhere. Another comment says, the twitching is probably small seizures. You probably need a neurologist. I had epilepsy specialists all but tell me tonic-clonic grand mals are the only kind of seizures. One more. It says, the twitches you describe, very localized muscle twitches, or like whole limb jerking. I get lots of muscle twitches, but have never connected them to my epilepsy. I've often wondered if there is a connection. Anybody getting muscle twitches other than me? Maybe not.
I do sometimes.
I was gonna say it's not on all of them, and it's never enough for me to actually be aware of. The muscle jerks happen before I'm back, and don't even get noted unless it's on video and I pick up on it. AJ gets them. Tell us more.
It's kind of hard to explain. They start from, I mean, the origin.
How
It's
they
from
feel, how
the
often they happen, and if the
every
triggers have ever changed.
every single day. Like they are starting from my stomach and it affects my uh, left arm, and all my body goes to the right. And doctor have no clue what they are. They say are psychogenic seizure, but I don't believe that. I don't believe a psychogenic seizure may cause you to feel nauseous or have a headache after that.
I get them time to time, like my elbow just like kick out a little bit. And I have not been able to talk to a doctor about it. Haven't found a good new neurologist. Uh, but yeah, I get the little muscle jerks, and they come and go because of the B12. Shout out to Nature's Made. Um, yeah, take your B12. That's the only thing that helps mine, really.
So what did the doctors do when you tell them, you give them the evidence of why these are not psychogenic?
I showed them and they were like, there are some sign of my movements that show they're psychogenic and not epileptics. I mean, I don't even think they're seizure. I don't know what they are.
You have a camera?
Yes,
Have you seen one?
yes, I have recorded one. Maybe
Let's
one
see.
of the worst episodes of mine.
What's the next step on a second opinion?
Right now I'm on my fifth opinion. It's the same. And
So did I hear you
this
right? You actually
one,
got a second opinion and they agree? Those physicians actually wanted the same treatment?
yeah, they pretty much said you don't have epilepsy, having so many seizure without cognitive decline, and the fact that you are so well spoken means you can have a real seizure, or the fact that I can remember some stuff from the beginning. They say epileptic people with like so many statuses and seizure are like stupid.
So you're too smart to have a seizure, is what they're saying.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, in my opinion, it seems like they present it more like every epileptic is stupid and can spoke or have a memory or stuff like that. That's how they present it to me.
Hmm. That's interesting. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. They're too smart to have seizures.
For me, it sounds like every epileptic is dumb or stupid. It make me feel really bad.
Personally, it sounds really dismissive what they're doing. They're just finding some way to dismiss what you're saying.
Yes.
That's what I think.
I put something over in the chat, AJ. You should go check it out. Called
Oh,
tardive dyskinesia. It's also some like involuntary body movements that can be caused by uh I think they said something that like some medication. So it could be some that medication that you're on,
Hmm.
possibly.
well, I found out that if I don't take my magnesium, uh, they are worse. But if I take the magnesium, it's less worse. So
That's
I
What
believe
unfortunate.
it's
seizure meds are you on?
I'm on Xcopri, but I
Is
had
that it?
this which is before I got on the Xcopri, so it's not related.
It doesn't make you like super tired.
Yes,
Yeah, because
sometimes in the morning, not in the night. In the night, I'm more like an owl, so
When do you
it's
take it?
really frustrating. The medication, um, in the morning when I wake up,
You should take it
usually,
before you go to bed.
and yeah,
That's
and
when they
at
told
night
me to take it.
I
Knocks
take
me
it
right out.
about at 7 p.m. every single night, day
You
or
take it at night?
evening.
Really? And it still keeps you up?
Yes, it makes me sleepy in the morning.
You should talk to Toaster. She had that problem, but when she took,
Ambien.
is it with Ambien?
Yes.
Like she said that if she took just Xcopri, she couldn't sleep. If she took just the Ambien, she couldn't sleep. But if she takes both of them together, she sleeps great.
Ambient, it's another.
It's a
Uh,
sleeping medication. It's supposed to like help you sleep, I think.
oh, I don't know if it's legal in my country,
Oh,
but I take melatonin and like 20 milligrams, and it helps.
that's good.
I got another post here.
And just so you know, it looks like it's legal over there, but it might be hard to get a hold of because it's a really strictly controlled substance.
Got another one here. It says menstrual seizures. Howdy, folks. I've noticed I have way more and more severe focals during my period. I recently had a Mirena IUD put in, which is supposed to stop my periods entirely. Has anyone with has anyone with experience with increased seizures during their period done this? Did it help at all?
Hell yeah.
I'm on Lamictal with 3,500 milligrams daily of Keppra that I'm weaning off. That's all.
Take over, Kate.
I don't
Adrian
understand.
was the one who started talking. I got a hell yeah.
I mean, yeah,
There you
in
go.
my 7 days before my period, I start to get more seizures than usual. And when I'm on my period, I literally have to fight for my uterus not falling out of me and being able to be, I don't know how to say it, be awake in my mind, with my mind. And it's because in that period of time, I'm not um, judging with my brain. Here, I'm judging with the brain below. It's it's a real fight. Oh, and the hormones. Oh my God, it's so bad. Right now, I'm freezing. In the next minute, I'm in the most heat ever. And I eat pickles with mayonnaise.
Yeah, myoclonic seizures suck. Mine are always in the days leading up, and more annoying because then I'm back to zero. You just set the count over again, and yeah, it feels like a total loss, even if it's not a
Yeah,
bad one. It just feels like a total loss. Even when you weren't there for a minute, you come back and you have like that headache or one, you know, bite or something that is too much to deny that it was a seizure, then got to start over, back at zero. But I still don't think it's worth the meds because this RNS got to do its job. If anything, now they're going to have, if anything, to me, this is like giving them more accurate data. So I'm supposed to do data transfers every night, and that's supposed to help determine the treatment plan, switch up the settings, and as long as it's not killing the battery too fast, I don't think I need the meds. But for myoclonic seizures, yeah, I still think it's different for everybody. Some people get them worse during the cycle or the days leading up to, and the doctors actually think that makes a difference.
It's mind-boggling that you guys have to go through so much just because of that. And yeah, you guys are resilient. Um, yeah, I feel for you guys. Yeah.
You're the one with all the sympathy this week, trust me.
we have 2 running noses in that period of time. Oh, and you don't want to sneeze. It's
I
the
got
worst.
I got some comments here. One says almost all my seizures occur during or after my menstrual cycle. It's real. Another one here says, yes, hormones can affect your epilepsy. I often have them around my period. Someone says, yep, practically like clockwork. One more. It says, it definitely has helped me. Still have 2 seizures a month, but they tend to be focal aware instead of tonic-clonics now. The only rough thing about the Mirena is that you don't know what your cycle is, when your cycle is happening. Instead of having a period every 28 days, I have a couple of days of spotting every 3 months or so. If your seizures are linked to your cycle, it's hard to know when the danger times might be coming. Someone please explain what Mirena is.
It's an IUD that slowly releases hormones into your body. I want to say progesterone, but whatever one counteracts like the usual. And you tend
I
to
think
have
you're right.
okay. Yeah, so you tend to have less cycle. You don't actually have a cycle. And on the one that comes to mind is Depo because I was on Depo, and that one is the shot. And but it works on the same principle. Like the Mirena is supposed to be more gradual, but it is a little more invasive because it's an implant. I caught on to problems with the hormones fluctuations because the thing is, for some of us epileptics, if you have the hormone adjustment, then that once every 3 months when you do have a cycle, and either you're going back for the shot, or I don't know if they have to do anything to the IUD, but those seizures were worse. So yeah, I might go a month or two without, but then on that third month, like, don't make plans. So that wasn't worth it either. And there's so many other birth controls out there, and they will offer
IUDs,
every year.
the IUDs, pretty much you set it and forget it for 5 years.
5 years? Damn.
I had mine for 7.
Oh, wait, that's the one that didn't work then. Hold on, is that the one? No,
What is an IUD? I'm so sorry for these dumb questions.
I think it stands for
Intrauterine device.
Yes. Jinx. Okay.
What is it? I don't need to know the name. What is it?
It's like as
It
big
goes
as
inside your
It's a little
vagina.
tiny thing that they stick inside your uterus so that the baby, or the egg, if it gets fertilized, cannot implant. Therefore, you
Okay.
cannot get pregnant.
that is
And
the
it
one that is the
also,
one that failed.
Gotcha.
and it also
That
releases
was my 2019
hormones
baby.
so that it won't, your body won't like build up all of the period stuff every month.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, all you guys had to say is it's birth control. Andrea went into
You had all these specific little questions. You wanted to know the shape and the location and the duration.
I just
And
want
yes,
to
in my
know
opinion,
what an IUD was. You guys are telling me the size, what it looks like. I'm just like, what is it? It's birth control.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I guess we should have started with a broad top.
A female champagne cork. That's a good. Yeah, I'm going to go to the next one. It says, should I go to the hospital? I'm an 18-year-old female, so I've been having episodes of sleep paralysis for a few years now. Last night I had an episode of what I thought was sleep paralysis, but I think I actually was a seizure due to my partial lack of consciousness, and I remember body jerking and my eyes rolling back, etc. And I was so exhausted for the rest of the day. This morning, IIRC, I had a full-blown seizure after going into sleep paralysis. I fell down on the ground, and I remember drooling out of the side of my mouth, and I think my roommate turned me onto my side, and that's all I remember. Does this warrant like a hospital visit? I have never had a seizure before these two. Yes, that's a hospital visit. If you've never had seizures before and then you have two, you should go to the hospital. Do you guys think that's worth a hospital visit?
Being the first time, absolutely.
The first comment says see a neurologist. Good idea. Another comment here says any seizure over 5 minutes warrants a hospital visit. Anything less, you're wasting both of your time and the EMS's time. Have someone with you or nearby if TCs are your main seizures. If you have never had a seizure, you may want to get a referral to a neurologist and get an MRI and an EEG. Another one here says, same though. I wake up and the nightmare is just beginning. It just makes me better at anticipating doom. Use your state of mind to do something analytical or creative. Don't fear your condition. It will perpetuate a cycle of self excitation. The hippocampus is effective in your epilepsy. Has your vision been on the decline lately? My vision has been on the decline. I wonder if that's a thing. You guys' vision got any worse?
since the third grade.
Yeah, I would just say the whatever they call it when you can't see far away, but I blame the reading and screen time more than seizures.
I got another post here. It says, "How do you feel after a seizure? I had a seizure 3 days ago, and now I feel as if my life had restarted, and I feel so bad and sad and weird, and nothing feels right. Any good things to tell me, please? How do you get rid of it?"
For sleep.
Hmm?
Well, sleeping. I mean, the only solution, and some ibuprofen and something to make you cozy in your process of recovering. That's all you gotta do.
Yeah, after my seizures, it's usually a lot of confusion. Um, yeah, it's usually just like sit down and rest. Don't do too much, as in like try not to be. Well, no, I never like tried. Oh wow. Yeah, try to rest. Try to be in safe positions. Try like uh, maybe you have a good support system there, friends, family. Yeah, the confusion part after a seizure is, I think, causes me to have a seizure. So try to find the least confusing situation, maybe around friends and family. How do you guys feel after a seizure?
Like I got hit by a truck. I'd sleep pretty much.
One comment here says, "Time, unfortunately, that's all that helps." I think the comparison to a computer rebooting is the most accurate. I can take a while of things just feeling in quote off, but you'll be good soon. Hang in there. Another comment here says, "I had one around August. The first few hours of recovery, I'm so exhausted I can't process an emotion or a thought. The next day, all fear, shame, embarrassment from that from that night starts building. I still be a bit foggy, but mostly because I slept for over 8 hours, which to be honest, I don't mind because I love sleeping. I slept for 22 hours after a seizure one time." What's the longest you guys slept after a seizure? I've slept
It
around.
3
wasn't
days.
continuous, but I spent a day and a half in.
Yeah, I think I've slept like 16 hours and then woke up 8 and went back to sleep. Another comment here says, "Just take the rest of the week nice and slow. If you have any triggers, avoid them as best you can. And if you have any sort of signs before your seizures, aura, smell, tingling, etc., pay extra attention and those and get a safe spot. Listen to some music or go for a walk if the weather allows. Keep your mind off the seizures, but your body aware of the signs, if that makes any sense." I also find it helps calling friends or parents, whoever is supportive, and just talking or ranting to them about these damn seizures. Sometimes you just got to get out of it. Do you guys find being around people after a seizure helpful? Say that again.
For me, yes, of course. For me as a mental illness person, it's very, very helpful. Very helpful.
Do you have like
Because
your do you have
I
siblings around or family?
yeah, I have a family. I have wife and two children. Sorry. So yeah, it's very helpful. Very helpful. But sometimes, yeah, there is, yeah, yeah, because yeah, family. Yeah, sorry. No, go ahead.
Yeah, I have
Skip.
my mom. I got Go
I
ahead,
was gonna
Kate.
say, I was gonna say we saw a post earlier today. It's really long, so I don't think I saved it. but it gave detailed instructions to a girl who had a problem that she called it psychosis, it sounded like, after a seizure, and it wasn't. Or maybe it was a guy, I don't know. They were saying that they had a seizure and basically um ended up like the mother was really panicky, crying, trying to force the nasal lamp on him. Get off the street. And that's understandable. I mean, I know I have family members that might get overreacted trying to force the medication down, and that's what one of the favorite comments said is that, you know, that's not psychosis. That's a fight or flight response. That's a completely natural behavior when somebody's overreacting. So especially when you're with family members, you know, obviously that's supposed to be safety, but not if they're not following the right protocol, the right procedures. If they're doing something like calling the ambulance for no reason, then that's just a waste of everybody's time and money. And it takes longer to recover from the seizure after that. There you go. So yeah, if you have the support system at home, make sure they're actually following the protocol.
There's a post here I have. It says, my daughter has had absent seizures till 12 and then nothing till 19. She had a grand mal seizure. My daughter's growing up had absent seizures. They stopped around the age 12 or 13. On September 17th, she left for work. Minutes later, she suffered a 12-minute clonic tonic. Grand mal. They wrote that backwards instead of tonic clonic. She had a grand mal seizures. She was in the car with her boyfriend, and her boyfriend who called me. He was a few minutes from the house. I have medical training, and I pulled her out of the car and laid her in the recovery position on her side. She has never had a grand mal seizure in her life, and we could have never seen this coming. She was on life support the first day. Her kidneys were 7.8 creatine. She was in the ICU for 8 days. She dislocated and fractured her shoulder, needed an AED machine for being, that might say tacky, TACHY. Anybody pronounce that? I don't want to say tacky if that's not what it says, but it says.
I would go with tacky.
Okay. Yeah, it says needed the AED machine for being tacky at 180 plus BPM. This was terrifying for me in spite of my medical training. She has experienced changes in mood. She had depression prior, but says it's worse. I understand a seizure of that amount of time can cause brain damage, specifically to the hippocampus. Is there any advice someone can share to make her transition easier? Is there anyone with similar story? She's on Keppra twice a day. Has anyone had this happen to them? If so, has the medication been helpful? She has an MRI scheduled and a neurologist to see 6 to 8 months out. I'm worried about it happening again as it was so out of the blue. Any information would be helpful.
So is this one just trying to get general advice? She's on Keppra now. Did they say this was like a newly diagnosed one?
No, she's had it since she was 12.
Oh.
I think the person's had it their whole life, had it until 12 and then stopped until 19.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so that could be around the time you might get the drug resistant diagnosis. Once you're on the second medication and that fails, then that's when you earn that title. And it happens for plenty of us around puberty, but being 19, maybe it really just took a little longer.
Yeah. That's a nice break in between.
Yeah. But I wonder if they were playing that game where you go back every year for kind of like an annual with the neurologist and they still up the dose. Like if you had any hint of a seizure, they love doing that with the Keppra. They still up the dose on you over the years, even if you're not having them.
Yeah, she's taking it twice a day, 3,500 milligrams. I'm not sure if that's every time. But yeah. My break in between seizures, like when I had my first accident, it was I was 5, and then I didn't have them again until I was 16. So that was an 11-year break, and I always wondered why did that happen. But I'm here now, so there are some comments here. One says, "My best advice I can possibly give is to check out." Oh wow! To check out the Zoom podcast over at Epilepsy Universe on Tuesdays and Fridays at 12 Pacific and talk with others who have epilepsy. Find the info on the sub.
Give a like to that post.
Another comment says, "My son is 15, was put on Keppra after his first tonic-clonic seizure last December. The neurologist continued to increase the Keppra dosage until he reached the maximum 3,000 milligrams daily. His seizures worsened and the Keppra made him really irritable. We recently had a 24-hour EEG, which revealed that he was having approximately 1 22nd absent seizure per hour. We thought he had a tonic-clonic. The video EEG showed that Keppra was helping with the polyspike discharges, but worsening and lengthening the spike wave discharges. From the VEEG, they were able to diagnose juvenile absent seizures, juvenile absent epilepsy. He's now totally off Keppra, taking Depakote. I'm sorry you're dealing with this too, trying to get an extension on the VEEG or the EEG if possible. I feel like I wasted 10 months with the wrong medication. My son has had 9 tonic-clonic seizures within the last 10 months, including one where he fractured his skull on the bathroom sink. I hope things improve for your daughter." My mom's bathroom is like really small, so I'm glad that I didn't hit like a counter or anything. Yeah, I don't know how it happened, but yeah. Got another one here. It says, "Ictal cold shiver. Has anyone experienced ictal cold shivers? It's supposed to be a rare but diagnosed symptom of epilepsy. I only ask because it sounds similar to something that's been happening to me. Every so often, I wake up and I feel violently cold, like the snow in my undies, cold. I start to, end quote, shiver uncontrollably for maybe a minute or two. While this is happening, I can't move. Well, I twitch my fingers once. I'm conscious, but I can't open my eyes, and when it's done, I can open them again. I've been able to come out of it and reach for blankets in a half awake state, but I immediately throw them off because it's too hot, which doesn't compute with being violently cold not 45 seconds ago, you know? And then I crash or go back to sleep, but I don't know if I'm passing out or just going to sleep because I never fall asleep that easy. I don't know. I guess I'm just looking for other experiences similar to mine. If anyone has had or ever heard of this before, for the record, I don't have history of epilepsy that I know of, but I have had a history of staring fits where I zone out kind of and can't come out of it for a minute or so. Doesn't matter if someone tries to talk to me, touch me, or whatever. I will be going to a doctor next week and we'll bring this up and discuss it with him. He thinks and see what he wants to do or not do about it. Thanks in advance for any stories, but I could really use some help from someone dealing with it. I'm not dealing with this, not like something that they diagnosed. I do get the shivers sometime, but I haven't got the diagnosis of the ictal cold shivers. And I get cold after, but I'm cold usually, so I don't know what that's about. Do you guys get cold after seizures? Oh, and there are no comments.
I do not.
Ecto cold shiver. You ever heard of it?
I don't recall ever hearing about it. No.
Yeah, I'm with AJ.
AJ. Yeah. Same.
Sweating. For some reason, I'm always cold. I don't know if it's maybe, um, I don't know what it is, but I always get the shivers.
But maybe that's where they get their one of their favorite dehydration excuses to say like your body is giving signs or indications that you don't have enough fluids in you, so you get the sweats or you get the shit. They use that as some kind of excuse for me to always just blame it on dehydration on the last couple ER visits anyway. But I know damn well I'm drinking over half a gallon in like the first 5 hours I'm awake. So yeah, I don't buy into the dehydration thing. Not as like a main trigger.
Got something here. It says, anyone else? Does anyone here get forced childhood flashbacks, but every single flashback is mundane? Things that are irrelevant to whatever I'm doing in the moment. Like, I could sit here and all of a sudden remember a time I ate a mint at somebody's house when I was like 4. It's always memories I haven't thought about since the moment they happened 20 to 25 years ago. Things that I don't even know I remembered. Things I didn't even know I remembered. And as the memory is happening, it's almost like I see the mental picture of it perfectly. And the atmosphere around me feels like that moment. And it's honestly a very scary feeling. I also get false emotional memories, not to be confused with deja vu. It's different, where the emotional tone behind the moment feels like a feeling I felt before, but I can't place a memory with it. This is distinct from deja vu. I get deja vu 5+ times per day, but this, like this, is different feeling. Or maybe it's a type of deja vu I'm feeling. Does anyone else deal with this? I think Toaster would be able to explain this because the deja vu situation, she can explain those really well.
And the
Personally,
difference that they're saying between deja vu and something else, that's
say that again.
the difference, how they're trying to explain a difference between how what they feel is not deja vu, like how it's you've been there before but you don't remember it.
Um,
Yeah, I don't know if I could ever relate to that one.
I think this person said they get deja vu 5 times a day, so they know what that is. Um, is it a deja vu that the person is not sure of? I don't know. I
Are there
haven't had to
any
deal with.
comments like giving insight on this one, or somebody who agrees?
Let's see. One comment here says, I get dreams that are pretty crazy. Just last night, I dreamt my husband was cheating on me. He's never done it. Happily married 10 years. Another dream I had, our bearded dragon got out of his habitat and was roaming the house. He can't get out. In the hospital after my first seizure, I swear I was talking to my mom. She passed away 6 years ago. Also, during that stay, I dreamt that the girls from iCarly came to see me. I only remember these because I wake up sweating or with a headache like a hangover would produce. Before my seizures, I did have vivid dreams. So it sounds like the dreams aren't new, is what that person said. Another comment here says, I'd be curious if they were the same ones in your dreams. That's why I suggested writing them down. I've had a reoccurring dream in my childhood about someone who I was never friends with. Keep me posted. One more comment. One says, yes, this started happening last month after I started having seizures again. I could remember everything clear as day. I could see everything and hear the sounds as well. Things aren't things that aren't important, like an arcade I went to, or when my family and I went and looked at a house. I was gonna ask my doctor if it could be something to do with focal seizures. Sounds like it could be.
AJ says I had a dream. They became real. after a period of time. What? You had a dream about something that already occurred. How does that work?
I have no idea.
So you literally have a dream about something that just hasn't happened yet, and then it happens.
Yeah, I remember when I was a child, I had a dream. Uh, I was with my math teacher. We were going in a strange place I did not recognize. I was with my shoulder immobilized because it was broken, and I met a guy and he asked me what happened to my shoulder, and I was like, I just broke it. And after maybe 6 months, the situation became real, and it was
How long has
extremely.
this been going on? Was that a one-time thing, or have you been like this intuitive your whole life?
My whole life. I mean, a few days ago, I was on a road with my mom, and I had odd feelings that we were about to have a car accident, but it was not about us. It was about someone else who had a car accident on the road. It's not the first time. It's the third time when it happens. And I also like predicted the death of my grandma, my grandfather, and a neighbor. I mean, I did not know, but I was like, someone is going to die, and went down from my house, and there was an ambulance calling out a death. And in another day, I felt again, but I felt it was about my grandfather who was in hospital, but it was not about him, it was about my best friend.
Wow, that's rough. So you literally have had this your whole life. And
Yeah.
any change ever brought to that situation with the seizures? Like, has epilepsy getting better or worse changed that kind of predictive capability?
I don't know. I mean, I never thought about this in this particular situation, but I also never spoke about this with my doctors, because if you speak with them about this subject or tell them you believe in God or see stuff, they already put you on the psychiatric list, and that's not something I want to be part of.
Well, it's better that you're definitely aware of that. Yet again, another country where you can't just tell the doctors everything.
I wouldn't imagine trying to tell someone something that's going to help me, and then I'm in the psych ward now. Um, yeah, stops us from telling people stuff. Because, yeah, like you said, you don't want to tell them because you don't want to be in the psych ward. But then that's like something we need to know about you. Then you're going to lock me up for it. So, yeah, I understand what you mean by there's certain stuff you don't want to tell them. I do have something here, though. It says handcuffed. As the title says, has anyone in the U.S. ever been handcuffed during a seizure? I was handcuffed for the first time in September. I had to call EMS 12 times to my house, and this was the first time I was ever handcuffed. I called EMS too, not the police, and the cuffs have caused nerve damage provoked by an EMG test by my neurologist. I woke up in the hospital with the worst pain of my life coming from the handcuffs. They did more damage than the seizure itself. I got the body cam footage back from both of the officers on the scene, and it just sickens me. I can't even watch it all. I blacked out about 15 seconds before they came and regained consciousness when I was in the hospital. I hate this. I have to call EMS regularly, and I'm terrified to call them. I feel even more helpless than before. I was depressed the following weeks, but I'm finally feeling somewhat back to myself. I'm just scared of what will happen or something will get worse. Does anyone know how to cope from something like this? Um, Personally, I've been cuffed, but I woke up cuffed. I don't remember the seizure or anything. I just remember waking up and not knowing where I was at and waking up in cuffs, and I wasn't able to talk to anybody because nobody was right there for me to ask what happened. Um, People that were right there, they were cuffed as well, so I couldn't ask them what happened to me. And when I got the story, they told me I threatened to jump off a second story balcony. And that's when they called the police, or I think something like that. I woke up in the psych ward for saying I was going to jump off of a balcony. So, yeah, that's just how I coped with it. I was just waiting to get out of there, and I think my mother came and got me after a few hours. That is not a fun place.
So that
And
threat, was that during one of your wandering ones? Like a regular focal?
I don't know. I just remember waking up in the psych ward. I don't remember too much of the story. I just remember it had something to do with jumping over a balcony. Um, I don't remember why. You move back with your mom, you find out stuff like this.
Was that the stretch of time when you weren't having seizures either? Because you had that like 11-year gap, right?
Oh no, the 11-year gap was from the time of the car accident when I was 5 years old. And I only had one seizure back then when I was five, and then I didn't have them again until I was 16.
Oh,
Ivan, how long you been having seizures? I forgot. You said it earlier.
I started seizure from 15 years old, and right now I'm 37. Yeah,
Oh,
I don't know.
okay.
Just calculated.
Okay, so you've had it around 17 years, right? Wait, 22
Wait,
years.
uh, wait, wait.
I forgot what day he said memory just was gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I got it in 2016.
Yeah,
Uh,
22. Yeah, you're right. You're right. 22 years old. 22 years.
okay, yeah, I got it 20 years ago in 2016. Um, so yeah, it's almost 20 years.
Okay. I will ask you something. Uh, shit.
Bro, no worries.
About
If we could make a list of shorts, like we could go on for hours of how many times that's happened to all of us.
yeah. About. Well, yeah. Okay. I remember now. About insomnia. If you after you got if you insomnia if in your insomnia right now, are you comfort with your insomnia?
Um, when like, what do you say? You said, "Am I comfortable?"
Yeah.
Like when I go to sleep?
No. In your insomnia,
Like how
in
you're
your
managing it, maybe?
yeah, not managing, but maybe more like feeling like insomnia, feeling for insomnia.
It does suck some days. Some days are better than most. I mean, some days are better than other days, but Yeah, it sucks.
Oh, it sucks for you.
I've had it. I've had it for a while. So the not being able to sleep, it kind of just became a thing. Um, that's the norm.
How long?
Uh,
For how long do you can sleep?
around 10 years.
No. I mean the days for.
Um, Usually it's night times, and usually it's around on the days where I can't sleep. I'm usually going to sleep around 6 a.m. and I'm up by 10. On the days where I can sleep, I'm usually sleep by 12ish and I'm up by 10.
Or still, but so still a 1 day, right?
Yeah, it's still
Ah,
one day.
okay.
I've slept
Okay.
for, wait, yeah, sometimes I've slept for, if I needed the rest, like really bad, like after a seizure, then I would go to sleep at whatever time at night and then just sleep until 10 in the morning when I take my pills and then 10 at night when I take them again. Um, yeah, I've slept for as much as 16 hours, no longer than that.
Ah, because of me, because for me it's I can sleep around 2 days and sleep only for 1 days.
Mm.
Interesting, right?
So it's like going 2 nights without sleep and then,
Yeah.
but then do you like make up for it essentially? Like, are you sleeping 12 hours or something like no doubt the next night?
No. Yeah. Yeah, just two
Oh,
days I don't sleep, and then after I woke up, and 1 day I, yeah, go with my activity, and then uh I woke as long as I could, and then I sleep again, and 2 days again I sleep. Sorry, 2 days I can't sleep. Today I can't sleep.
so the
2 days I
doctors
can't sleep.
ever try to give you a treatment? Do they prescribe
Yeah,
sleeping
yeah, yeah.
medications easily
Of
over there?
course, of course, of course. My
Oh, okay. Hmm.
Psychiatrist.
Close enough. Yeah.
Psychiatrist, give me medication. Treat two doctor give me different uh, medication, but it's not it's not not
Just
not
not a good
not
fit.
not good fit, not good fit for me. And right now, still, it's quite 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 good, but it doesn't need, not fully helpful, fully
For
helpful.
me, they tried to give me hydroxyzine and taking I forgot, take some kind of melatonin, take that and hydroxyzine. But hydroxyzine, it causes seizures. The side effect is a seizure. So I'm like, no. Um, I guess I'll just deal with it if this is what you guys are offering because I'm not gonna. I'd rather just be awake than put myself at risk for a seizure. It just didn't make sense. So that was their option: is hydroxyzine and melatonin. And
Yeah, and the thing is, right now I'm comfort, very comfort with my. This is actually bad for me, but I'm comfort with my insomnia.
yeah,
It's weird, but I'm better woke up than sleep.
So if you
yeah.
feel like you have control over the insomnia, are you making any changes or something to maybe just try to get
Yeah.
tired on that day? If you wake up,
I've
do
tried
you set a
to.
plan of like, okay, I'm gonna try to run around the block 3 times
I've
and
tried.
then
I've
see.
tried. Actually,
Okay.
I've tried. I've tried to uh stop my PC and my all my activity, something like that, and like smartphone. I move shut up sorry shut off the turn off sorry turn off the
Like all devices.
light
Oh, okay,
devices
yeah.
and light up light off and something like that.
Yeah.
But still not not I can I still can't sleep. I still can't sleep. I'm just left, right, left, right, left, right, and then I just woke up again and do my activity again because I still can my body like tell me to uh resist, like resist and tell me to still do my activity
Mm.
like that.
And right now you're just kind of resigned to the 2 days off, 2 days up, 1 day down.
Yeah, like that. That's very bad. I know that's very bad, but what I can say, what I
Oh,
could
keep us
say.
posted. If
Yep.
if anybody comes through, we'll have you in mind.
Thank you.
This post is saying they're just tired of people. It disgusts me when people tell me my seizures will be cured. Just believe in God. Yes, I'm a Christian, but even that shouldn't be said. Why don't you want kids? Simply because lack of sleep and stress cause seizures? Why bother being so personal? And so on. So every other thing they said in that one was in parentheses. So that part where why don't you want kids? And then in parentheses, they're putting in parentheses, why bother being so personal? Like apparently, holiday season, welcome home. Let's get nosy. You guys having those issues with people this year?
But say the
That piece
question
of
one more time.
it was the piece of advice like they're saying it disgusts me when people tell me my seizures will be cured. So it sounds like this is
Yeah.
a going back home and people are coming up saying just believe in God, you'll be good, and then they're
Yeah.
getting more personal. So you guys relate to that?
Yeah. I've had people pray over me and stuff like that. And at the time, I just let them, like, if that's what you feel like is helping you, then I'll let that you do the prayer if that's what you want to do. But me personally, I'm like, it's not going anywhere. But I'll let you pray if that's what makes you feel good. Um, yeah, just let them get the prayer out. Yeah, get down on your knees and all that stuff, and everybody put their hand on you. Yeah, been there. Had people pray over me, and they felt like it's just gonna get better. And seizures are just, I don't know how they felt about it, but they prayed like I was just gonna be better, and it was after a seizure, so they prayed like I'm just gonna not have them again. Um, but I was
Yeah,
at
like
church
you
when it
said.
happened,
Oh,
so
okay. So it really was an experience for them.
yeah, it was an experience for them. I had a seizure, and it wasn't actually a bad seizure. Um, it was a tonic, but no one actually seen it because when I had it, I was on the stage at the church and I was behind the partition and I just fell and had a seizure and everyone was confused. And then I just got up and walked away, which I was confused too after that. So then after that, there was a conversation about it being a seizure. Yeah, they put those pieces together themselves and they decided to pray for me.
Well,
Um,
that makes this comment, I don't know, probably make a little more sense. They're saying, I decided years ago that there are people who understand the difference between what epilepsy really is, and there are those who don't have a clue. In any case, when out in public, I keep to myself. The only persons that are aware of my epilepsy situation are the husband, whom with 24/7, the family, and the medical team I work with. Prefer to keep it that way. My supervisor at work is aware of what's going on with health should something take place and I need to take the rest of the day off. Plus, she needs to be aware for ADA reasons as she works with her supervisor in HR. I fully understand how some people act. It drives me so crazy at times that I need to just walk away because of how they are. I have reached a point to where I need to, or I tend to stay silent unless it's a valuable piece of information that need to be given, or I'm speaking with a person who know the information will be kept as highly confidential. Okay, and we just got a new vacuum, you guys, so I'm gonna go quiet. Okay, it's far enough away. Other people are saying that they'll just never understand. The other people who are just never going to be in our shoes, not understand what the seizures are, that there are certain triggers, causes that, whatever they say after, for like those first 5 or 10 minutes after, they're asking you all these detailed questions, and a lot of people are just never going to understand. So, especially when you're post-ictal, confused, that's not when you're in any position to, I don't want to say like pick a fight or argue, but speak up. So when people are doing something like praying over you or something that they think is helpful, then I can see why a lot of times we don't correct them, don't really teach them what's going on, like what kind of frame of mind you're in after a seizure, but that's just how people are. And I know a lot more of this stuff is going to be coming up around the holidays. Everybody's getting back together. This is like, one of the first after COVID times. And yeah, a lot of people are getting back together and definitely giving their opinions.
Like you said, it's going to be happening a lot more lately. It's the holidays, families coming around, stuff like that. I can just imagine people thinking this is a good time to pray over me because I have seizures. Usually it's when I'm around family or people I haven't seen in a while, and then that's when they want to hear a whole backstory on all my seizures and all of that. Um, yeah. And then I'm not on social media, so they don't see me until they come see me.
Somebody's calling it here. I had a fight with a friend who kept telling me, you probably don't have it, and tried his best dragging me with his wishful thinking. I told him it hurts the way he insists on me not wanting to have it. And he made it all about himself, that he got hurt over me getting him wrong, and that he said it's because he cared. I told him, I know you meant well, but that insistence hurts and it ruins my adaptation. He didn't understand and kept arguing, just calling me moody. They'll never get it. Yeah, so if their friend is trying to convince them that they don't have it and then calling them moody for trying to set them straight, then yeah, somebody else is about just believe in God. My dad tried to convince me that drinking a chocolate milkshake, specifically chocolate, had been prayed over, would cure my epilepsy. I told him several times that was ludicrous, but finally decided to entertain him and drink it. Sure enough, I still have seizures. A blessed chocolate milkshake. Oh, wow.
I don't understand how some people just assume things like that are going to work. Nothing against. I believe in God. I'm not big religious or any of that, but I don't think that there's a prayer. I'm sorry. Um, I don't think that there's a prayer that's going to work. I'm afraid not. Um, Maybe a prayer might like make you feel like you might not have as many seizures. I don't know, but yeah, Tom once said it. These seizures aren't going anywhere. Yeah, you just got to get used to it. It'll take time.
Let's go with Lord willing, we'll get them under control.
Right. Get them under control. But yeah,
Yeah, I agree very much with you, Katie.
still have epilepsy, but I want to get them under control. Like Kevin, afraid of talking to my med. Um, I'm really out of options here. I started having breakthrough seizures after 1 year. I'm now on my seventh or eighth medication. A couple had to be cut because of hives, oral swelling, breathing issues, things that are obvious reasons to stop taking medication. Lamictal worked really well for me until this happened, and I wish I could use it again. But now I'm having crazy side effects. I had to stop one because I couldn't pee. Not good, obviously. Some some made my seizures worse, and my newest one I'm afraid to take. I wake up screaming every night from night terrors. I have panic attacks so frequently I can't function. I feel like my doctor is an idiot, but this is who I got stuck with. And it's not gonna be a while before I get to see another clinic, before I can get into another clinic. I have taken my typical med, but haven't taken my support med because I'm terrified. It's 1 a.m. here, and I feel like it should be damn. It should be damn. It's been a week, and the symptoms are getting worse. My husband says I talk constantly in my sleep. I have woken up in the bathroom naked on the floor. I have stopped wearing clothes to bed because I will destroy them with my bare hands. My chest and neck hurt and are scratched up from chewing myself at night. I wake up feeling like I ran a marathon. My whole body hurts and I don't know what I'm doing. My husband sleeps like a brick, and I'm not sure if I am sleepwalking or pacing. Jesus, I'm out of options. I'm afraid someone talk to me. I'd say you need big support, more support from your husband. I'm not saying he doesn't support, but it didn't sound like it. Um, a support system is very important in this journey. Not wearing clothes, been there, and it helps. You don't wet your clothes or none of that. But yeah, the side effects, it's normal to have these bad side effects. You just gotta let look at the side effects before they give you the medication. And then you have the option to not take that medication because your doctors work for you. Um, you don't have to take whatever just because they said it. You can get a second opinion or a third opinion. Or, yeah. Um, but don't just accept whatever just because they're a neurologist. Yeah, if you don't like the first opinion, get a second, third, fourth, fifth, however you feel to. Yeah, I have like they tried to give me a new med. They tried to give me Omvi, and I have it, but I haven't taken it. They want me to get up to 2 pills, but that's only because I told them I was having myoclonics, and I don't think you should go off of what someone says off of the phone and then give them Omvi. Um, I didn't even give him like full stories of like what's happened, and he's like, "Hey, we can try Omvi." And this is a guy I've never met before, so I was like, kind of get another opinion. But he did give me a year's worth of medication, so I don't need a second opinion for a while. So I could just go on with life until something, I'm doing pretty good.
They
I'm
recommended
doing,
this Onvi is like added in on a regular basis, or is this like a rescue med, or
they added it in, wanted me to take 2 medications. Um,
with
and
nowhere near enough information?
yeah, Omvi is clobazam or clobazam or however they say it. And I don't plan on being tired.
And
Uh,
that's one of those ones that gets you hooked. Once you take like one dose of that, I mean, for some of us anyway, it'll take like 3 months to have a chance of getting off of it without a seizure. That's the worst part about some of those pills. That the tinier ones seem like they get you hooked like harder. That's the most annoying part. I mean, some of these situations do get complicated though. A couple days ago, somebody's saying a 34-year-old male considering divorcing a 37-year-old wife because she doesn't take her meds. Long story short, I was well aware of her epilepsy prior to our relationship, engagement, marriage. When we first started dating, everything was fine. She had maybe 2 or 3 seizures before we got married, 2 hospital visits, but nothing life altering. Fast forward a few years, she became a non functioning alcoholic, diagnosed with cirrhosis, finally went to rehab, which put her in the hospital for 3 weeks due to withdrawal seizures. We got through it, sober now. A month later, she's in the hospital again, this time for a week. Thought she was doing everything she was supposed to be doing. She let it slip that she consciously chose not to take her seizure medication. I held her hand through a day's worth of seizures, traumatized, burned through 40 hours of leave from work to be with her. We had a brief talk, but she went into her shell and honestly didn't seem overly concerned with what she put me through. Am I overreacting?
Nope.
So this is a popular post. Take it away.
Not overreacting, because that is extremely selfish that you decide to not take your medication without letting him know ahead of time, because he has to be the one there supporting you. I mean, I think at least you let the person there supporting you know, or like, I mean, this person is like has to see them. This is not just like your brother or sister. This is your significant other. Um, so yeah, if you want this person to stick around, you got to kind of keep them in the loop and things like that. You should tell the people who actually have to see it. Um, yeah,
I
just
like how
stop
they put
taking
it
it.
in this comment. Somebody saying this is not epilepsy related issues. This is addiction and other self-sabotaging behaviors. You're not a bad person for stepping away from someone who's refusing to help themselves. So the fact that they included that note in there about the alcoholism, non-functioning alcoholic, diagnosed with cirrhosis. So she was like literally on her way out and, got through that, but a month later. So think about that. A month after rehab, she's exhibiting this kind of behavior. So I would wrap this one or blame this more on the addiction way more than the epilepsy anyway.
Go see a therapist,
There
um,
you go.
a marriage counselor. I mean,
If
that's if
she's
you want.
willing. Yeah,
Yeah, I
get
was
her
gonna
on
say
the
if you
same
want to
page
stick
or else it's
around,
over.
if you actually want to stick around and make it work, see a therapist or a relationship person. I don't exactly know the name of it, but yeah, um, that's if you want to stick with the person, and if you don't, then give up sooner than later. Don't waste my time. I mean, personally, if it was me, and you're gonna leave me, and you're not gonna do therapy, then I'd assume just go instead of wasting both of our time if this is what you know you're gonna do. This person right here, they're just asking for advice. I hate the crippling, lingering feeling of anxiety after a seizure. Every time I have a seizure, for the next day or two, I just can't stop this feeling. I fucking hate it so much. Somebody tell me I'm not alone. You're not alone. It's a very odd feeling to explain. Yeah, it's a lot to explain those feelings, crippling, lingering feeling like everything is going wrong.
But the worst part is that it is just so weird and it's like this horrible reminder, like a slap in the face that you still have seizures.
There we go.
And
Perfect explanation.
that's the worst part. That it's just annoying and you don't know how long it's going to last or if another one's going to come or if,
Yeah.
who knows
Why
what.
it
It just
happened?
starts. Exactly. It
Yeah.
starts that whole avalanche of the
And
same
when,
questions that never get answered. What's up, Ivan?
yeah, and when it happened, we don't know too when the seizure will happen. We don't know when the seizure will happen. I mean,
Yeah, it's usually just like why, and then
random.
I'm usually thinking like, why did this happen? Like, what did I do wrong? And I'm usually thinking leading up moments, and I try to just either go from the morning and think what I did that whole day, um, and come to find out my memory is better than some people. Some people can't remember like things they did before, but now that I'm around my mom, or usually when I'm around somebody or my camera, it's easier to put the pieces back together of what happened. Uh, and I forgot what I was talking about.
What comes to mind is
This is just all.
the memory after the seizure, how yours is better than some of us can't remember for like 4 hours before a tonic-clonic. And mine, if it's more than a minute, I can't remember for like 5 hours.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I've noticed how there's some people whose memory is horrible after, and mine, all I need is like someone to throw bits and pieces to me, and it'll come back to me after time. Um, yeah, if someone can explain to me what happened before, then I can usually start right there and go before and go leading up to. Um, unless it's a seizure where I have a tonic and I'm conscious. Those are not as common, but I have had those, and I'm still trying to figure out what it is. Yeah,
but then we can turn around and check here and find out how many other people had seizures the same time. And that's, it adds to the questions, but it's still comforting in a sense for me anyway, because I just feel like it's such a failure when when I have another one. And yeah, I know I'm messing with the meds right now, but yeah, at least having
yeah.
somewhere we can relate.
You're
Hey,
playing
Andrew,
with
love your hair.
fire. I always love Andrea's hair, especially when it's curly or the pigtails. No, braids. I'm sorry.
What did you say?
Said I love the braids, and I just love how your hair is so curly.
I'll braid it after a while.
Yeah, you usually do.
Every night.
Um, I was on a post here, and it's just asking for support. It says, "I hate the crippling, lingering feeling of anxiety after a seizure. Every time I have a seizure for the next day or two, I can't stop this feeling. I hate it so much." After says, "I fucking hate it so much." Um, yeah, they just want. Oh, yeah. Just let me know if I'm not alone.
I've
And
had a lot of anxiety prior to my big tonic clonics before I've noticed, which I find odd. Just with all of my little keeping track of stuff like I do sometimes. I noticed since like around my most recent tonic clonics, I was really anxious in like the week or two leading up to it, and then I'd have the tonic clonic, and then I was fine. All my anxiety was basically gone after, a few days afterwards.
yeah, I get the really odd feeling leading up to, and that was my aura. And that I was just hoping it didn't turn into a seizure. So I just tried to like hang around my mom and just went in the room with her for um, the rest of the day. And yeah, I laid down and then I got up and then I laid down and then I got up and then I laid down. And it was just a really odd feeling, like it would go and then it would come. Um, is there a thing as an aura cluster?
I don't know
Anybody
why there
ever?
couldn't be, but because an aura is basically a focal aware seizure, isn't it?
I don't want to say yes, and I don't even know.
I think that aura and focal aware are kind of similar. I'm I've had doctors use both terms in describing what I have as like I have focal awares or I have auras. So I don't know.
The comments here to the crippling, lingering feeling. One says, I feel like often myself and I'm scared. I am getting another seizure from being too stressed out because of this feeling. Another comment says, oh, yeah, I definitely understand your anxiety. I get the same anxiety after a grand mal, and it gets even worse when I have a petty mal because those can lead to my grand mals. So I'm freaking out all week. Hang in there, my dude. Effing sucks, but at least we're all on this journey together. Someone here asking how to get rid of it. Another one saying, yeah, it was pretty wild and crazy. I feel you. Another one says, I don't know. I feel completely drained and tired after a seizure. I don't even have the capacity to think of another one. I got one here, and there's quite a bit of comments. And it says, is there any actual cure for epilepsy? I am 20, and I had my first seizure at 20. I mean, at 16, now 20. My doctors told me one of my main reasons for my seizures are that I have no actual routine. Sleep too less, don't eat enough, don't drink enough, bad mental health, and stress. Is this with anyone else? Please help. Um, I would say don't eat enough and all that. Those are triggers. I mean, I wouldn't try them. And then you're 20.
Seek control, not cure.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that. I like how you said that. I'm going to use that. Seek control, not a cure. Gotcha. The first comment on that says there are things that lower your seizure threshold. There is no cure. That's not why you're having seizures, but those things do cause people with epilepsy to have more seizures a lot of the time. Another comment that I had my first at 16, all normal EEGs for decades, only a few seizures, not with very predictable warnings. Take my meds, get good sleep, don't drink since college. No cure, been waiting for 52 years. This question has been asked several different types of ways, and I believe we answered it today a different way. It says, what does a seizure feel like for you? Oh, we answered this one earlier and says, what did an aura feel like for you? Had a weird experience where I felt detached from reality and had my vision was tinted yellow almost. It also seemed like I was a fish in a bowl. I was nauseous and I felt like I was going to have a seizure, but I've never had a seizure. So I have nothing to compare it to. But something kept telling me something wasn't right. But then nothing happened. Does anyone know what this could have been? I'm just curious. To me, the seizure, what it felt like, the ones where I was conscious, it felt like someone just like kept tasering me like every now and then, and it's just like coming out of nowhere. And it's like maybe like every 10 seconds, and it's different, varying on how long it lasted. Um, and I remember gritting my teeth, and that was a horrible feeling. You get that scraping feeling, and I couldn't stop it. And I don't think I was biting down on my tongue this time. But I remember just my head looking over and looking off in the distance. I think I was staring at a wall and I couldn't, this in particular time, I couldn't look, but I could hear everyone in panic behind me. And I was having a TC. So, what does that feel like? It just feels like you're getting tasered. Um, it's not a fun feeling. Someone else?
Never been aware. Never had a memory.
Oh, it's horrible.
I'm not conscious during my tonic-clonics ever.
Lucky you. Yeah.
Post-ictal's awful. I come out of it like I don't know which way is up. All I know is I want to throw up, but I can't, and everything hurts, and I don't know why. I just know I'm really sick. But like the last one, I think I laid on my living room floor for probably an hour before I finally even moved to and figured out like, okay, I must have had a seizure. I need to just get some water and go to bed.
And that's the ones where, in retrospect, did you feel like that one could have been dangerous?
Yeah.
That's
I've had a
that's kind of
couple
how I feel about those. You think it's more because you were like, nobody showed up, or you didn't have the sense to
because I'm by
call, like
myself.
on the longer that's what I mean. So on the longer ones, if you're not calling somebody just to let them know or get checked on, I mean, how imminent is the danger on yours?
Well, I don't know.
True,
And
true.
after this, even when I was on the floor and feeling like I wanted to throw up, I wasn't
Didn't
aware
get
enough
any
to
help.
know I had had a seizure. And I was
Okay.
texting my best friend on my watch. I couldn't find my phone, but I was texting him on my watch.
Wow. And
Were you
just like
saying
nothing
things that
happened.
made sense?
He was getting concerned. OMFG, I'm sick.
It's a good sign.
So you would say something mildly suggestive of like reality, what was going on, but then just emphasize it with something like, okay, presence of mind to put together OMFG. I'm impressed. I could never do that post-ictal. You know how much stuff I had to look up talking to a teacher the other day? Like comparing okay, never mind. Um,
Some of it was just kind of, yeah, some of it was not right, but he didn't know if I was just I told him I was texting on my watch because I couldn't find my phone, so he thought that's why I wasn't texting right.
okay, okay.
And
So
that was probably part of it too.
yeah, you can't really change those circumstances, but sometimes that spell check is like right. That
I
makes it look like
couldn't
you're doing it right.
I couldn't figure out how to do this speech to talk to text or anything, and I was surprised I managed to text anyone.
Wow. Okay, well, I
It took
mean,
me a while.
but your technical skills still surprised, still impressed. Even post-ictal, if you're managed to able to carry on a conversation where did you ever manage to like figure out how bad that one was or how long it lasted? Like, okay, the timestamps on that gave you enough of an idea of like when you were at least conscious enough to text of so like around when the seizure happened, but
I
sometimes does it
know when
happen
my
where like
heart
you
rate
see,
went up.
yeah,
I mean,
okay,
like
there
I
you
know,
go.
like I just know that I went into like cardio zone for like 9 minutes or something.
So that's like above 120 or something, right?
Well, pretty much I went from resting heart rate to like I'm doing cardio to
Yeah.
right,
Then that dropped back down. Okay, well, there's your timestamp then. The watch really does serve that
right.
purpose.
It helps a lot. And that's one of the first things I always look at is because if I have a big heart rate spike that's not explainable by something, then I'm going and checking cameras and looking at a bunch of other stuff to see what happened.
So did
What'd you
that
see
make
on
you want to get
cameras?
one of those apps?
I didn't have cameras at that point. I got cameras
Oh,
not too long after that. Might have
Go ahead.
ordered them within like the week or so, probably.
I thought you had a seizure recently. You just weren't feeling well.
No, I was just sick.
Oh, okay. I'm getting third hand
Yeah, I might
conversations
have
from
Yeah.
been
other
that
people.
might have been my fault. Sorry. I didn't read what you told me verbatim.
Yeah, no, I just was sick.
Okay. I don't know who I got the story from, but yeah.
Okay.
Hey, we're all looking out for Andrea, that's for sure.
Yeah. Um,
Every time I see that humidifier, I think of it. How many
yeah,
people tried to call that a pot of boiling water?
I did. I
Scared
actually
everybody,
noticed
thought I
that.
was cooking and burning down the house.
It was
Right.
coming out way too. No, no.
I turned it more because it was setting off the cameras.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
So have you considered getting one of those apps that's supposed to call like an emergency contact if it detects convulsions?
I think my watch does some shit like that, but I don't know what.
And
I
it
set
hasn't
up all
like
kinds of stuff. I don't know
okay.
what I set up. That was in January or February when I got it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
But the
I don't know.
cameras didn't come until way more recently.
Yeah, I've only had them the last couple of months probably.
I got something here. It says moderate anxiety, possible PTSD since my daughter had a random grand mal seizure. So I posted about my daughter having a random grand mal seizure September 17th that lasted over 12 minutes and how she had to have the AED machine since twice to regulate her heart rate. My daughter is 19. She was minutes from home, and her boyfriend called and said that he thought she was going to have a seizure. I told him to hang up and dial 911. I drove till I found them, pulled her out of the car, and laid her on her side. I believe I had read this, but the last one I read didn't have the fully explanations this one has, but it's just another page. Okay. Says I have some medical training due to working in a psychiatric hospital. This incident was so out of the blue, shocking because it caused me a great deal of anxiety and fear. Fear of will it happen again and someone won't be with her while I'm asleep at night. The first 3 days was she was at home sleeping during the day in her recovery. I was checking on her every 10 to 15 minutes. I noticed I'm not sleeping well, reading all I can do about the seizures. Found this on Reddit page. I do suffer from GAD and PTSD from another time in my life. Is this normal to be so worried about her having another one? Worried someone won't be there? I feel like if her seizure lasted 5 minutes or less, I'd feel a little better, but I didn't. She didn't stop convulsing till the paramedics arrived and gave her versed. Even then, on her way to the hospital, they pulled over and used the AED machine. She's on a low dose of Keppra, 1,000 milligrams a day. She has been depressed and anxious. Does anyone have any advice on this? I think it could be PTSD, uh, and you could have the anxiety of just thinking this person's always going to have a seizure because there's people who have the anxiety and depression themselves and PTSD themselves because they had a seizure and they didn't even see it, but have the anxiety that it's going to happen. So I'd say it's possible. And should you be worried? Uh, I don't know. Any advice for you? Yeah, Kate says get therapy. Could
Both of
help.
you do a group thing.
Yeah, do it with your daughter. Um, I do have some comments here. One says dolls, elastic label link, squash relieved, follow afterthought, tie nutty. I don't know what that person was saying. I'm sorry. Um, One here it says no real advice, but as someone who has the same type of seizures, the worst thing you can do is panic when the person is having one. Though we won't remember, we can hear people and everything around us, even with us unconscious, doing out of or during a seizure. My mom said she went through the same thing with me. I'll be 31 in December, and had all my I have had my first noticeable seizure when I was 12. The best thing you can do is be supportive and understanding. Don't tell her stuff like, end quote, you can control it, you're overreacting, etc. Oh, etc. Because this can cause emotional or psychological damage for the person suffering from the epilepsy. My dad did this to me, so I can definitely attest to this. She just needed advice on the anxiety and PTSD from a random grand mal seizure.
I mean, journal it, like figure out what is causing the anxiety. I mean, is it the fact that it happened? Is it the worry about it happening again? Is it, figure out what you're stressing about and then take it from there, one step at a time. And find
One
somebody to
foot in
talk
front
to.
of the other.
Yeah, yeah.
I would say go to therapy. That's a very, very good suggestion.
Um, on here, it says, have I been experiencing seizures? 25-year-old female experiences a sudden complete loss of vision, followed by my legs involuntarily locking or folding up, where I immediately fall to the floor out of control. I'll hear ringing in my ears. And this time, part of my top lip was numb and tingling prior to standing up and having all this happen. Sometimes I'll wake up with a swollen tip of my tongue. I even woke up realizing I wet the bed one time during an episode. What could this be? I have been experiencing many seizures. Maybe in my sleep, because when I get up is when all these things follow. Don't know if they could be a side effect or what. Important to note, I have been addicted to opiates on and off for the last 5 years, and this has only happened within the last year or so. So I've been using, but I would assume it could cause seizures. Anything that isn't normal. I mean, I wouldn't say addicted would be a bad thing.
I
Uh,
took them for many, many years, but at prescription doses. It wasn't recreational.
nice.
Um, yeah, because I have lots of back surgery and stuff, and I've been on everything from morphine, fentanyl, Percocets, Lortabs.
Oxy?
Yep,
Mm,
oxycodone, OxyContin. Which one?
I have not. Um, Sorry to hear that. I always hear about people saying they get addicted to pills because they give you so many or whatever the case.
I weighed 100 pounds more than I do now when I was on all that.
No. You said 100 pounds more? I couldn't believe that. I'd have to see that.
I
Um,
can find pictures.
it's all right. I'll see it some other time. 100 pounds on you.
Yeah,
It's hilarious because I can't imagine it. Um,
I had a double chin.
oh man. Um, oh, the only comment here is really long. Uh,
I didn't start having seizures till I got off all the pills. That's where that conversation started before we sidetracked. But which is odd. He said he has them when he's on the opiates. I didn't start having seizures till I was off of the opiates, and I was on them for, God, 20 years.
12-year-old girl, cerebral palsy and epilepsy. This is not my kiddo, so my details are limited. I'm trying to put together some information for a mom who has an insufficient neurologist for her daughter. I've already recommended an epileptologist. The girl's in a wheelchair and nonverbal. Her seizures were managed at once a month. Were managed at once a month until she fell out of her wheelchair at school. They have no increase to once a week. Oh, they have now increased to once a week ish. She has started menstruating. I know next to nothing about juvenile epilepsy being a later in life onset at 38 myself. What I do, I think I know, is that CBD oil and ketogenic diet have the potential to help. My mom had never heard of them. Can her hormones be further complicating this situation? Does catamenial epilepsy overlap other forms? Can anyone speak to a combination of cerebral palsy and epilepsy from personal perspective? Are there any specific paths I could follow for more information? Mom has a horrific birth trauma past denying her request for a C-section after 4 hours of active. Mom has a horrific birth trauma past denying her request for a C-section after 4 hours of active labor, neutral cord dropping, the baby and her scalp suffered burns by the warming lights, so is doing her best to advocate for her daughter's care, but I think a combo of medical trauma, exhaustion, and lack of knowledge are making it totally ineffective. Any advice, personal stories, questions to consider anything would be greatly appreciated. I don't think we could relate to the medication. I mean, cerebral palsy, because none of us have it, but there are some comments here. One says, my 6-year-old daughter has Rett syndrome and Lennox-Gastaut, a severe form of epilepsy. She is also nonverbal and in a wheelchair. Her period doesn't seem to affect her seizures. She has seizures every day, regardless. She's been on keto for almost 6 years. It's reduced her seizures by about 60%. We are monitored by the kid's hospital dietitian and neuro. She just recently tried Epidiolex, but at her 6-week blood work, her liver enzymes were 5 times, and we had to stop immediately. We didn't see any improvement ahead. If anything, it made her worse. Happy to chat privately if you need. I'm in Australia. Another comment here says catamenial epilepsy does in quote overlap other forms. It's actually not its own type of epilepsy, rather it's that hormone changes make the seizure more likely to happen, no matter what the seizure type. So catamenial seizures are just usual seizure type, but more likely to happen certain times of the month. Not at all, but a majority of women with epilepsy have catamenial seizure activity, most common to be more prone to seizures right before or while starting a menstrual period and around ovulation, but the pattern can be different than that. So, tracking menstrual periods and seizures together is a good practice. Treatment for catamenial seizures can involve either more anti seizure medicine during the risky times of the month or hormone based therapy, very similar to oral contraceptive birth control, to alleviate the menstrual hormone change. I understand that it
Did
has something to
great.
do with the female. Epileptic. Does anyone else has a problem with this term. I'm not keen to being called an epileptic person, but referred to as, in quote, an epileptic is something I really don't like. It's like that's what I am or something, like it defines me. I don't tell people I'm a person with epilepsy. That's just stupid. I tell them I have epilepsy. Simple as that. Is it bother? Does it bother you? No, personally, I'm an epileptic. Uh, I mean, I can pretty much tell if someone's making fun of me or something, but I don't mind people saying the word epileptic. The word epileptic, I've heard other people say it bothered them, but personally, that word doesn't bother me. Doesn't define me as a person, but it lets you know what I have.
I feel the same way.
You guys have anything against the word epileptic? Has anyone ever said it to you in a malice manner? Yeah, me either.
I don't remember anyone ever saying it to me, no.
In my country, even the, so many people that don't understand what epilepsy is. That's
I was gonna
ridiculous.
say that. Like a lot of people don't even know what the word means enough to say it to me. A lot of times I say it to some people and it's their first time hearing the word. So one of the comments here, one says, "Don't let it define you," but are you an epileptic? I am, so I don't mind when I'm called an in quote an epileptic. I just make sure to tell people how I get through life with epilepsy. Most people will look at you strength strength, not weakness, if you present yourself well. It sucks being disabled, but don't let that define you. I love golf. I'm a golfer. I had multiple seizures while golfing, but I'm still a golfer at heart. Another one here. It says, if it's factual, I don't see the problem with it. I am an epileptic person. It is what it is. No one who says that is doing so with any sort of animosity. A few more comments. One says, never really thought about the term before, but in hindsight, I think I've always said I have epilepsy as opposed to I'm an epileptic. Don't think that was done consciously, though. Leaving my son home alone. Not a good idea before I read it. Um, Here it goes. I posted about my son a month ago, the one who wanted to be a pilot. Y'all were very helpful, so I'm returning for more advice. To recap, my 14-year-old son had his first TC on June 19th this year, but we didn't medicate him right away. Then had another one on September 6th. He's now medicated and hasn't had any problems. We haven't had closed bedroom doors, and he hasn't been home alone since the first one. We're all tired of the lack of privacy, and it's inconvenient to have one of us with him all the time. My question is, when can I leave him home alone again? How long after did your parents feel safe leaving you alone, or your parents with your kids?
How old is he?
Um, 14. I don't suggest leaving a child alone. Um, I mean, if that's a question you even have to ask, yeah, you don't leave a child alone. If that's your child, that's now your job. That's now what you have to do.
Drag
That's
them with you.
that is your job now.
Yeah, this is the child that have epilepsy, right?
Yes. Yeah. Leaving them home alone. That's your personal opinion. I'm not a doctor. Um, some of the comments here says, "Wow, I'm 45 and I fortunately live with my parents. I constantly apologize for the inconvenience." And their response is, "In quote, we wouldn't want it any other way." And seizures are not the only danger, And focal seizures can be very dangerous. Don't let the words like simple or partial confuse you. Should he begin to have change in his seizure type, they're over 40. It isn't easy to be taken. It is easy to be taken advantage of in many ways, and in many ways to cause unintentional harm to oneself. Good luck. Another comment is my son is 15 and was diagnosed earlier this year, and it's such a roller coaster of emotions everyone is going through. They are at an age where they are really start to get independent, which is a challenge for a parent, but for us even more so. My son didn't have a seizure since on meds, but he was put on in April, and we came up with a set of rules he helped to design, which are no swimming unaccompanied for now, no cycling for now. Needs to tell us when he is going and when he will be back, and we will track him as well as we do or would only use in case of emergency. I do leave him home alone for short periods. It says the way I think of it with my son, who is younger, is he doesn't have a history of dangerously long TCs, and the doctor said it's unlikely he ever will. So, what would I do if he had a seizure at home, anyways? It's not like I would be close enough to catch him, and I can't stop the seizure early. But he had about 20 TCs that point so we had a lot of examples to draw from. What's the most TCs you ever had in a day?
I live by myself. I
I'm
have no
sorry.
idea.
I laugh at everything if you haven't noticed. I smile at everything for some reason. That's just my.
I do too. I mean, seriously though, it's like the day that Kate and I were talking about that last one. I have no idea if that was one seizure or three seizures, or I have no idea. I don't remember it. And no one was here, and I didn't have cameras, so the cat's not talking.
Teach the kitty English.
Yeah.
Oh man.
He knows how to complain. He just doesn't speak English yet.
Yeah, to this post, I don't suggest leaving your child home alone. Yeah, that's just not a doctor. It's just how I feel. I wouldn't, especially if they're having seizures. Perfect example. I had a stroke and I was alone. It's horrible. I would not leave a child with epilepsy alone because if I didn't know what to do, I probably wouldn't have been here today. Um, but
And
I
you're
knew,
in your 30s.
yeah, I knew to lay on my side and all that stuff because I was throwing up and I couldn't stop it and I couldn't do anything about it. Um, yeah, my advice is not leaving a child alone. Period. Um,
Is he said that the reason why he want to leave his child alone, home alone,
say it again.
is he say that why he want to say leave uh
Is he
make
saying why they want to leave their child alone? I
yeah,
think
that's
is
right, that's right.
I think they just, I think they wanted
Huh?
to, they said something about like they're living their lives for the kid basically, and that's kind of your job now. Um,
No, 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 no. I mean the post the OP that he is saying that he is saying why he is want to make the child home alone.
I think it's just because he's like 14 years old and wanting to assert his independence.
it's
Or
hard to,
was there another reason listed, Pookie?
no, it was just he has epilepsy. I'd say no to the home alone. but yes to giving them maybe a little space time to time, which can be kind of confusing because I was thinking of that sometimes. Like sometimes after a seizure, I want help, and then a lot of times I'm like, I'm okay, I'm okay, I'm okay, because keep asking. Well, I mean, my mother, she'll ask a lot, but that's part of being a mother. I'm not a mother, so I don't understand. But yeah, um, being a parent's different than being the person with epilepsy. My mom's that little, they said the little angel on your shoulder, the little other one. Yeah, my mom's there. So it's like I can't shake her. She'll be in here eventually asking, "Are you all right?" You don't have to hear anything happen or anything. It's just being a mother. She's just asking.
She gonna bring you some food too.
Yeah, she probably is. And then she's gonna ask, "Are you all right?" Yeah. Uh, but I do have a post here. It says, "Fellow epileptic person, really trying to find other people with epilepsy, other seizure medical problems, so we can figure out and better understand what marijuana can and will do. I've done some research for a while on this by myself, but getting others' opinions are a big part of this. Working on getting this to other communities, but marijuana and epilepsy." I'll read the first comment. One says, "I've been a daily smoker for almost 30 years, and I have 100% believe that it helps keep my seizures at bay until I had my first TC almost 2 years ago." Another one says, "Go to Epilepsy Universe and you'll see it for yourself." I don't think weed's causing seizures, but that's everyone's experience is much different. Uh, yeah, I think it's always like helped me calm down. It's helped me sleep. It's helped me like the side effects of the medication, like sleep and all that, and like not eating and all that. Weed helps you with stuff like that. It helps me get food in me, and it helps me sleep sometimes. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Talk to your doctor. I'm not going to suggest it. I'm not a doctor, but it doesn't bother me personally. Uh, I've been smoking weed for a long time. I'll just put it like that. Andrea, you think marijuana does anything to people with epilepsy?
I think it depends on the person. Honestly, I think there's some people that honestly they get around it and like one little hit and they have a seizure, and other people they can smoke all day, all night, and it doesn't affect them at all. It just
Yeah.
kind of depends on the person.
And then you got to know what you're smoking, who you're getting it from. Don't just like smoke anything. Anything that anybody gives you isn't good. Zonogram problems. Anyone else really feel the lack of appetite side effects of Zonogram? I'm taking 300 milligrams BID and I'll feel hungry throughout the day, but won't have any appetite for real food. Instead, I'm munching yogurts and small things to get me by, but just wanted to see if anyone else was going through the same thing. I'm not on Zonogram, and
I do. I was on
yeah,
it for a long time. I've been taking it for a long time. And when I first started taking it, I dropped like 25 pounds.
yeah, so you have all the answers.
I just lost my appetite. That's literally what happened because I would be eating and I would start eating because I would be hungry and I would get through my plate and I would just like, okay, I'm not hungry anymore. And I just wouldn't, I would eat half of what's on my plate because I just would be full. I would get full. I don't want any more. I wasn't hungry. So
I don't get like appetite cues or whatever the case, um, but I haven't lost much weight. Um, I actually went to the doctor the other day on my last seizure, and they told me I was 180, which is nice. I mean, for me at least. I'm usually around high 160s to low 170s. Now I feel like I'm a little bit more. Just that little 10 to 15 feels good.
I need to find it still.
I forgot what I was watching. Um, where they, uh, I forgot what it was, but it was me and my mom, and she was like, "I wish I could get some weight on like that." Um, yeah, it's in our genes, and then the epilepsy for me. Uh,
Yeah, I went from like 100 pounds more than I weigh now to I'm 20 pounds underweight now. It's ridiculous.
oh, that's we were watching that show.
Skin tight?
No, 600 pound life. Um,
Oh,
yeah,
that's before skin tight.
mm, yeah. And my mom was like, "I wish I could keep some weight on," and I mean, personally, I wouldn't say I'd like that, but I'd love to like get like to 200 pounds. I mean, I'm 6'2", so that'd be nice to be up there in a decent weight, and yeah, everything is proportioned correctly. So good with that.
I'm 5'10", 5'10" and a half. Guess what
Nice.
I will guess what I weigh?
150.
I weighed myself the other day and I was under 140.
Oh wow. Um,
Yeah, I need to gain some weight.
yeah, you're coming up on me. You're 5'10". That's tall for a lady.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. I
yeah,
never
nice,
had to wear heels.
nice. I got one here. Comment. It says, "I pretty much live off of yogurt now. I use easy bland snacks to keep my nutrition in balance. Just shove it down. It's fuel for your brain."
I do some of that too. Just graze. Anything you can eat anytime. Because fed is better than not fed.
Do we have another one here? It says SEEG and epilepsy surgery evaluation. Any experience? Hope everyone is having a good Thanksgiving. I had frontal lobe epilepsy for about 11 years now, and I officially got diagnosed last year after my last EEG. And oh, this is a long one. I didn't check it out, but I'll keep reading it. It says my last EEG, and they said I qualify for epilepsy surgery and have been telling me it's 40 to 60% effective if I go through it. To be honest, I've never been, to be honest, I've been doing these tests for an official evaluation for a surgical team, PET scan, lumbar tap, neuropsychiatric testing, MRI, fMRI, EEG, and hospital EEG. And they've all suggested that I continue with going down this path to have surgery that would get rid of the part of my brain that's causing my seizures. It's honestly so daunting, and I'm on 3 medications right now just so I could feel like I'm living a normal life. Keppra, Lamictal, and Vimpat. And I'm finally at the right ish dose to have minimal side effects. But my neurologist doesn't see this as a long term solution since taking 3 anti-seizure medications is a lot. Honestly, it's a bit daunting. When she told me I need to do an SEEG in the hospital again so they can narrow down which part of my brain needs to be removed. It started hitting me when I realized an SEEG means they'll shave off a portion of my head and drill holes into my drill holes to insert rods around the area that's causing it. From from there now, they would go through and determine which surgery I needed, which also freaked me out because the options weighed on from cutting a large portion of my skull to a small hole from the back to laser it off. So sorry for the long post. I just I just have no one around me who gets how overwhelming this is, and even typing this long message makes me want to cry. On one hand, I'm scared I'm going to get dementia and continuing brain issues with my epilepsy. My neurologist said having a seizure long term is like going on a hike that originally hasn't been walked on, but the more you walk on the path, the more eroded it becomes. On the other hand, surgery sounds like it would make me less dependent on meds and live a more stress-free life, but the effectiveness and just the idea of surgery and chances of survival are freaking me out. Anyways, I just wanted to vent here and also ask for some sound advice. If there's anyone out there who's had the situation at least similar to mine, I'm supposed to finish school next year and I have a lot of dreams and plans and I want to finish the time in between all these appointments has taken such a toll and I don't know what to do anymore. Thanks for reading those and appreciate any suggestions and advice. I read a lot. I suggest um, that you do talk to your primary and get all of the options out there, not just accept one option that they're offering. Um, Talk to your primary. You don't have to just take any surgery evaluation if you don't want to, because I turned down one so far. So if you don't think it's best for you or you're scared of it, you are allowed to say no because it is your body.
Did you do the SEEG?
Me personally, no. I did the EEG and yeah.
I'm just getting ready to I'm jumping on this road, so I may be walking this road that this person is is talking about because I'm going down the evaluation path starting next year. And it is very overwhelming, and I am not even nearly as far into it.
What are
But
your
the way
thoughts?
what what are my thoughts?
I mean, like, what do you think about when you think about you might have a procedure coming up? Is that a big thought? Is it scary?
I mean I have an in-hospital EEG coming up in February. It's scheduled,
Hmm.
and an MRI, but I've had both of those before, so those aren't that. I mean, the EEG is gonna suck, but EMU stay, they suck. But
Yeah.
all the information that you can gain is very important and they're very necessary. So the way I'm looking at it is I'm going to go in and I'm going to do as much of the testing that I feel comfortable doing and gain as much information as I can possibly gain about what's going on in my head. And hopefully that will lead to better treatment of my seizures. All right, now I'm just hoping that the EMU stay goes well and that they get information. That's my next hurdle. So
Um,
then we see what's next.
there are a few comments here. One says the stereotactic frame, that is your main enemy. Screw that thing. Once you get past that, you'll be okay. It's not great, obviously, but you're a candidate or get a chance at a better quality of life. It's so worth it. Took a long time to get from the SEEG to my left temporal lobe lobectomy. Had a handful of tests after the SEEG, but I've been two seizure. I've been seizure free for 4.5 months now, and I have obviously zero regrets. And yes, the 40 to 60% chance of effectiveness is indeed true. Just know that if you go through with the surgery, the worst possible outcome is nothing changes. Nothing will digress. It's a big decision. I know that possibly outcome is nothing changes. Take your time with it and have concrete questions once you meet with the neurosurgeon. Know that you can always refuse surgery, not forced to go through with it. You don't have to accept anything. And have your questions ready. You are your biggest advocate.
Write down your questions.
Yeah, like Kate says, take notes. Go in there with your notepad and everything on it that everything's been happening. And yeah, that's how I did it. I got everything, not everything done, but I've got appointments for everything. And all I did was go in there with a notepad and tell them everything that was going on. Um, yeah.
I gotta feed my cat, but I'll be wandering around back here listening.
All right. And there's another one here. It says, I had my interior left temporal lobe removed about a year ago. Still having seizures, but less of them. Also changed meds. I was diagnosed at 14, and now I'm in my mid 30s. Can seizures cause mental trauma? I work at a job. We have to practice restraints, and I haven't had to do one yet. But honestly, I've been wondering if maybe it's because seeing a client restrained reminds me of when I'd have a seizure and I'd always have people around me while I'm laying there on the floor. Can the experience of having epilepsy and having to go through seizures cause mental trauma? Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Definitely. Definitely.
I said you can have mental trauma because we go through a lot during it. And um, I was going to say, not everybody's mental health is fully there to go through that as many times as we do. Like I had two the other day, and I could see someone who doesn't exactly know what it is to be much more depressed than others. Um, and yeah, it can cause mental trauma. I am
Yeah.
sure.
I'm even that about 2 years ago I'm running a not I have but I'm running a cafeteria shop as a manager operational, and it's failed because I can't control my emotion, because I'm too emotional, too easy, too sensitive to be exact, too sensitive, too emotional, to mental illness, something like some yeah, all about it. That's why I can't get a job and do a job job well. And my father and mother decided to uh, put me just in my house. I mean, not in my house, but uh, left from job, and and not 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 and yeah, job, yeah, I can say that I'm jobless right now.
Me too. My family told me to stop working. Um,
Yeah.
Well, I'm in my stepmom. The job didn't stop me from working. I mean, I would always get another job, but yeah, it was my stepmom. She was just like, "You got to stop working." Um, yeah, actually, she just gave me a resignation letter and told me to give it to my boss. So that was the end of me
But you
working.
still work. But you still working.
No, since I lived with her, it was she was telling me you can't work. So,
Ah,
yeah, I did that. I stopped working. Um,
yeah. I think it's kind of possible for me, at least for me. Personally for me, it's kind of
yeah,
possible.
got some comments here about mental trauma. One says, "Yeah, waking up in the back of the ambulance can make you never want to drive again. Anxiety from potential seizures and shocking experiences equal mental trauma." Another comment here says, waking up with your children screaming while you've been yanked down a set of stairs by EMTs is pretty damaging. Seeing my daughter die from a seizure is pretty up there too. Read a couple more of these. One says the trauma of thinking of the next one. Another one here says, for me, the trauma was not the seizures themselves. I've been through them for so long. It's the next 10 plus days after the seizure. Getting back to end quote normal would take 2 weeks and then I would have another one. It was the constant struggle. I would try so hard to keep working, fix my mental health, post-ictal exercise, do all the right things, then bam, start over. It would take all my efforts to keep my shit together and then repeatedly be beat down again. That constant cycle of trying to be me without giving up caused the trauma. When I have a seizure, I know that my postictal anxiety and depression were coming next. The next 2 to 3 days of chest clutching anxiety, followed by 4 to 10 days of deep, deep depression, all caused by the seizures, not life circumstances, nothing I could control. Living this way for 18 years, where all you get is maybe a week or a month of just feeling in quote normal, if you can even call it that. I feel like my brain is so fucked now that I've accepted that I'm just a passenger and I don't know where this is going or how it will end. 100% causes trauma. And someone says, yep, it sure can. Another one says, a lot of people here can't even watch a video of someone sees because it causes so much trauma. I saw a video of me seizing once and now I can't watch one ever again. It's terrifying.
I've cried before watching other people have seizures that like complete strangers I don't even know. It just made me cry. And I've never even seen myself have a seizure.
Oh, because you haven't had cameras up long enough, huh?
Yeah.
One more comment from that last post. It says, yes, after experiencing seizures for around 29 months, I've never had one before this in my life. It was quite traumatic for me. I live alone, so I feel paralyzed, disabled, and losing that sense of independence was traumatizing. Being completely non functional, also, and having to learn to help myself along the way with some friends. I went 3 months seizure free and trusted my body. I went 3 months seizure free and trust my body again. I never want to go through that again, though it was quite spiritual and the memory loss was fun sometimes. None of a seizure is fun.
Some of my
Um,
med side effects are fun sometimes.
right. Insomnia is fun sometimes. Sometimes I want to stay up. And then there's those
Not,
times.
I can get like cross-eyed from one of my meds sometimes.
I just need someone to talk to. I gave it to my son. I know it doesn't work that way. I know it's not my fault. It's genetics, but it's hard to be rational when you're watching your 2-year-old ask why we're not allowed to leave the house in, quote, the doctor room, his hospital room. When you're trying to figure out how a sudden onset of absent and focal impaired awareness seizures will affect his life. When you're worrying over might how a treatment regimen might change his amazing and still developing personality. I'm counting on my blessings. He has tonic he's had tonic-clonic febrile seizures, but when these unprompted ones, he's not even losing consciousness. He's really scared of what's going on, just puzzled and annoyed what he has to sit there through tests and exams. No injuries. Technically, he's not even diagnosed yet. We have a sleep deprived EEG next week, but I went through this same stuff when I got diagnosed. No clear cause, no epileptiforms spotted at first, shortening windows between seizures. Last week was 2 focal impaired awareness seizures in an hour. Tuesday, it was a cluster of absence before and after a focal impaired awareness. So I'm already telling myself it's epilepsy. He's going to be like I was, he's going to be like I was, growing to hate applesauce because it's the only way I can get him to swallow medicine, etc. And I can't stop thinking, end quote, it's your fault. Sometimes you just need someone to talk to. As I think of a response, I'll read a comment. One says, you gave him the gift of life. Some lives are more difficult to live than others, but that doesn't mean you did anything wrong whatsoever. He'll have a parent that's been through it before, and that's the biggest blessing. Stay strong and guide him through this the best you can. Prayers for you and your son. Yes, a lot of prayers.
That's a really great response.
Yeah. Some more comments. One says, I don't even know what side of epilepsy I got it from. I wouldn't blame them as they'd have no way to know, as neither of my parents had seizures. Another one says, I was born premature and I didn't even know for almost 16 years and had a scar on my brain which ended up causing uncontrollable epilepsy for 30 plus years. I had never blamed it on my mother. Another comment here says 3 out of 4 of me and my siblings have epilepsy. We never blamed our parents. It often skips a generation. Not all types of epilepsy are genetic. My older sister has genetic one. Mine is not genetic, and my other sister grew out of it, and hers wasn't genetic either. You gave him life. Unfortunately, life comes with challenges, but being alive is a blessing, and no one will understand the struggle more than you. You can help him to navigate whatever is ahead and show him what bravery looks like. Also, you're well equipped to recognize seizures that might be missed and get him the best treatment, and he will possibly grow out of it since he is so young. Don't think you gave it to him. You didn't have a choice. It wasn't something you could prevent. Seeing a neurologist tomorrow. Any advice? I've been having absent seizures since I was about 15. Long story short, my parents couldn't afford medical care here, so we went to Uruguay over the summer in 2017. I had an EEG done there. I didn't have a seizure while I had the EEG done. The doctor prescribed me one of the medicines, and I don't remember the name of it, but it did help me take the seizures away. My medicine ran out in about 6 to 7 months. I've gotten the seizures back after I stopped taking the medicine, and I continue to have them. I'm now 24, and I had a sense of a seizure while driving a few weeks ago. Thankfully, me or the other person didn't get hurt, and our cars were okay. This shook me up pretty badly, and I decided I needed to see someone about this. I made the appointment with a neurologist. Is there anything in specific I should or shouldn't say to the doctor? I don't want this to be the mistaken for panic attacks or anything else, because I just know it isn't that. All of my symptoms line up with TLE. Any advice is welcome. See that neurologist, and if possible, see if you can find an epileptologist. Um,
And
yeah,
if
don't give
you
up.
know that it's not a panic attack and they are saying it is a panic attack, advocate for yourself.
Yeah, write everything down, have notes, and then when they say something happened that you could explain because you took notes, then it's better. But if you can't even explain what happened to you because you've never taken notes, then that part could suck too.
Prepare to make the question.
And they went out of the country to go to the hospital, which I haven't heard of that yet. That's very interesting. They went from the US to Uruguay. You ever been to Uruguay?
I barely left Kansas.
Oh man. Um,
Where are
yeah.
you at,
Me?
Ivan? I was wondering where Ivan
Oh,
was at.
I'm Indonesian.
Indonesia. Okay. What time is it?
It's 7 o'clock
AM?
a.m.
Okay.
So I'm start at 3 a.m. and now 7 a.m.
Okay. It's 3:49 AM here.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
Yeah, you're 7 in the morning, so wow. You're 16 hours ahead of me.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Oh. So the sun is going down here and it's coming up there, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Oh, all right. I don't suggest going to another city another country to get a test, but if it helps, um, like they said, they got an MRI, but I don't know. That's just personal. I'm just kind of afraid of what another state might give me. Um, yeah, just personal fears. There is one comment here. It says, make a list of all the questions you want to ask about anything. You will not remember all of your questions at that time. Make a list of your seizures and detailed descriptions of them. If possible, take a family member or a friend with you into the doctor's office. He will want a description of the seizures from a witness, and they can help you remember what the doctor says and directions given. Have family member take notes during the session. Take a pen and a paper. Go to epilepsy.com and review all the information there. It will help you create good questions to discuss with the doctor. Yeah, I say see a neurologist, tell them everything, put everything on the line so they know everything that's going on, past and what's going on now, and you should be good.
The more information, the better, and video is better than that.
Yeah, I was just explaining to my mom to take some video, and she was like, that is not the first thing that I think about when you're having a seizure is a video.
That's what Andrew always told me. He's like, I'm not going to stop and pick up my phone. I'm going to come and help you.
I was like, I don't know how to tell her to do different because I'm not there to explain. Yeah, she jumps at me trying to stop my head from hitting things. Um, yeah,
Which is smart. You don't need additional head trauma.
yeah. She doesn't send me to the ER, so that's a good thing.
We've all
I'm not,
probably had enough head trauma over the years.
yeah, plenty, too much. Uh, got one here. It says, "Does anyone experience this? Feels like my conscious isn't all the way accessible, like I'm half conscious. Also, can't even think about the facts about without feeling confused and mind blown about the brand new concept. Like if I think about what year it is, then past years leading up to it, I can't wrap my mind around it. Also, when I think about things, I stop being aware of my surroundings. Like my vision doesn't go out because it's almost like I lose access to it and transport to wherever I'm thinking about. Like I forgot that I can see what's around me. None of that sounds like anything familiar that I've been through personally. You guys,
I've never experienced that.
yeah, I'll go to a comment. One says, I have a problem digging things up. The information is there. It just takes me a little bit longer. Got some more comments here. One says, yes, I'm going through this right now. I can't think too much or I'll go insane. I feel you. Another one here says, um, oh, I have a problem digging up things. The information is there. Just takes a little bit to get to it. And yes, a little bit harder for me to learn complicated things. What I used to pick up in a day now takes me two. Another one. I get this too. My consciousness has been affected by my seizures. I feel like I can't comprehend things as easily. I feel disassociated and like my head is in the clouds.
I'm very easily distracted.
Me too.
Just like, a butterfly flew by, so I'm off chasing the butterfly or something.
That's like, for instance, when I was cooking one time, it was just like I was boiling rice and I turned around and I picked up my phone and my phone was on the counter. I turned around, picked up my phone, looking at my phone. I heard something in the room, so I went in the room and forgot I was cooking. Just everything that took my memory to something else made me forget everything that I was previously doing. And when I came back to the rice, it was it was the water was gone, and it was some of it was black on the bottom, and then there was just no water. It was just hard, hard. Yeah, just stuck to the pot. Uh,
Did you get
because
the pot clean?
eventually I had to take one of those spatulas and like scrape it because everything had got stuck to it. So yeah, there was that part. And
Like the worst thing you could have done to that pan, man.
yeah, it's my attention span is not the same. Um, if I hear something and I'm doing something that doesn't need me to stand next to it, well, actually, those things do need me to stand next to it. If I'm doing something, I need to focus on that thing because I can turn around and forget what I was doing when I was turned around, and now I forgot what I was turned around for. So I just walk away because I'm like, I wasn't doing anything.
I
It's
have the
hilarious to me.
problem. I have the problem. Like, I'll get up to go to my bedroom to take, I'm gonna go get something, but then I think of something else, so I just got the detour to do whatever that was, and then it's like, okay, why did I get up in the first place? Because I know it wasn't to do this, and I have no
Yeah,
idea where I was doing in the first
that's
place. It's just gone.
memory. Um, I am aware that memory loss is a symptom of seizures, but I want to know what it is like for others. I was shopping with my boyfriend and he did some things that irritated me, but I couldn't even remember what he did to upset me on the car ride back home. I also keep losing time, like it moves way too fast or way too slow. I was only, it has only become worse because I have It only comes worse because I have to wait a long time to even see a neurologist. I am unmedicated. So, what do you guys go through? Um, my memory is horrible, which in turn turned over to my attention span because I can forget I'm doing things and I just start something else and I start something else, and that's how mine is. So my memory is horrible. Some people told me you gotta try like little games to help you do things, but personally, I didn't see it helping, and that's a personal thing. Someone said like Sudoku or crossword puzzles or something like that. I don't think that's gonna help my memory. Uh, that's just personal. Everyone else can feel like something might help you down the line. My memory is just bad, and I've just learned to live with it and deal with it.
I feel like my older memory is okay-ish, but I'm finding like when I talk to my kids, they'll be like, "Do you remember this?" And I'm like, "Nope." And they'll tell me about stuff that happened, and it's like, I don't remember it at all, but it was prior to even when I had seizures. So was it just wiped out because of the seizures I've had since then? I don't know. It's just, it's not there, gone. And my like short-term memory is non-existent. I can forget what I'm doing while I'm doing it.
I forget what I'm talking about as I'm talking about it.
Right. And I think a lot of that has to do with my medication, honestly, because it seems like it's gotten worse. Every medication that they add and every time they raise the dosage, it gets worse. But at the same time, like being on four meds at high dosage, it doesn't surprise me at this point.
Right. I'm only on 200 milligrams of Lamictal, but I talked to the most recent neurologist that I talked to. He told me that's a high dose, and that's all I'm taking. Makes me wonder, like, what did my last neurologist think to put me on 200? If another neurologist is thinking that that's in, um, he was
I'm
curious
on,
why it was so high, and I was like, I don't know. I've been
you
taking it
take that once a day or twice a day?
twice a day.
Okay, I was gonna say I'm on that 200 twice a day,
Yeah,
and it took a while to get there. So I think
yeah,
it is a pretty high dose.
yeah. I don't know why or any of that. I didn't ask. Those were in days of not paying attention to my health. I wasn't like in the best health because I wasn't paying attention to it. Um, and I forgot what I was talking about.
Medication and memory loss.
There we go. Um,
Prime example right there.
yeah. You got some comments here. One says, same kind of stuff, although losing time usually means I'm having absent seizures. Another comment here says, it's such a strange thing. One thing for me, I'm 23. I'm 23 now, but when I was in secondary high school, I went on a ski trip. I might as well have not gone on it. Cannot remember one single thing about it. If I was never told I went on it, I would never have known. But when I was that a lot younger than that, used to do taekwondo and can remember the foreign numbers. It's such a strange thing. It's such a strange thing, memory. Right. That's what I don't understand. Like the stuff I do remember. I'm like,
I
that's
can't
something
tell
I
you what I can't tell you what I ate for dinner yesterday, but I can tell you like bank account numbers from when I worked in banking 20 years ago.
wow. You might have said
Right.
those numbers a lot.
it's like it's bizarre the things that are your brain gets stuck in your head.
Yeah, I can remember old phone numbers from 20 all those years back, and I can't remember other things.
Right. I remember the phone number of the when I was a kid. I can remember my grandma's phone number when I was a kid. It's apparently I remember numbers. I remember voices too.
Yeah.
Looking good.
Another comment here says, "I have it with my eyelid myoclona, like really short memory loss, in which I forget everything I was doing. After my big seizures, I lose everything, even my own name, age, and girlfriend. I was diagnosed at 12 years old and had my fair share of tonic-clonic seizures and can with certainty say that both my memory and concentration have gotten pretty bad. I often don't remember what happens during the week if it wasn't some real defining event. The most annoying thing for me is that I lose absolutely everything. I just had it in my hands. It's gone now. I've missed a lot of doctor's appointments, etc., because of that. So I'm using a calendar for every appointment and setting reminders for 2 days before, 1 day before, and 1 hour before. I can't control it. So might as well help myself in the best way possible. It fucking sucks, and sometimes I'm scared I could develop Alzheimer's. To be honest, I thought Alzheimer's was dementia, but it makes sense that they will be different things with different names.
I'm not sure what the distinction is between the two, honestly.
Please help. I don't know what's happening. So, backstory. A few weeks ago, I was taken to the ER for a stroke like symptoms that followed the most severe migraine I have ever experienced. It lasted several days before ER, and came back afterwards, and was always starting in my left eye. I could not talk right or move my body, and when I was shaking extremely bad, I was drooling and my face was drooping on one side. I was only hit with the intense feeling of sadness and began crying uncontrollably. I was aware of what was happening, but also quite loopy. All these things happened after I got this weird feeling in my head, like all the blood had rushed into it. At the ER, CT was normal and no signs of stroke. They gave me medication and I was released once I improved a little. The headache came back and I had a lingering symptoms of dizziness, loss of coordination and balance, and speech issues for several days. A few days later, I got the same pressure in my head, a rapid heartbeat. My entire body felt so weak and heavy. I couldn't even talk right or move. I knew what I knew what I wanted to say, but it took so much effort to get it out, and I didn't think I was making much sense. I also had the drooling and crying again. Fast forward, and I get my MRI results back that show the indications of left temporal lobe encephalocele that is sitting deep behind my left eye and sinuses. I have further testing to do to confirm, but as of right now, it's a waiting game. These episodes have continued. They can last a few minutes to an hour. Sometimes I'm fine after, sometimes I'm very loopy after. The doctor plans on testing me for seizures, but my appointments are not until February. I just want to know if this sounds like a type of seizure so I know how I can help myself. And thank you. That sounds like seizure activity. Um, yeah, just the confusion and not knowing what's going on, and then the drooping of the face, that does sound like a stroke. Um, get a second opinion with that. I had to do that because they were telling me it wasn't a stroke and it was a seizure. So get a second opinion on on them telling you that it was a seizure and not a stroke. And then you know the signs of your face drooping and all that, and that doesn't happen during seizures. So then, yeah, there you go. Um, I'm not saying I know more than the doctor told you, but from what you said, the face drooping and drooling sounds like a stroke. That's what it was for me. And I thought the worst of it. I thought the drooping face would, I don't know what I thought it would do. I did not think it was going to stay like that. And luckily it didn't. Um, yeah, it was hard to explain. And my face just wasn't moving. For some reason, it felt like, um, you know, those filters that people have? And they have a filter and it make like them pancake face or something. Um, yeah, to where you just have your eyes and your lips, and the lips and the eyes are just moving. That's how it was when I had the stroke. It was like I was the filter. Like I was just talking and looking at myself talking, and nothing was moving besides my lips, which doesn't seem bad, but nothing was moving. Like I'm looking at myself, and like my eyes just felt like they're moving separately, and my lips feel like when I'm talking they're just moving, and there's no expression. The cheeks wasn't moving. Like I said, it feels like that thing you do for a filter on a photo, and yeah, I was looking at myself like I just looked extremely weird at that time. I don't know what's happening, but it sounds like what I had was happening, and they said it wasn't a stroke, and it ended up being a stroke. Go to the hospital, get second opinions, third opinions, all that good stuff. Yeah, don't listen to one doctor. Second opinions are always good. Dating. How do people date? It's like we watch a movie for 2 hours. Now I got to go to sleep because always tired. Dating wasn't hard. Uh, yeah, they're gonna love you for who you are, or they're not. Um, I throw that out there first. I got epilepsy. We get past that, then I go. I got kids. And then if they get past that, then pretty much we're pretty good. If you get past me having epilepsy and kids, now my new red flag is I live with my mom again.
It's for medical reasons.
Oh man, I gotta dig into a story if I say that. It's for medical reasons because
You
I
already
assume
did. You told him you have epilepsy.
I think I should start pointing out that I had a stroke.
Do you have lasting effects from the stroke? It's not anything that would affect your relationship.
No, I mean unless
Then
he's a foot person. I
you don't need to get into that right up front, though.
gotta say, you like feet because I can't move my two toes on my right hand side. Um,
We're just lead with that. And I live with my mom and I have epilepsy and I have kids.
yeah, pretty much that.
No. No, I haven't dated because when I started having seizures, I was in a long-term relationship and I'm he recently passed, so now I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do with my life. That's where I'm at. I'm trying to figure shit out.
Me too. Like you said, trying to figure shit out.
Right.
Some of the comments here. One says, "My girlfriend loves that I'm a night owl. I'm her excuse to leave social functions early." Oh, she likes that I'm not a night owl. Hmm. Another one
My my
says,
me not feeling good is always a good excuse to have to leave. Because I have health issues, and so I'm not feeling good. I need to go home
Yeah, you get out of everything.
if I want to.
One comment here says, I got married. I told them I'm an epileptic. Good for you. Another one says,
Before or after?
uh, she didn't say before or after. She just said, got married, told them I'm an epileptic. I'm going to assume after, just because it's funnier. Um, I mean, for somebody to find out that you had epilepsy after you're married, that actually isn't funny. Yeah, that's something you got to point out. Um,
No, I mean something like that. I think you need to be honest with, but I don't think you need to walk up and every single person you meet be like, "Hi, I have epilepsy. How are you?"
right.
But at the same time, like I don't hide the fact that I have seizures.
Right. I want
I
someone to
run
be
around.
aware, and I want
I
someone to
run around.
know in case something happens. So I let people know just for my safety in particular. Um, I don't want something to happen and you not know what's going on at all, especially
Right,
because I knew. So, yeah.
right. It's better if you kind of at least are this much educated. Hey, I
Right.
have seizures, and if I have a seizure, this is what you should roll me on my side. And if it's over 5 minutes, call 911.
Yeah.
Don't stick anything in my mouth.
Mm. Yeah. Last person I told that. Yeah. I told her that. I was at a concert. Yeah. I was
Did
at
she
the.
say, stick a wallet in your mouth?
No, I told her don't put anything in my mouth, and I told her don't put her hands in my mouth because I can bite down. And yeah, if your hands there when I bite down, and it could be bad. Uh,
I'd bite your hand off.
yeah, I've had someone put their hand in my mouth. Um, yeah, she put her hand in my mouth and she grabbed the bottom teeth because I had a grill. Um,
Trying to pull.
she pulled them out, tops and bottoms. And my mom was like, "Oh my goodness, that could be bad because the metal, especially if I would bit your hand while I have a grill in, those aren't real teeth. They're just not gonna chip. That was gold." Um, but yeah, luckily I didn't bite her hand off.
Those can't be comfortable, man.
I don't think I pay attention to it, but I don't know. I can't remember. It's been a while. Another comment here says, uh, "I think in my case, the best might be finding someone else who has epilepsy. Also, a cool username." Find someone with epilepsy.
I think it's just, be yourself and be honest. Don't hide it, but you don't have to lead with it.
But I say you do let people know. Got a few more comments. I'll read a few here. One says being transparent as fuck, communication, and educate your partner. Another one says honesty. The right people are out there, will understand, and will see the you that is more than epilepsy. Another one says, I don't have those side effects, but still only have hookups. I'm a bit scared of making a partner into one of those. End quote. I struggle. I struggle to support my epileptic partner. I know it's not fair. It's not their fault, but they're a nightmare. Posters that you see on here sometimes. Welcome, Kat.
Sorry, I can't talk much. I'm in the UK, so it's quite late here. But
It's all
hi.
right.
Yeah.
Um,
Hello.
if you can talk, the first thing we start with new people is what are you taking? When were you diagnosed? And when was your last seizure?
I was 12. I'm taking Keppra. My last one was September.
Well, it's nice to meet you. Um,
Hello.
Very
for
nice to
me,
meet you.
my last seizure was Friday. I was diagnosed in 20. actually in 2006 diagnosed, and I take Lamictal. There we go.
For me, I had my first seizure in 2020, official diagnosis in 2021, and let's see, my last tonic-clonic was in July, my last focal was in September, and I'm on lots of ridiculous amounts of meds. Let's see, Lamictal, Lam Lamictal, zonisamide, oxcarbazepine, and Xcopri. Not good with my words right now, apparently.
Yeah, I'm not good with my words afterwards. I do have someone here, and it says, "Will you have a seizure because there are wires nearby?" Just want to do a quick research. Does anyone have a seizure because of placing HDMI cables or other relatively high voltage cables nearby? Did you solve the problem? I have not had a seizure being near wires that I know of. Like I've never had a seizure plugging anything up or going to plug anything up. Uh,
I haven't either.
yeah, not that I've paid attention to. Um, Go ahead, Kat.
No, nothing about wires. I haven't had anything. But we could go back to your lip mictal experience if you want, because I've had time on that. Bad time. Anyway.
You got any? You have Lamictal. You take Lamictal, right? You said.
No, I tried to, and then I was in A&E, so I was bad. But yeah, Ketra's, yeah,
It's been good to me.
that's good.
It's different for everybody, though.
Mm.
What are you taking now? I forgot what you said you're taking now.
I'm Kepra.
How's that going for you?
Stable, but numbish, quite numb, I think, which isn't ideal. Yeah.
Sounds like Kepper. You get Kepper rage a lot?
I've read about it, and I just thought that was kind of being a woman or a girl. Anyway, in a picture. Anyway, but no, it's definitely numbed me quite a bit, which is weird feeling when you recognize that you should be feeling away.
Yeah, I haven't had the Kepper rage because when I was on Kepper, I had a bad experience with bad mental health, and yeah, saying I'm going to do things to hurt myself aren't good. And yeah, that was the only medication that I guess I threatened to jump off a second story balcony. And then there was another one where I forgot what I was talking about.
Your medication experiences.
Oh yeah, Benadryl. I had hallucinations. Um, Keppra. I threatened to jump off a second story balcony and had thoughts of like walking in traffic and stuff like that. I don't remember any of it, so these were just thoughts that I couldn't control. Yeah, so I stopped taking Keppra. I started with lamotrigine, and that worked not so good. But I wasn't like telling my doctor and telling my mom. I was telling my friends to not tell my mom that I'm having seizures. It's like, if you guys tell her I'm having seizures, she's not going to let me come outside. So a lot of my younger seizures, my mother did not know about.
I thought you were still taking that.
Dilantin?
No, Lamictal. You said Lamictal.
Oh, no, Dilantin is, sorry, Dilantin is what I took first. And it wasn't all that good. I was having a bunch and I was having them with my friends, and I wasn't being responsible. I was telling them to not tell my mom. So they would just like either not call the ambulance or we would just kind of wait for me to come back from it.
Isn't
now
Lamictal
you're,
just
go
branded
ahead.
lamotrigine? So
Yeah,
that's very similar, but there's like a minor difference because it's branded.
lamotrigine and Lamictal are the same. It's the Lamictal is the brand name. Have you had good results with the Lamictal or lamotrigine?
Um, I'd say so. I'd say yes. It depends on if you like the insomnia. I have it. I'm not gonna say I don't mind it, but that's the least of my worries. It's not as bad as sometimes it's not as bad as other side effects and stuff. Um, Otherwise, yeah, it's. I think it's helping me with my seizures. I'm only getting like 3 to 5 a year, so I think I'm at a good point now. I'm at my fifth this year, so I'm hoping to get through the rest of the year with no seizures.
Can I ask, how do your family not know you're having a seizure? What type do you have?
Um, they know now. When I was a younger child, a teen, when I first got it, I would be away from home and I'd tell my friends not to tell my mom. Um,
What type are they?
I have tonics and I had focals and I didn't know what they were, but then I have mostly TCs these days. I take B12 by Nature's Made. Shout out to Nature's Made. And I take the gummies. So that's pretty much helps my focals. I don't get focals anymore at all.
Hmm.
So yeah.
Wow, I could never. I mean, hide them. I tried, obviously, but they occur so much that you pass out, and yeah, you kind of it's quite obvious. Can't hide it. Fortunately.
The post about seizures and wires, I was going to read the comment to that. One says, I don't believe there's a correlation there. And another one says, no. Another one says, no, and you haven't either. I'm sorry to tell you. Another one says, I used to hear electricity in my head when nearby those big power units that connect overhead power lines. No seizures, though. Another one says, I'm a maintenance technician. I'm literally around wires all day. I would have been dead long ago. Got one here. It says, are tonic-clonic seizures fatal? 19-year-old female diagnosed with PTSD-induced epilepsy, and I've been epileptic since age 8. I got diagnosed at 16, mainly dealt with absent and focal seizures. I probably had hundreds by now, but I'm really scared of tonic-clonic seizures. My mom is new to this, obviously, so the way we differentiate them is by calling them tonic-clonic, a big seizure, and an absent seizure or focal seizures, a little seizure. I've only had 4 tonics in my life, and all 4 were because of irresponsible use of medication, such as dropping them altogether. I was kind of in denial when I was first diagnosed. Anyway, I don't know if they're fatal. Some things, some things like that can be fatal, like strokes can be fatal, you know? But can tonic-clonic seizures be fatal? Or is it only physically fatal? Like how someone may pass away if they have a seizure at the wrong place, like while driving. I'm rambling at this point, but are they fatal on their own? Seizures? I don't think the seizures are fatal like by themselves. I mean, everything that comes with it, falling and hitting your head and all that stuff could
Isn't
be
that
fatal.
what's it called?
SUDEP.
SUDEP. That's basically a seizure killing you.
I wrote about SUDEP before. It's not that common, actually. It's very, very rare.
Yeah,
Yeah. So anytime you have epilepsy and you suddenly die and they can't explain it, they pretty much say, well, you had a seizure and died. You had
right.
status or whatever.
Oh, I've had status. I've lost count how many times I've had status. I've woken up in
But
hospital.
you know what I'm saying? They just basically
That's
said that
fine.
your seizure was too bad and
You're not coming out of it, basically. That's status, I think.
right.
Yeah.
Hi, John.
Did it work that time?
Yeah, it works. There we go.
Here's the terrific irony. I think my Zoom was in driving mode, which I'm not allowed to do. So it let me join initially, but I couldn't speak or, you know. So I'm not in driving road mode, nor am I driving. How are you? I caught a little bit of the Lamictal talk.
I'm good. Yeah, had a seizure Friday. Um,
Happy Thanksgiving then.
yeah, thank you. Happy Thanksgiving to you too.
Was it right after Thanksgiving?
The day after Thanksgiving, Friday.
Yes.
So,
Terrific. I'm sorry to hear that. Was it a
it's,
big one?
huh?
Was it big?
I had two, and the worst part was falling on my privates.
Ooh, wow. Do you want to share that story or I'd like
That's not too much for you guys.
I mean I'm wicked curious if you don't mind. I'll tell you an embarrassing one after that.
You should hear
Uh,
it.
I want to hear it.
um, so guys, when we have a seizure, I mean guys like men,
Sure,
um,
yeah.
we get an erection.
Sometimes. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I fell on it.
Oh, did you land perpendicular or something more agreeable? Oh, you can't write this stuff in a book.
I split it,
No kidding.
tore the meat off. Yeah, it
No
was.
way.
Yeah. The
Oh my
part
gosh.
where it seems like the part where it bent had the tear on one side. Like all of that side was tore, and like you could lift it like an eyelid. And yeah. Uh,
So I mean, like, with all due respect, like, is that stitches and you hope blood flow will go back to normal or what?
um. I didn't get stitches. I got glue. I got glue the next day.
At a
And they said
hospital,
if I
I
would have
presume?
came in the night before, I could have got stitches because it was crazy. It was literally like I could look under there, and when you move the skin, everything is supposed to move, and not everything was moving, and it
Oh
was
my
bad.
gosh.
I was down
When did
to
you wake up?
maybe 3 hours later. I mean, that's when I came to, and I'm all the way there, like myself,
At the
uh,
hospital or at home?
at home.
Oh
Uh,
my gosh.
and they didn't exactly 100% know what was happening. They just see me like bleeding from the waist. Yeah,
Oh my gosh. That's an incredible story.
yeah,
That's unreal.
yeah. That's what I was thinking. I was like, how do you tear the head off? But
Like that. You jump on it.
yeah, unfortunate.
I'm so sorry, dude.
It's all
That
right.
I mean I feel it. I wish I could turn my empathy off for a second. Oh,
It is all right.
dude. Wow. Well, what do you got a lot of ice bags or what's going on?
Huh?
Are you like covered in ice?
No. It felt better after a day or two. Um, the doctor did the glue, and he was actually pretty funny. So, uh, we got through it. The worst part was
Well, he
squeezing
must have been
the.
like, I haven't seen this all day. How is he funny?
Uh,
What kind of funny?
oh man, that guy was hilarious. I told him, I put some Vaseline on it because you could literally see the pink meat. Like I could see under there.
Sure.
But vein and everything is green. I could see everything, and it was just really bad injury. Uh, yeah,
Oh gosh,
I've never
that's
seen the meat hang off of something, and that's
yeah. I
what
never
scared
want
me.
to. I never ever want to. That
I'm
sounds
sorry,
great.
Kat. Yeah, that was my day after Thanksgiving.
Oh, God bless you. I'm so sorry to hear that story, but that is a terrific one. I mean, you feel like it's gonna be all right, like usable and all?
Yeah, I hope so.
I mean,
I
that's an
really
important
hope so.
question, realistically, isn't
Mine
it?
was bad, but my day after wasn't that bad.
Oh
Oh,
man,
I am mesmerized by that story. That's a good story later, but for right now, I feel for you.
thank you. Uh,
I had no idea all males get erection during a tonic-clonic. I had no
Well,
idea.
no, not always. Almost, I don't almost ever.
Yeah,
uh,
okay.
I had two in a row, so yeah, I
I used
did.
to live in a student room, which is a student accommodation, which is like a bedroom, and that's it, toilet. And I woke up with on the floor and vomit on my ceiling, and I was like, "Oh gosh, like that was close."
You
You said
vomit on the
you wake
sea.
up on the floor and there's vomit on
Yeah, I
the
was on the
ceiling.
floor, and I'd had a yeah, so that was quite scary. But that's when I realised, like, oh, I can't live in student accommodation. Can't live alone, basically.
Was the ceiling close? Were you at like a tall bed or something?
The what? Sorry, I can't. What?
Okay. You
Sorry.
vomited to the ceiling. How far away was the
Yeah,
ceiling?
exactly. At least six. Six. How many? Tall. It was a tall ceiling, like
Okay,
standard
okay.
here, you know.
And you
And I was
don't
on the floor
remember
next
this,
to the
right?
bed. Huh?
You don't remember this, right?
No, because I just remember I had the seizure. I just remember waking up and seeing that
Right,
on
right,
a
right.
ceiling. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
It
that
was
was
one of
close.
those when I was the ones where I'm like, how did this happen?
Yeah,
That's what that sounds like. Like
exactly.
I
Oh.
can
Got lucky,
imagine.
didn't I? Really.
Well, I told you about that radiologist that gave me that story that then has terrified me. Put this little he was just chit chatting it up before I go on an MRI or something. And he was like, it's interesting to him because is part of whatever research program he was currently in. And the case he was looking into had something like this guy would always masturbate or something like that when he had seizures. And like, I didn't know, and the whole panoply of, all the things that you could do, that was one of the options that like automaton John can go do. Like I walked out of the house, went into my neighbor's house and told him that I lived there one time after a seizure. I was incorrect. Thank God I didn't jump on my erect penis. So happy Thanksgiving. That is a tremendous story that 10 years from now you'll be so glad you can tell. But for right now, I'm sorry that you're healing. And I give you all of my best. Yeah. Oh my goodness. What a nightmare. I'm sorry.
It's all right. I'm here. I'm alive to tell my story. Um,
Yeah,
I
good.
just
Good for
I'm
you.
just happy to make it through seizures. Make it
Yeah,
through
yeah.
alive.
It's
We're
a good
we're gonna
attitude.
love you right through your genital trauma.
Thank you.
Oh. Well, you from Zoom. From Zoom.
Sorry, it's not meaning.
No, I like that. I think it would look good on a t-shirt.
Have to laugh or else you cry, right?
Yeah.
True. True.
We'll find
Better.
things to laugh at.
Ah, I like that. We'll love you right through your genital trauma in
Yeah.
season part two.
Yeah. The doctor, he was like, I told him I put Vaseline on it because it was just like raw meat kind of hanging out. And he was like, that's what probably got you in trouble is Vaseline.
He didn't
Oh,
believe you?
man.
Yeah. Oh my
Uh,
goodness.
Prince Harry put 8-hour cream on his one when he was cold in a freezing place. It's in his book.
I don't know if I'm allowed to tell this story, but I don't see why not. Um, just for fun. I used to work at a group home with adults who needed support, and one time a curious individual put um the like you know how like toenail clippers have a hook on the end?
Yes.
He put it inside of himself and then he bent it by accident. And so I had to help him extract that piece of typical cosmetic utility. You get to know those guys pretty well in a way.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's pretty personal.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And I was pretty new and I worked with this wonderful Nigerian guy who was like, "No, boss, we're doing it now." And I was like, coming from like I was working with a shelter before where like everything was called 911. And he was like, "No," because he'd seen everything. And we just went and took it out. Uh, and it came out, and then we let our nurse know, and it was fine. Apparently, some people's urethras are larger than others. Some people can make their urethras larger than others. It's, yeah. Life is complicated, isn't it?
Yeah.
People do strange things.
This is true. This
Yes.
is true.
Um,
Hey, Mark, how you doing?
Good. I feel like I missed an interesting. I came in at like the a
Oh yeah.
really weird time.
Yeah, you walked in at the end of explaining how oh, I think I was too confident saying it before I got to the parts of saying it. Uh,
Well, it
yeah,
ended with us
you were here
saying,
Friday, weren't you?
I was around.
You didn't know I had a seizure, did you?
"Oh
I
dear."
was there. I was there, man. I took over for you when you went into the fog and went off. I took over hosting for the rest of the night. So, yeah.
Do you know what happened after you took over and he went into the fog?
What do you mean? Well,
Apparently, he doesn't know.
He does now.
Um, when I had a seizure,
Cat, it's not
sometimes
usually this graphic.
But it's gonna be. Let's hear it.
sometimes we'll get an
It's not.
erection when we have a seizure, and then if you fall on it, bad things can happen. So
all on it.
I
We
Okay.
felt
talk
I
about
think,
it to
yeah,
make everybody else feel better.
I think I read a bit about it, or did we discuss?
we might have talked about it. I'm not sure. Might have talked about it a little bit, but yeah,
uh,
I was so out of it the whole night that I didn't go get stitches the same night. I went the next day, and yeah, pants were destroyed. My mother's boyfriend said he was telling my mom that I think he's hurt. And he kept saying, no, I think he's hurt. Like, and my mom, she didn't want to, just take it out. So I checked it out the next day myself. And that's how I figured out how bad it was. And I I just laid there and bled all night. I'm sorry, that sounds really gross. Uh,
mm,
yeah, I found out how bad it was the next day. Yeah, luckily I had a good doctor. He was able to make a few jokes. Did a couple. That's what she said that a couple times. A couple other things. Yeah, yeah. You gotta laugh so you don't cry. Got something here. It says, "What type of seizure is this?" Before I was medicated, sometimes as I was falling asleep, my eyes would, in quote, mind, would rock back and forth from side to side, just my head, almost like those clocks that hung on the wall with the cat eyes that would shift back and forth as their pendulum would swing. My eyes would rock while I was closed. It seems like a really aggressive type of REM or sleep, but I'm not sure. When I told my neurologist, he had no clue. Now that I am medicated, it has stopped. Any clues?
Sounds like the medication worked.
Sounds like medication helped. Any clues as to what it is? I don't know. Um, Seems like an aggressive type of REM. What is that? Let's see.
An aggressive type of REM is kind of an interesting euphemism for the video that I had that I showed my neurologist of a seizure. Um, I was asleep and had a uh, Fitbit recorded overnight that my heart rate had spiked from 60 beats per minute up to 180 something beats per minute just instantaneously. And uh, in, uh, in the morning, I felt like absolute shit. And when I looked at the Fitbit and saw that, and then I looked at the nanny cam footage, the nanny cam showed me kind of moving and making some really weird, like hand flapping, head turning movements. And I showed that to the neurologist, and she said that looks like, classic uh, right frontal lobe hypermotor automatisms. She called them, classic movements associated with nocturnal right frontal lobe seizure, which when I had my um, EMU stay, my successful EMU stay, they recorded the seizure in the coming from the right frontotemporal area. So that lined up perfectly with what they had seen diagnostically. So that plus the Fitbit data plus the nanny cam footage all kind of lines up to say that those weird kind of active movements and whatnot that I was doing were actual epileptic seizures. But when I had gone in to have a sleep study done for sleep apnea, I had shown the technician there who was getting me all set up and showed her that this is what some of my nocturnal seizures can look like, and she said, to what that looks like to me as a sleep tech, that looks like um, she had the word for it, but just acting out REM dreams and stuff, just active sleeping. Um, uh, so to the layperson and even to some, you know, more informed, um, it can look just like REM sleep. But if, I mean, I forgot to mention to that sleep tech lady, rapid eye movement, motions commonly come with a heart rate spike of over, you know, up close to 200 beats per minute too while the person's asleep. Like, I don't think so. I kind of felt like shit. she was dismissing what I had said, what I was showing her. But uh, I can rewrite that in my head, in my memory. Uh, and by the time I'm 50, I'll remember it that way, I'm sure. But um,
But the eye movement could be just also the muscles in the eye doing their own little seizure activity while she's having a little seizure.
yeah, yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
it might be totally disconnected from like a sleep state.
the direction your eyes are twitching and moving during a seizure are very important to
Sure
indicate.
it is. Sure, absolutely it is.
Yeah, so
But if like
it's a
that if
very
that person is zoning out and then they're having eye movement, it doesn't necessarily mean it's connected to anything to other than those muscles also, right?
yeah, 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 yeah. Good point. Could be a motor, a muscle motor
Yeah.
issue. Um,
Mark, did you say you have RNS?
VNS.
Just the VNS?
I just got my VNS kicked up today. Got it kicked up 2 notches.
Can you
Hooray.
feel it?
I can feel it now. Yeah. I didn't
Yeah, have you?
feel it when they first turned it on and they kicked me up 2 notches there and I could only feel it when I swiped myself, but
Yeah.
now I feel it going off pretty regularly. So it's
Do have you had to swipe yet?
Um, I was having clusters like over the weekend and I had a focal this morning. I didn't swipe this morning focal, but I tried swiping yesterday and it didn't really seem to do much of anything, but I'm still at a very subtherapeutic dose. I was only at like zero point 0.5 milliamps. So their target range is 2.25 milliamps. So I've got a ways to go before I even um, get to what they would consider a therapeutic level.
Okay.
It's not that um,
But you're feeling like what you should feel like?
yeah, I mean, as far as I know, I'm feeling what I'm
Yeah.
feeling, and there's no indications from any of the medical professionals that there's anything wrong. So I'm guessing that it's going well. But
Yeah. Yeah,
um,
that's about how I've always felt with the VNS. It's kind of like, well, I have it. You know, I
yeah,
can I can feel it. I hope for the best I can. I think it helps.
yeah,
I think it makes having seizures better. Not
better, like
That's a weird sentence.
less
Um,
intense.
I think my post-ictal state is shorter and the um just like the general recovery from a seizure is more like it's just shorter and not so bad,
Yeah. Huh.
I
Well,
think. But who
I
knows if
kind of
that's
want to see what you mean, but on the other hand, I hope I don't have to find out.
let's put a calendar on the wall.
Yeah. Yeah.
14 days to not find out.
Right. I got something, guys.
All
Hmm.
right,
This
what is it?
is shaking during isometric holds like stretching. Hello, everyone. I was diagnosed with epilepsy in April of last year. I have a quick question to see if anyone else can relate. So, so for some reason, for as long as I can remember, when I do stretches, especially when my upper body is holding my body for a stretch, say downward dog or something similar, my
Yeah.
arms do this thing where they sort of shake and it feels like they're trying to restabilize for a second. Then they totally stabilize and I stop shaking after. It is sort of a tremor, but not a continuous shake. Has anyone experienced something like this? I generally stretch after workouts. Like today was today was after a 30-minute run. So I suppose it could have been the fatigue thing. And
Sure.
for awareness, I am pretty muscular and strong guy. I suppose it could be an isometric weakness for lack of doing them. But yeah, just thought I should mention that. Let me know if I should repost this anywhere else. I am not super worried, just more so curious to what to see if this could have happened anything to do with epilepsy.
Well, what does it say what medicine they're on?
It does not.
Because yes, I have felt that, but I don't know for certain if it was medicine related. I know, I mean, like the whole like idea of the isometric stuff is to get your muscles to that point of exhaustion that they kind of fatigue out. And so if he's not, if that's new to him, like he's only done calisthenics and like, power squats and stuff like that, then like that might be, you know, and then you have your mind in that like, oh no, now I've got epilepsy. Am I going to start having shaking issues? Um, yes, I've definitely felt that. I don't think it's related to the epilepsy, but it could be related to a medicine. I know some medicines like I used to take beta alanine with creatine, and I found if I took just the creatine, I wouldn't get as much little jerks. But that's like a beta alanine thing, and that can
So
be
like a pre-workout or just as like
um
a daily?
I would take it as a pre-workout. I forget now why the beta alanine was helpful because I abandoned it years ago. But when that was like my thing, like when I used to work out a lot, I I remember some things would give me muscle twitchy things, and I remember asking a neurologist about it, and they said it was probably related to one of the anti-epileptics in association with that other stuff added. And but pre-workouts in general, by the way, are not for us people. We have to be very careful about what we take. Um, that disclaimer to somebody who took a lot of pre-workouts because I like to roll the dice. But um, I'm not endorsing pre-workouts because they do screw with your threshold.
That's good to know. I
Some of
did not.
them, like just basic amino acids, can be genuinely helpful. I mean, some of the ingredients can be like actively stimulating in, similar, much less intense but similar pathways to like ADD medications, causing a release of dopamine through
Yeah, yeah,
some other, chemical structure. They just kind of find another something somewhere in a rainforest and extract it from some plant, and then, in the ingredients list, it's just labeled as, you know, such and such extract, and you have no idea what the actual alkaloids are in there, what they're doing. So,
yeah. And then sometimes, like there was one I used to really like, and then the ingredient became not allowed anymore. And so
like
they
a
came out.
controlled substance.
Yeah, yeah. It was. I think it was called DMAA. It was a stimulant. It didn't give me any issues, and then it was called Jack 3D, and then they came out with like Jack 3D
Yes.
Pro or some other new version of it, and it didn't work anymore at all. And I was
Right.
like,
It's
and
like the
I looked into it.
removing the Sudafed from
Right,
the, yeah,
exactly, yeah. And so
yeah,
whatever they have now, there's other ways to get it. I know people order it online, but I'm not like a
like
gym rat anymore.
Chinese black markets or dark web stuff.
Right, yeah. And you might get it, but you might not too.
Yeah. And yeah,
No
test
thanks. I'd rather
test
go to
what
GNC and
if
just
you if you've got the chemistry chops to test the purity of your nutritional supplements, you probably don't need to go buying them.
Yeah, you know what? It's worth like talking to ChatGPT about some of that stuff because it can run pharmacological things pretty well. Not on
I don't
everything.
know. There's so much about the misinformation, the hallucination, everything about it is only as reliable as what it's fed. And when it's been fed the entirety of the internet, there's a lot of really bad information
True,
out there.
true, true, true.
I
So
don't,
there is an art. I mean, it's just like the critical thinking that goes into buying something at GNC, right? You can apply that same critical thinking at a more effective level with ChatGPT by saying, asking the question like, here's my scenario. I have an RNS, I have a VNS, I take these AEDs, and I was looking for a pre-workout. I don't really need something to really get me going. I don't want to roll the dice on something that's going to give me a seizure. And then it'll start to configure something better than going into GNC and being like, hey, what's the best pre-workout? Because they're going to be like, this most expensive one or whatever. I don't know how their commission works or whatever they do with their best intentions, not trying to screw anybody up or, you know what I mean? It's it is just one more tool you can put in your toolbox to say, is there any known stuff about the stuff I take and this stimulant or this product?
yeah, I guess that's a use case I haven't thought about going
That's how
and
I got rid of
using
the
it
beta
as
alanine
like a web
and it helped.
driller to check for known issues or something as opposed
But
to
that's
checking
how I sorted the beta alanine because I was starting to have like myoclonic type symptoms or whatever you call it when you have weird twitches. And people that don't have epilepsy get that same result. And I was like, I don't want to add any more little extra anything to my stuff, even if it does help with, muscle recovery or whatever. But
well, it's
creatine
got enough to be paranoid about.
creatine is a good thing for the brain too.
Yeah,
Yeah, in
What was that
general.
you used?
into that.
Beta something?
Beta alanine is the thing that people commonly take with creatine because they have like a synergistic effect, but it's not as good as what was it, B? No, I do take my B.
I take my
Which B
B12 Monday through
vitamin
Thursday.
is it
There you go.
again?
Yeah, the B12. I do take my B truly, but I also do take creatine when I am making time to work out, which isn't very often.
I have not taken creatine, but I've seen a lot of it because I watch workout podcasts and stuff like that. And
It's easy on the system, good for all your organs. It helps the ATP and the ADP, which is what you get rid of when you're using your muscles. It's good after a seizure, actually, because all your muscles are all rinsed out.
that makes a lot of sense.
Something
And you should say
that
that.
Yeah. I mean, at least for me, that is totally me, somebody who does not have seizure success. I feel like creatine after a seizure is just one of those things almost ritualistically I take. But that's somebody who grows weed and has seizures, so take it for that amount of value.
I have found that magnesium glycinate specifically has been helpful with the uh, muscle recovery after a
Okay.
or a tonic clonic. The magnesium is, I mean, it's an electrolyte. It's also been found to work as a natural muscle relaxant. It's, the active component of like Epsom salt soaks for,
Yeah.
sore
Okay.
muscles and injuries and everything. And the glycine uh, acid is a natural amino acid, and it is itself also a down-regulating neuromodulator that helps with, calming nervous system activity, and it's a necessary amino acid, a
Cool, cool.
necessary part of the human diet. So the of
Does
any
that
like
one?
oral magnesium supplements, the glycine acid form has the highest bioavailability. So it's a little bit more expensive per milligram of magnesium because the glycine amino acid attached to it is so large by comparison to, a magnesium atom.
Okay,
But it's a bigger bang for the buck
that's
because
good
of
to
that,
know.
that bioavailability there. So
Is
I would recommend giving that a try. I've found it helpful with sleep too. Sleep quality seems to improve with that. So
does that one sometimes move things along, like lower intestines wise?
digestively, I
Yeah.
haven't found any any issues personally, but I also um, have a bit, maybe a bit higher tolerance for some issues like that than others. I do a lot of um, high heat, spicy food
Okay.
stuff, and so uh, uh, GI tract of steel for the
Cool.
most
Yeah.
part. There are some specific things every once in a while. There's something out there that gets me that I have not yet identified, but for the most part, I um I do pretty well when it comes to anytime that there's like uh GI side effects on any sort of medication, it doesn't really seem to be a problem for me.
Because I
Um,
think it was the magnesium I had elected to take out of the rotation because it was
it is a
moving things
laxative.
along a little too much. Yeah.
Yes, milk of magnesium is a laxative. It yeah. The doses, the amount taken when I, you know, take those a couple capsules of the magnesium glycinate, it's a relatively small amount of magnesium, and the glycine helps it cross through the blood-brain barrier pretty
Okay.
easily. So
That's good to
it's
know.
it's not like permeating the whole digestive tract. It kind of gets picked up by the stomach and crosses into the brain. So there's that much less, out in the
Yeah,
rest of the metabolism.
I gotcha. That makes sense. Cool. I have to keep that in mind. Thank you. Welcome back, Andrea.
Got a few comments on this last post of shaking due to isometric holds, like stretching. This one says this doesn't have anything to do with epilepsy. It's just your central nervous system trying to contract muscles. You're trying to stretch. You should notice that as you stay in stretch long enough, the muscles will relax, at least at your level of stretch you began in. Another comment says, I don't know if it's the same, but I have a rare tremor in my right hand. The one affected, the one affected my seizures. If I hold a certain way, sometimes it starts shaking. I think the muscles aren't balanced or coordinated for some reason. I figure it's somehow due to my benign brain tumor. I didn't have it when I was younger. I've always had the tumor. I figure my neurons are blasted. Ask your doctor to check your sodium levels. Some meds can deplete your sodium. One comment to that just says, I have a similar issue, but mine are caused by brain lesion.
Interesting.
I gotta stretch more.
I wonder
Yeah.
when they say check sodium levels, um, since sodium is also a neurotransmitter, if sodium levels are low, is it like, does the body go to others like magnesium, like I just mentioned, to like pick up the slack there? Or like, I don't know. It just,
I think we need a pharmacist to answer that question.
I know I
yeah,
have
I
to
know
keep an
there's,
eye on my sodium levels, and they check my blood work every once in a while because of one of my meds, just to cut. And they always tell me your sodium's a little low, eat more salt. Okay,
mm, yeah, give me those Cool Ranch Doritos.
right. I'll have another bag of chips.
That's
Sounds
Yeah.
good.
how, I don't think that's what they mean.
Uh,
My doctor literally told me have a bag of potato chips.
No, they did not.
I
Yes, he
may
did.
concede that, doctor.
No, come on, for real? That's not the same thing as salt. Am I right? Am I right? Like,
They're
salt.
very high in sodium.
yeah, but that's not the good sodium. There's different kinds of salts, right? Right?
Sodium.
He probably
It's
knows I'll do that.
Yeah, I guess so. Or maybe they're just being playful, knowing that you were going to go on this podcast and then get like Himalayan salt instead just at bedtime so that you know,
I
keep up
mean,
on your sodium.
Himalayan salt is still sodium chloride. It's just got some impurities in it that
I
give it a
guess
pink
so.
color.
Fair.
It's salt. Mm,
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. I guess we should all have Doritos then.
I mean, if the alternative is mixing up like a tablespoon of salt in a glass of warm water and chugging it, I'll eat the potato chips. Thank you.
Yeah. And a doctor said it. It's doctor advised. So,
Yes, doctor recommended. You gotta check and let us know which brand of potato chips your doctor recommends.
He did
And
not
then we've got to
specify.
rate them. We've got to
oh,
rate them and let them know that, write their customer service department, tell them that your doctor said that your sodium levels were off and that he recommended their potato chips. And yeah,
I don't think
they should
that'll
use it
happen.
as, they should use it as an advertising point, and you should get their chips for free because of it.
Shout
And
out Doritos.
yeah.
I buy
Mm.
those little variety packs with the bags of all the little bags in them that
The
have a
yeah.
little,
bunch of different kinds.
the little mini one, like the big Costco variety packs.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay, well, hey, then shout out to Costco. We got to get Tom to slip that into their like
Tell
suggestion
Tom.
box.
Tell
Yeah,
Tom.
I do need to tell Tom. Shout out to Costco.
yeah.
Andrea, is your doctor taking new patients? I could fly in every once in a while.
Or telehealth. Do
Yeah.
they do
Yeah,
telehealth?
telehealth.
Mm.
Write a prescription for, you
I don't
know,
remember which one of my doctors that told me that.
It's
Oh
only
no.
one time zone away. I could make the trip.
I know it's I. It was one of two because there's only two of them that I see. One of them that I
well,
choose to, and the other one forces me to.
so call and ask one,
Ask
and if
them.
it's not him, then it's the other one.
I,
That's a pretty.
I know they've both told me that my sodium's low.
So
I
maybe
just don't
both of them would recommend it.
They probably
Right,
work as a team. It's essentially all of our doctors have said it now.
right.
Yeah.
Maybe
They all
one
say
recommends Ruffles and one recommends Doritos.
right.
Yeah.
Maybe one of them likes Fritos because they like Frito
Yeah.
chili pies. Some of you guys might not even know what a Frito chili pie is because you're not from
I mean,
Kansas. But
come on. I grew up watching King of the Hill. His burrito pie with Wolf brand chili.
Never seen one, but heard of it.
They used to sell chili cheese wraps at the Sonic here. It was like a
Never
chili.
been to Sonic.
I think I've
Really?
seen chili
Sonic's
cheese
good.
wraps at the Sonic here.
They
Yeah,
don't
it
have one
was.
out here.
Think of Frito chili pie wrapped up in a tortilla for on the go.
I mean, everything about that is amazing.
That sounds good. Is it like nachos?
Chili, cheese, and Frito chips.
On the go sounds about right.
Yeah, Taco Bell kind of sort of tried to, they got their little crispy tortilla strip things. I felt like they were trying to rip off or do their own little twist on it or something. They're crispy strips, but it's not,
It's not the same.
no. They don't have the puff of the Frito chips.
Right. They don't have the right puff and thickness, and they're not salty enough.
They tried.
Uh,
Not a good try, but a try.
They're
swing and a
never gonna
miss.
be Taco Tico either.
What is Taco Tico?
Better than Taco Bell.
No,
What?
blasphemy. But I'm curious. I've never been there, so I
Yeah,
can't
I
judge.
am
But
fascinated. I
I'm
need to
willing to
go out.
try. I have an open mind and heart and stomach.
Well, around here, let's see, I don't remember, there used to be Taco Grande, but I don't remember it because they died before I remember. And then there's Taco Shop, which I've only eaten at a few times. And then Taco Tico was the shit. And Taco Bell is what I usually eat because that's what's close.
I like Taco Bell. Yeah.
Yeah, I could put away some tacos when I was pregnant with my daughter, man.
I could put
Talk,
away some tacos when you were pregnant with your daughter too.
It's getting
man.
so expensive now, though. Taco Bell is not the value that it used to be.
Well, no, this was in the 90s, and the
Yeah.
Taco Tico was like it lived. It lived down the street from me, and I gained, I think it was 60 pounds when I was pregnant with her.
Nice.
I just
This
thought I thought I needed to eat everything.
I'm looking at Taco Tico and it looks like a Taco Bell.
Yeah, but it's better.
Wasn't there wasn't there an issue like with the founder of Taco Bell and he was kicked out of his own store after like by the board after it got bought out and corporatized or something, and he went and started a different chain and like basically made a better version of his own company or something. Is that chocolate? Because I know that Taco Bell started out there, like, Texas, Oklahoma area. Um, Texas, Oklahoma?
Well, there's like
I
no
gotta
Taco
go.
Ticos here.
No?
Started in Kansas.
Kansas.
No, there's like two Taco Ticos that I know of, and neither one of them are real close to me, but there's like a Taco Bell on every corner.
It started in Wichita, Kansas in 1962.
Which one did?
Taco Tico.
Yeah, that's about where I live is outside of Wichita.
It's known for its deluxe crispy taco or flour taco. Deluxe crispy taco. Deluxe crispy flour taco. There we go.
I'd eat it. Sure.
I
Often
tried.
favored by those nostalgic for the original Taco Bell.
I
Mm.
do like Taco Bell.
Yes. I miss the days of the Chihuahua, not for the Chihuahua necessarily, but because you could get a beef burrito and it was
You could go buy a combo
and
burrito.
cheese with their sauce and a tortilla, and it was cheap.
I
I
remember.
mean, what else do you need? They're making all of everything too complicated now.
I got a post here.
I think they're trying too
I'm
hard
ready.
to compete with Chipotle. You know, Chipotle fancied up everybody's expectations of, you know, all of these different, you know,
I don't even
well,
consider them the same.
No, they're like
no, they're
different
not.
experiences.
Yeah. A side note though, I had Chipotle earlier today and I tried that red chimichurri, that limited time red chimichurri. I, I, I like it. It was really good. It was a little spicier than I had anticipated, but really good flavor. I might not get my next bowl absolutely swimming in their hot sauce next time. I get 3 scoops of their hot sauce, and most of the time they look at me like they're crazy, unless I've been there, and then I'm the hot sauce guy. Um, but
And then
no.
they're like, "Oh, we know you."
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I remember. Yeah. Well, it's good to be known for something, I suppose. Um, but yeah, if you're running out to Chipotle in the near future, I recommend checking out that. It's like a buck extra for a cup of the stuff. Is good, like a nice herby, smoky flavor with the red peppers and stuff, and mixed in oil and stuff, nice and cold.
You almost make me hungry, but
I
nope.
was
Y'all
gonna
are
say that.
all
I don't
this
I
food
don't get
talk.
hungry. Sorry, dude.
Yeah,
I just ate dinner and I'm hungry again.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You
I
and I
still
must on be
feel my
different medicines.
Chipotle in my stomach, and I want another one already.
Switching meds. So I'll be starting the switch from Keppra to the Cosamide. I want to hear other people's experiences with Vimpat. I've been on Keppra for almost 5 years now, but I have been having breakthrough seizures lately, and I can't find a happy medium with Keppra anymore. I am also very sick of the anger problems that come from Keppra, so I'm looking forward to not having any more problems. What was your experience with for Vimpat? Any advice?
Vimpat's locosamide, right?
Yes.
Vimpat's cool. I like it. I mean, I don't it doesn't help my seizures 100%, but I hated Keppra. I'm with that person 100%.
It affects
I
my
had
balance.
Come again?
It affects my balance. Uh, I'm unsteady at times, especially when I first get up. I get a little bit of vertigo or dizziness, uh, but
Yeah,
it's much better than Keppra.
Yeah.
A
I get
thousand times
a
better
little
than
bit of
Keppra.
that vertigo when I like turn my head too quickly, or
Right.
when I'm riding in the car and someone coming
Yep.
up to a stop sign and they stop and come abruptly and like head jerks back and that sudden swinging and stuff. It's like I gotta hold on to something. Um, but it uh at the higher doses, Vimpat started causing a lot of mood changes in me, a lot of um, depression, very dark mood. Um, Hard to describe because not the best judge of my own objective changes in behavior, but it was described to me that I was very um, uh, um, closed off and dark was the most frequently used word at the higher dose, um, going from 150 milligrams a day to two or 150 milligrams twice a day to 250 milligrams twice a day was too much. That put me into um, you know, the danger zone, psychologically speaking. So we backed off of that, and I take 150 milligrams in the morning and 200 milligrams at night. And it's not perfect, but um it's better than 200 twice a day. Would have I recall being even better back when I was just taking 150 twice a day. But the difficulties with the Vimpat is what led it, or led it to, what led to um, my getting Lyrica added on as an adjunct medication for that. And every additional step up in Lyrica has improved my mood and um, helped reduce seizures and kind of counteracted some of the uh, negativity there. Plus, I was actually diagnosed with fibromyalgia um, back in 2016, 17, I think. And had been on Lyrica back then, had gone non-compliant when I went through a bit of a upheaval in life circumstances, and now back on the Lyrica, uh, talking my neurologist into giving me the Lyrica back. Um, Now that it's also serving as anticonvulsant, it's kind of killed two birds with one stone with that, helping um, helping with the pain there, and improving the mood. It helped with my sleep quality. I mean, honestly, I can't. There's nothing about my experience with pregabalin um, that has not been um, positive in terms of uh, balancing out and helping with um, the Vimpat there, um, but not effective on its own. So the Vimpat is the primary med, and it was definitely, I mean, definitely effective.
So it sounds like there may be mood stuff with the Vimpat too, and people with Kepra are sympathetic to what that person experienced, for sure. And there are, at least in Massachusetts, there's legal ways to take the edge off every once in a while, and I grow it. So that's my answer. C, locked in.
Um, mm,
Um,
uh,
um, what I was gonna say is, Mark, what's fibromyalgia?
Fibromyalgia is a nerve pain disorder. Um, it's um, I don't know. It going through all of the diagnostic rigmarole and everything. Um, it kind of felt like just the bucket that they put people into when they can't find anything to diagnose their pain with and stuff. I mean, the first thing on the list based on the symptoms that I have was uh, multiple sclerosis and, rule out multiple sclerosis. Well, is it this other thing? Is it that? Is it thyroid problems or this, that, or the other? Some of the symptoms were actually the focal um, episode, the tingles, unusual sensations, physical sensations, right? Yeah, okay. They didn't have an EEG hooked up to explain it at the time, so it was just part of the list of stuff that they couldn't explain, and they're like, there you go. Um, very unsatisfying to have a diagnosis of exclusion. It's like it's similar to a lot of epilepsy diagnoses now, though, that I'm hearing about. They're like, you're having seizures. Well, why? They're coming from your right temporal lobe. Well, why? They happen at night primarily. Well, but why? And they're not, there is no answer as to why these, only what and where. And that's um, maddening to a scientist, mathematician, engineer type personality who wants to dissect the universe. So, um, yeah, diagnosis of exclusion and treated with nerve pain medication. So, but really,
Here's a
not
dumb
much.
question I have. Um, well, I can make it not so dumb. I was gonna say, is it painful? But what's the pain like? Because it just said nerve pain, so
I mean, it's kind of like sciatica, sort of a lot of lower torso, legs. Um, I mean, I've been on the Lyrica long enough that it's really, I'm trying to think, what am I feeling? And it's like, well, I was pretty well taken care of with the regimen they have me on for the epilepsy, nicely enough. But, um, yeah, just kind of it's not a sharp pain. Um, it's, I don't know, diffuse. I can't pinpoint any location that it's coming from. It's just makes it hard to move and do stuff. And yeah, I don't know.
I got you. Yeah,
Mm.
very curious, but I understand what you're saying. Um, Jeff, you got something?
Yeah. Uh, uh, I'm- it's kind of interesting to me, Mark, that they did it as a diagnosis of exclusion. I was diagnosed in 1990 at the University of Miami Chronic Pain Center, and there are 13 nerve points in your lower back that they test. And I had 11 of the 13, uh, which was the highest rate they had seen. Uh, and it fe- to me, it feels more like muscle pain, or it felt more like muscle pain than it is nerve pain, but it felt more like muscle pain than nerve pain. Uh,
Like an achy muscle
yeah,
pain, or kind of like um like a sharp soreness post-workout kind of muscle,
it
or
wasn't. Uh, it wasn't like a sharp pain. It was more like a soreness, uh, achy or sore. Uh, not not sharp at all. Uh, it's kind of hard for me to differentiate at times because the arthritis pain is sharp. Um, but if I remember correctly, it was just mostly, and it still is, just soreness. Uh, and I was taking Lyrica for years, and I stopped. I don't even remember when I stopped. And it's interesting that it's lowered your threshold. I should talk to my neurologist about that as well. Um,
were you finding it ineffective when you were
no,
taking it?
no, I just stopped taking it. I figured I'm going to have the same soreness whether I take it or not.
Mm.
And and I started smoking weed, and that helped more than anything else I was doing. So
Well,
I'm
the
sorry
weed and the
about the.
Lyrica do pair very nicely. The Lyrica is relaxing, and the weed is relaxing.
Wait,
Yeah.
yeah, I'll have to talk to him about that. Um, I was just going to say I'm sorry about the camera. I'm just sitting here in the dark. Uh,
Hey, do you?
you're right, but
So,
it's not fun. The fibromyalgia.
yeah. And I mean, it, it feels weird, especially a person as young as I am and was. I mean, this was several years younger, so I was barely in my 30s, trying to explain, I'm in pain, and people look and they're like, you're perfectly healthy. You're
Yeah,
just making that up. I'm like,
I
no.
I dealt with that a lot too. I don't know when I was diagnosed with it either, but I was diagnosed with it. I think I've been on the all of those medicines you've talked about, and my description would just be everything hurts. Don't touch
yeah.
me. It was pretty much just everything hurts, don't touch me.
Did you, by any chance, watch Adult Swim back in like the late 90s, early 2000s?
I
The
don't think I
or
did.
was I don't know if it was Adult Swim or maybe it was on MTV. Do you know the Brack Show? No.
Nope.
There's a little cartoon skit they did where one of the characters wrote a song, and the song is called Don't Touch Me, and it's just this one guy, like one character beatboxing and then it stops and the main character Brack just shouts, "Don't touch me!" And then back to beatboxing, and then he shouts, "Don't touch me!" I gotta find it. I'll drop it in the.
I never watched a lot of MTV or VH1 because I was older by then.
I think I
You
watched a
know,
lot of Beavis and Butthead and Ren and
Yeah,
Stimpy.
2000.
yeah, if I was 52.
By
Yeah.
2000, I had two kids.
Yeah.
Hmm. 2000, I was doing high school boy stuff, ignoring my epilepsy.
That's
Ah,
what you do when you're in high school.
yeah. It's just like, don't tell my mom, guys.
That's what you do when you're young.
Yeah.
Well,
Um, sure, the post we were on was about switching meds from Keppra and lacosamide advice. There's only one comment, so I'll read it. It says, I'm both on Keppra and lacosamide, and well as two other AEDs since I'm drug resistant. Keppra both Keppra bothered me at first, but now with time, I can control my emotions, and anger isn't really an issue for me. I think I'm thinking once next July hits and I'm at my 1 year mark, I'll taper off the lacosamide due to the balance issues I've had recently. I spoke to my neurologist about this and we're on the same page. No changes for now, but it will be the first med to taper off of 1 year post op. You guys on anything you want to taper off?
That one
Really?
I talked about earlier that was making me lose weight, the zonisamide.
Hmm.
The doctors tried to take me off of that a few different times, and I never have. And now that I'm at another doctor and with what's going on, if they want to change my meds, I'm going to be a little more open to things, I think, at this point, as terrifying as it is to change meds.
I got something here. It says, does anyone ever wake up on the floor? I haven't had many tonic-clonic ones, but one time I just woke up on the ground, had no idea why. Like, woke up on the ground in my bedroom, and this is what happened in my mind. End quote. Wait, was I asleep? I guess I was because I'm laying next to my bed. But wait, this isn't the mattress. Am I on the floor? Why would I sleep on the floor? Okay, hold on. I gotta go get up. I'm in a rush. Okay, holy shit. Wait, what's happening? Why can't I move? My body is so sore and stiff. Fuck. This must this must be a tonic-clonic seizure. How TF did I forget what was going on? Can anyone else relate? Like waking up on the floor alone and not knowing what's going on at first, like I did. It's weird, too, because I've been on medication for years and I've been having seizures since I was 8 years old. I don't know why, but I feel like my mind reacted the way someone who's new to seizures would. I don't wake up on the floor. Um, have
I
not done
have.
that in a while. Uh, I'm probably either when I come to for some reason I'm bouncing back. Once I come to, things are past the worst parts of things, the embarrassing part and the things I've done earlier. I'm past all that. My mother usually tells me, "You were trying to leave, and I tried to stop you, and kept trying to stop you." Yeah, I'm usually past all that. I'm sitting down. Um, I think they had to bring me in a wheelchair to the living room because there's a wheelchair in the living room, and I don't know where it came from. So I'm assuming They got it when I had a seizure because it was just there after I had a seizure.
Go ahead, Jeff.
No, go ahead, Andrew.
I was just gonna say I have a few times. And I'm always really confused and trying to figure out what happened. And then I finally put it all together that, oh, you must have had a seizure. You should probably call somebody. So then it's, where's your phone? Then I got to play the where find your phone game. And once I find my phone, then it's, you know, on to the next problem. Did I
Mm-hmm.
get hurt or whatever?
Yeah, I'm glad that I didn't wake up on the floor last time. Well, I'm glad I didn't come to on the floor. When I came to, I was on the living room couch. When I had the seizure, my mother said I had a seizure and I was um, near the toilet. So I'm just imagining getting up and trying to lift myself from near the toilet. I mean, it's pretty clean in there, but just the thoughts of waking up on the floor next to the toilet. Yeah.
I
Um,
woke up on the floor once and didn't know why, didn't remember why. Got back in bed. In the morning, I saw I had two black eyes and a cut nose. And then I ordered a small bed rail from Amazon.
Good idea. Um, yeah, I've seen those before.
Yeah, I
Um,
didn't want that to happen again.
I'll read some of these comments. Waking up on the floor, someone said yes several times, especially before being diagnosed or even considering the possibility of seizures. It was creepy. Another one says, I always wake up on a stretcher, or last year in the ICU with 24 electrodes glued to my head.
Have you all been to the emergency room for seizures before?
Yes, all the time. I mean,
Yeah.
in the past was all the time. Yeah,
Jeff, you too?
Twice, I guess.
Twice?
Yeah, that I know of.
That is one experience I have yet to have.
you haven't been to the emergency room for a doctor? I mean, for a seizure?
No, I haven't had one in public either.
Oh,
I've literally the only people that have ever seen me have a seizure is my son, my mother-in-law, and my partner who is now passed. Not my ex, but
I've never had one in public, but I've
Not even like a focal, you guys?
I've had
Or
focals
are
in public, but not
yeah,
to the
I've had
emergency room.
focals. I've never had a tonic clonic out in public that
I have.
landed me in an ER. But
I
I
had
have had
focal.
a tonic clonic at home that landed me in the ER. So,
I'm pretty sure I had a focal while I was driving.
oh yeah, I've had several focals behind the wheel, but they were panic attacks at the
Right.
time. So
They were
don't worry.
panic attacks.
Nobody was in danger. I was just panicking sitting at a stoplight, you know.
I looked
Um,
out the window at a house.
yeah. Oh my God. Oh no, a house? How did you manage?
That's why I stopped driving.
Yeah. Yeah.
A few more of these comments. Uh, One says, my postictal state is rough. I wake up confused on the floor 90% of the time. Sometimes my mouth is bleeding because I bit my tongue. I'm so lucky I have a strong aura, so I sit down first. Another one says, yes, certainly. I've fallen out of bed from the seizures in my sleep. I've also just collapsed and gone unconscious when I was up and walking around normally with no normal warning at all. I think those are often called drop attacks. Um,
Often called what?
Drop attacks. In
Drop,
quote.
drop attack?
And that's what it says. In quote,
Okay.
drop attacks.
I just wanted to make sure I heard that correctly. It sounds like a good term for it. I feel like I've heard it before. It sounds familiar.
Yeah, I've heard of drop seizures. I don't exactly know the name for them. Um,
I want to say they're like atonic.
there we go.
Is that right?
Yes,
So we
also
will
known as a
call it
drop
right.
seizure.
We're
Um,
gonna say I'm right today.
Yes.
um, yeah. Atonic seizure, also known as a drop seizure, are characterized by sudden loss of muscle tone, leading to falls or drops, and are often associated with conditions like Lennox Lennox Gastaut syndrome.
Linux
Yeah.
Gusto.
Gastaut. Okay.
Yeah. Isn't that the particular type of epilepsy that really responds extremely well to CBD? Like the one type of epilepsy
Charlotte's
that
Web.
yeah, well, the Charlotte's Web, but the one that pharmaceutical company got a patent for making, like, synthesizing like a pure
Of the
CBD molecule.
Epidiolex or
Yeah,
some.
something like that. Wasn't that Lennox Gastaut?
It might be.
I, I don't know. It sounds like it's something I've heard like for a while, which makes me think it might be.
It might be true.
It might be, yeah. Yeah.
I've heard
I
it on
might,
more than one documentary, therefore it might be true.
my memory might work this time.
I got
Oh,
something here, guys. It says losing my driver's license in a low transit area.
it
Options.
sucks.
It says, hi all. I'm new here, just diagnosed with parietal lobe epilepsy. I live in California, and my doctor confirmed he will be reporting me to the DMV to revoke my driver's license due to, in quote, neglect. My loss of awareness is on one side. I didn't even tell him about the times I hit the garage. I can't even be too mad because, well, I did hit the garage, but I'm feeling a bit screwed since California isn't really known for its robust public transit. Depends on where you're at. Um,
Try living in Kansas.
yeah, okay. Um, yeah. One, has anyone here been able to get insurance to cover lifts to the doctor's office? My doctors are about an hour away with traffic. Does anyone use a tricycle? Wife doesn't trust me on a bike due to intense vertigo seizures. Recommendations would be helpful. Three, any other experience with based advice?
What was the first question?
The first one was, has anyone been able to get insurance to their doctor cover lifts to their doctor's office? My doctor and I are
Some
about an hour away with traffic.
some insurance plans will offer that if you're on like special disability plans and things like that, you can qualify for them that will have limited medical transportation stuff for things like that. But it depends on the plans you're on and where you're at.
Yeah.
So that's something you'd have to check in with insurance companies.
I'm gonna
And
finish this. Oh, go ahead
what
and
was
say
the
it.
other one? What was the second question?
Um, does anyone use like a tricycle? Wife doesn't trust
Oh,
me on a bike due to intense vertigo. Recommendations would be helpful.
yeah, I just bought one, but I haven't really used it yet because it was almost winter.
The rest of the post says minimum time in California is 3 months seizure free, and I don't see my epileptologist again until March, so I'm pretty sure I'm not able to drive at least till March or June 2026, and that's assuming my new meds work. I just had a nice event Tuesday that about knocked me over, so my hopes aren't very high for quick reinstatement. Um, yeah. Um, but with losing the driver's license in California, there's a lot. This person says there's no transport and stuff like that. There is.
Yeah. Well, I was
Everybody
going to
with
say,
health insurance that I know, well, not everybody, but more than half of the people that I know with health insurance, their health insurance helps them get places. Uh, I know on the back of my card and then on the back of my mother's card, and that's over 200 miles apart. They both have transportation and we call it. And my mom's, you say you have to set it up 5 days ahead of time. The one where I used to live, um, you can do it 48 hours ahead of time. But yeah, yeah. If you're watching this, whatever transportation you have, I mean, whatever insurance you have, you got to look on the back of the car. It might have it on there, but usually, well, I'm not gonna say usually. Um, yeah, the few counties I've been in, they always had a program to help you get to doctor's appointments. But that's California. Uh, and this person said they in California. Couple comments here. One says I have LA Care, Los Angeles County covered California, and their service that covers lift rides to appointments. Same here. There's one says we live in California, the Bay Area. We have no advice as we are new to this area. Nocturnal tonic clonic 82925. ER reported to the DMV. Doctor advised no driving until seizure free 3 months. After DMV interview, RCVD DMV letter that only stated license suspended effective 10/29/25. No time limit listed, was very vague, except how to request appeal within 14 days. We didn't, as we don't contest our decision. Second nocturnal seizure, 10/27/25, and now on Keppler, 500 milligrams 2 times a day. Clock restarted on seizure free time. My husband is has a blue collar job where he drives from job to job site. We are worried his work may let him go once he's finally released back to work. One more comment says, hi, losing your license in California completely sucks. I've gone through the process a few times. Unfortunately, the process is so slow and the DMV is very bad at notifications, so just be prepared. One time I got my suspension notice on the same day as the letter clearing me back to drive. I've never tried to use Lyft or Uber insurance thing for doctors, but I know it exists. Much like most things, it'll vary by insurance. Lyft also apparently gives discounts, but not gonna lie, never figured that out either. This is not very helpful. Sorry, just wanted to let you know you aren't alone and be prepared for the worst with the DMV. You guys have any types of anybody around that you know we can call this company or that company? And you guys' insurance take you to doctor's appointments or is it just family?
well, up until now, Liz who took me to doctor's appointments, but now uh, I have a woman that I've arranged out here to take me. Uh, and I know this person was in California. When I was in Pennsylvania, you could get a free ride easily enough. Uh, not even depending on your insurance. If you're a senior, you can get a free ride anywhere.
Mm.
Um, so, I mean, I think it's in a lot of places they have that uh, for medical and for seniors. Um, but now I've just gotten here, so it's going to take me some time to find out what's in the desert because it's a little different here.
Yeah, I just moved with my mom, and she has the program where you call an Uber for 5 days ahead of time, and they'll take you to doctor's appointments and stuff. But
Hmm.
there is one program she told me about. They have this thing where they're in town, and they'll take you anywhere in town for $5. And that doesn't
Right.
specify specifically with doctors. They have a program where they'll take you anywhere in town, and it's like some bus program.
Yeah, there's something like that here. I think I, I'm not sure if there was a monthly subscription or something, but there it was. I don't know. My mother just told me about it, but I believe it was anywhere in the county.
Mm.
It may have been county specific. I'm not sure, but um, $5 sounds eerily similar. I wonder if they're doing it like nationwide and just regional, um, regional versions of it. Because I doubt they'd give you a $5 ride across the country, you know. But
That'd be
what
nice.
was, what's it called over there?
Um, I have no idea. My mom told me about it. I haven't used it yet, but she told me there's a program where I can go anywhere. And every time we decided we should go somewhere, we just never decided to call them. Um, but they have it for people who don't want to do other things. But yeah, a lot of things, like things that I need basically, like food, the cannabis club, and the grocery store, they're pretty much decent distance away. You can walk, and they're right there. Um, other than that, we don't really need to call those people, but they have it, I'm sure. I do have a post here. It says, I am in severe pain from biting my tongue. It's been 3+ days. Anyone have any suggestions? I'm not new to this, but I'm looking for ideas. I've had this mouthwash for mouth sores and used it. I use Oragel numbing solution every few hours, but I'm hoping to get this to go away enough to stop hurting enough. It hurt so much to the point where my eyes are watering. Last night, when I put the Oragel on after it woke me up, my tongue was bleeding. It's unbearable. Suggestions on the severe tongue pain. Um, I've heard that peroxide helps. I heard that it is gross, but I heard that it does help. Um, yes, and I can't imagine it having a good taste, but they say it tastes bad and it works.
I mean, if it's that painful that it's unbearable, it might be worth just going to a dentist. They're like, I don't know, you don't want to mess with infection if that's something that's going on there. Um,
Maybe it needs stitches.
yeah, I, I don't know. I'm careful about mouth stuff like that. It's Um,
Yeah, I know what you mean.
it's easy for it to run away into a big problem quickly.
Some of the comments here. One says popsicles, ice creams, and ice cubes. Maybe a milkshake or a smoothie. Another comment says drink cold water, avoid hot things, and give it time. Try not to touch it too much or rub it on your teeth. Limit your talking as well. Another one says salt water will kill it. Bacteria has salt water solution will kill bacteria and has analgesic properties. Did I say that right?
Analgesic.
Analgesic.
Analgesic. Yeah.
Analgesic. Mm-hmm.
That means pain relieving.
Hydrogen peroxide is your friend, diluted 50% with water, then just give it some time. Um, Another one that says pop signals, but mostly be patient and no painkillers. And one more. It says occasional use of Oragel will numb it, pour tongue into oblivion. I know the feeling. I was in constant and severe pain from biting my tongue. And then 3 weeks later, within a couple days of it fully healing here I am, starting all over again. I just wish someone gave a crap without way overreacting or not reacting at all. Anyway, Oragel, cheap and effective, will numb your tongue. My tongue hurts now, but I just chewed on it and moved on. I didn't chew through it or anything, luckily, but yeah, I bit it on the right side and I bit my lip. You guys bite your lips? Or my lips just big? Um, I just get in the way sometimes. For those with temporal lobe epilepsy, I'm not sure if that's what I have or if that's what anyone has here, but I'll read it. It says, for those of you who have temporal lobe epilepsy, how does deja vu feel for you? Does it ever make you question reality? It definitely does for me. I sometimes wonder if multiverse could ever exist. Where would another version of us is doing the same exact thing at the same exact time? It's hard to describe the feeling itself beyond calling it deja vu. The medical explanation is that our memories overlap, old and new blending together, making the moment feel real when it isn't. The actual that actually makes sense to me. It could even explain why I sometimes feel like I'm in two places at once. It's so bizarre. Um, I can't explain deja vu because I don't have an explanation for it. I don't have an explanation for deja vu. I've heard Toaster say a lot about it, but I haven't had to deal with it.
That's what I was going to say. I believe Toaster was talking about it earlier.
Yeah, she's great with deja vu and deja reveille and a few other dejas. She knows all the differences and all that good stuff. I got some comments here. One says, rising sensation also feel Jamas vu, where a familiar place, person, or word suddenly feels new and unfamiliar, which is unsettling as fuck. Another one here says, it's so hard to describe for me. It's existing memory, but with a negative tint.
Is Mark
Like,
having a seizure?
good, good. You scared me.
The
Hmm?
I'm sorry, it's hard to think right now.
Um,
That's okay,
just,
as long as you're okay.
yeah, as long as you're okay. I
I
have your
might
phone
flip
number.
my magnet just for funsies, I guess. just in case.
Yeah, have your emergency contact information. All right. Mark, you scared me, man.
He's laughing.
I know. That's why I'm like, man, you scared me. Now you're laughing. Um, yeah.
Sorry, I thought the microphone was on.
Actually, Andrea, you scared me.
I think he's playing with us.
He
Um,
was sitting there and all like he had his head down for a minute and all of a sudden he started jerking and I couldn't really see what was going on and I'm just like, is he okay?
just coughing, coughing, and then trying to talk, and it's hard to think. So I swiped the magnet just for fun, and it's very different swiping it today than it was yesterday before they kicked me up 2 notches. So, um,
how does it
yeah,
feel?
it caught me by surprise that that's the first time I swiped at this level.
How does it feel?
Uh, s- uh,
Shocking.
uh,
Sounds
uh
like.
it's, it, yeah, kind of fucky, I guess. This is weird, like tickle in my chest and a tight, but a tickle, but a hoarse, and I feel like I can't talk so well now. I definitely feel the vocal stuff that they talk about, the side effects there. So, um, but it's coming back down now, I think. Maybe. I don't know. Um, but it took me by surprise. It's kind of funny. But it worked. Yeah. Uh,
Glad your magnet worked.
Yeah.
yeah.
Should I move
Sorry,
forward?
sorry I scared you.
Should I move forward, Mark? All right.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be a little bit more in the background, maybe. I'm not
Understand.
sure.
Um, One here, the comment says, yesterday I visited a hotel that I'd never stepped into before in my life and had ever seen pictures of the inside. Everything about it felt like I had been there before, and I knew what to expect in every layout detail before walking into every room. I don't know how to explain it. Another one says, it's a heavy feeling. It's a heavy feeling. I've experienced it before, and I know what's going to happen next, but it's like dreaming in my head while unconscious. A few more comments. One says, oh, yes, I hate it. My deja vu is a little different. I feel like I see memories that are a little clear and think they have happened in this life, but I never recall them happening in this life. It's so confusing. So I feel it's the past life thing. God knows it's the worst feeling. Then I see bright lights and a Zoom type. Um, I'm not sure that's the word they want to use. A Zoom type effect and get cut off from the surroundings. One more comment. It says, I was just talking with this with my friends. I was diagnosed with MTS. I have been having deja vu for so often. I thought I was going crazy. It wasn't until I had a heart attack in July at only 37 that I found out I've been having temporal lobe seizures. That sucks. I mean, to have that just to point out that I'm having seizures.
Pookie, something in that thing didn't make sense to me. How did he have a heart attack and find out he was having seizures from his heart attack? That doesn't make any sense. Having had a heart attack and having heart issues, why
Um,
would they? Why would they check for seizures?
that is a very good question.
Maybe if
Um,
the patient starts having a seizure while in their care.
Yeah, but okay, but that's kind of not the way he put it.
Oh,
yeah.
I guess he
yeah, I might
left
have
it
missed it.
open to interpretation.
Could having a seizure lead to a heart attack?
Hmm. I don't know.
I don't know, Mark, but he said he had a heart attack, which led them to know he had seizures.
Um,
It seems kind of backwards. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah,
Just doesn't make sense.
yeah, maybe they're just a bad writer. On the internet, can you imagine?
No, impossible.
I gotta read it one more time because it says I was just talking about this with my friends. I was just diagnosed with MTS. I need to know what MTS is. Having deja vu so often, I thought I was going crazy. It wasn't until I had a heart attack in July that I found out I've been having temporal lobe seizures. Anybody know what MTS is?
I'm seeing a couple different diagnoses here. May Turner syndrome, MTS. They're talking about how it's diagnosed with imaging. And then something called Muir syndrome, MTS, involves examining skin tumors and testing for genetic mutations, and then mesial temporal sclerosis. That's the one I know I've heard before. Diagnosed through medical imaging of the brain. Okay.
But none of that has anything to do with the heart.
That's the last one sounds like the most likely mesiotemporal.
Yeah. Sclerosis. That
Yeah,
one.
that's
That
the
still doesn't have
isn't
anything to do with the heart, though.
sclerosis
Yeah.
doesn't
Sure.
sclerosis mean isn't it a term for like lesions or something in the brain, like multiple sclerosis? Is that
Mm,
multiple?
Isn't it narrowing of
yeah.
the vein?
Abnormal hardening of tissue. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the
So that is, but if they're looking at the brain, that doesn't have anything to do with how they are in the heart.
I mean, I'm not surprised they don't give more details on the diagnosis, but I'm
Yeah,
sure
it
there was
just seems
something left
strange.
out. Yeah, it was probably just something left out.
Got something. It says attending university with limitations. I made a post about in another community about this and was told to post about it here to possibly get better responses. I plan on going back to university one day. The problem is that my mom most likely won't let me drive back and forth because of me being epileptic. I'm an adult also, by the way. My job is 30-ish minutes away, and she has a problem with me driving myself there. My university is around an hour away. Hmm. Um, Driving honestly takes a lot out of me anyway, so I don't think I will be up to doing it regardless. I would like to attend university completely online to avoid issues. I want to know what's y'all's experience with university has been. Did you attend on physical campus or did you choose the online route like I want to do? If you chose online, how was it? Do you feel like it made things harder when it came to job hunting and networking? I want to know it all. Before someone asks, there's no public transport. Also, every university is an hour or more away. So I can't pick any other ones. Try online if you can. I have not did the online. Um, but I heard it's good. I heard it works for some people. Um,
Yeah, the physical campus does offer networking opportunities between your peers that is not available in an online course, you know, and online coursework. Like one of my best friends of my entire life, I met at the college campus, and we went through, and the help that I gave him studying and that he gave me studying, you know, um, was a tremendous help. I don't think I'd have graduated without him. He says the same about me. And um, his connection, he's the one who got me my job, my foot in the door, or he was my foot in the door at Siemens when I got my first job after graduating. So, um, it's convenient um, to take the courses online, but you know, you, I don't know if the Zoomer social culture has changed, and you know, there might be less emphasis of social interaction between peers on campus, and um, I don't know, what I had experienced there might not be representative of what uh, OP would experience now, but um, if that's still a thing that's happening, then that is an opportunity that will absolutely be missed out on in online degrees, online coursework, just
I
by
can
definition.
I
Yeah, go
can
So,
ahead, Toaster.
well, I can provide mom's eye on that subject. Um, my daughter was in college during COVID, so she's had both Zoom classes and in-person classes, and there were positives for both. Being at home, she didn't have to worry about food. She didn't have to worry about food, um, or a place to well, you didn't have to worry about place to sleep when you're at dorms. Overall, she said that she enjoyed her experience when she was actually able to go to the college and really interact with that person on the other side of the screen. Now, that being said, I think we interact just fine, but I don't think we've had the 60 students in one Zoom meeting.
that
But
would be
Mark,
crazy.
you're also forgetting that he has to drive an hour each way every day. That's a lot for an epileptic to handle
Oh, yeah.
when he shouldn't even be driving.
Right.
I mean, yes, there's a lot
yeah,
more to
well,
be with an in-campus experience, but
I'm
if you have to
not
drive an
forgetting
hour
it.
each day,
I'm just pointing out that the networking opportunities and stuff, the connections made at a college campus are something that just by definition will not be made in an online class. And whether or not that outweighs any drawbacks of the commuting is something that will have to be evaluated on an individual basis. But
If they get into
in my
dorms,
case, I would never have managed to get uh, the engineering career that I had were it not for the connections that I made in and on-campus coursework. Um, and that would, regardless of commute time, have been true.
You're
You
right.
know,
And obviously is forgetting is the wrong word. I didn't mean it that way. I just meant that it's a long commute for this person
yeah,
when he
yeah,
shouldn't be driving.
Mhm.
There's a lot that goes into maintaining a college career.
Yeah.
yeah. And even if they do opt for the on-campus experience, uh, being swayed by my point there, there's also no guarantee that you will connect with somebody who will end up leading to a job there. So, there's I mean, no guarantees in anything in life, but there's the commute time to consider, and there's the fact that um, you may end up making the friend of your life. You may end up, you know, finding it's not for you and going to online coursework anywhere. Or you may decide that higher education is not for you, period. But that's part of what's both terrifying and exciting about being that age. And,
Yeah.
you know,
What's up,
it's,
Toaster?
oh no, I was holding my hand up where the that when Mark said, or you might find that higher education isn't for you.
Oh, okay. Thought you
yeah,
were raising your hand.
yeah. So,
It didn't survive.
I got some comments here. One says, "So I am attending university that literally more than 2 hours away from public transportation. Honestly, I don't know how I get through the year and half, because sometimes I just spend 5 hours traveling. It is hard because I had gone seizure free for 3 years and I started college and I had two seizures the same year. Mine is nocturnal as well and not severe compared to many others, but medications make it harder. I feel so tired just by traveling. I hope my degree will be worth it, will be worth all this effort." Me too.
I believe any degree is.
Mm.
But then again, I'm a mom and I really want my son to go to college, all of them, or
Yeah,
technical degree.
I
Trade
want my
school
kids
would
to
be
go to
good.
school. Um, Another comment here says, "Before day one, introduce yourself to the office at your university that handles student disabilities and reasonable accommodations. Go through their process to get approval for RAs. Someone with epilepsy can absolutely excel at university. I have done in person and online classes. It makes no difference. You can succeed. Get the RA letter in place first so that if you have a seizure and miss several days of school, they don't fail you."
RA equals resident advisor or
Mhm.
residential advisor, which might not work if they're not a resident. RAs are usually other students who live in the dorms, go to the college, and are paid to basically be moderators.
basically kill all the parties and make sure that, like, curfews met and that um, no alcohol in the dorms, and
If crisis happens, because mental crisis do happen, they're
yeah,
the first responders.
first aid, trained in first aid and shifts overnight. But yeah,
So in this case, if
my mom
the
was an RA, and
oh,
she told me that
yeah.
her job was really busting part. There were no first aid emergencies. She was the buzzkill. She didn't use
She's a
those
paid
words.
buzzkill.
Yeah, she
Some are
didn't use those
paid
words.
like normal, some are just paid by cutting your bill. Some are paid both ways. Depend
Mm.
on the university.
Um, forgot what I was gonna say.
Sorry.
It's not your fault.
Could it
I'm in a
also
weird
stand
headspace.
for administration, resident administration?
It could, but I always
She's
heard it as
if
residence
she,
advisor from my dad.
yeah, if they're a student on campus and they've got like an administrative wing to handle the accommodations, maybe. I'm just trying to think of what those letters could mean.
That's
Because
true.
an RA really does nothing, you know. I don't know.
Back in the dark ages, it was resident advisor.
Okay.
I know that's how it is for the university my dad worked for.
Oh, your dad works for college?
Probably still
Nice.
is.
Used to. He retired. Longest serving faculty.
Oh, nice. He must get like mad respect and gifts.
47 years.
What's
Oh.
his field? If
Finance and Jewish history.
I'm
Now, of
sorry.
course,
I don't know why that's funny.
I know it's a very weird pairing, and he had to kind of drop the um, history class when, well, the political climate started going bad.
people are assholes,
Yep, and then he retired, so it didn't matter.
but very, very cool.
Yeah.
A scholarly
A scholarly
family.
gentleman.
Yes, yes. Great way. Great way to put it. I like that.
I got another one here, guys.
Right.
Got one that says, "Can migraines indicate a seizure is coming? This will be the third day of having head migraine. It feels like my head is being squeezed and moves around, which is similar to what the beginning of my seizures felt like. So it makes sense for me to be nervous. I never had migraines until I started having focal aware seizures a month ago. Although I had frequent headaches that I thought were tension headaches, but they get worse with a little sleep. And I noticed I had a bad headache behind my eyes before most of my episodes. The seizures are undiagnosed or mostly in or around my sleep. And I did notice my heart rate went from 158 in my sleep the morning before the migraine started. So I wonder if I'm having unconscious events and it could be postictal headache. I'm awaiting my EEG results. Does anyone have any pre-ictal migraines? How long do they last? Pre-ictal.
Pre-seizure.
I know. I was just
Oh,
thinking. I never
sorry.
heard it.
I get headaches,
Is
but
that
not. I wouldn't call them migraines. Pre-seizure, I get like in the left side of my uh, head. I get a slight headache.
Okay.
is that an like perhaps an atypical aura slash focal, whatever we're
Yeah,
calling
yeah.
it? Yeah. Yeah, so it may be part of the seizure itself.
Right. Because I never get headaches. Other than that, I've never gotten headaches throughout my whole life.
Hmm.
And all of a sudden I'm getting this, and just in this one spot. And then, after post-ictal is my whole head. But before the seizure, it's just in this one spot.
I'm curious whether did you have headaches while you were in the EMU?
I don't remember.
Okay, but fair.
I and I didn't know I was having a seizure, so I don't even remember the episode where I was having the seizures.
Well, now I'm curious of what you said is a type of aura, and people often say auras are seizures. So
Yeah,
yeah, I think you has me
Can you
curious.
have a
that's
can
why
you
I
have a
got off
cluster of
earlier.
seizure? I mean, of auras.
I'm sorry.
I said, can you have a cluster of auras? Since
That's
your
what I was
auras are
just
seizure.
having.
Oh, okay.
That's why I got off earlier. I
Uh,
first I was getting headache, then I started getting dizzy, then I started getting nauseous.
glad you sat down. Well, you were already sitting, but
Yeah, that's why I got off and I went to lie down.
Hmm. Okay.
You posted that and I responded that's what I was
Oh,
having.
I haven't been able to check because I'm here. Yeah, but I did notice there is
Junie,
notifications.
yes, I know, you like him.
Um,
She likes your voice.
oh, nice. I like dogs, so I don't even know what you said, but it's nice because I like dogs.
Well, she likes someone's voice because she keeps trying to get into here and into the phone. So
Oh,
someone's voice she's liking.
she
Who's
wants to
in
be
that
over
voice?
here
Maybe
in
she
this.
wants to participate.
Zoom meeting? I thought you said Zoomies.
Hopefully, it's not because she has seizures.
No,
Oh man,
she hasn't.
you got
She
anything to
has.
contribute?
Dogs know what
Oh,
they like right away, and she's heard all of our voices for hours and hours on end.
oh
So,
yeah.
yeah, that hyperactivity when somebody starts talking is very telling.
Well,
It's
my
really cute
Oh, and now
microphone
she's
was
interested in
on
something
mute,
else.
so it
That's the
definitely
ADHD.
wasn't me that
because
she
it was
liked.
me talking. You know,
Okay, so it's someone else.
Um,
Okay, don't jump.
it was
Don't
Pookie's
jump.
voice. Case closed.
I'm gonna actually do this with my mom. Uh,
Yay!
Hey, mom.
yeah, she embarrassed me at the hospital. She told the lady post-ictal was the process before. She's like, I noticed when he was
Oh,
post-ictal, when I seen him, he was acting weird. And she was like, this was after the seizure? And she was like, my mom was like, no, this is before the seizure. The lady's like, this isn't post-ictal. We can't let that happen again. We got to educate people. And I told myself that she has to be a part of this and she needs to listen. And I told her all that. She's like, all right, son, I'll listen. There is the only comment here to that. Can migraines indicate seizures is coming? The only comment here says, my first migraine caused my very first seizure. Doctors aren't completely sure they are related, but migraines were controlled. Less seizures. The brain is a mystery.
This one's asking about how to lessen headaches without medication. Don't know how to start this. What'd you say?
this is true.
Oh, okay.
My mind jumped to gummies, but that's kind of medication. So,
Lovely. Don't know how to start this, but I've been having some problems with headaches after seizures. I take proper medication for it, but it just doesn't go away. Can anyone recommend a tea, food, or exercise, something, anything? And before people get mad, I know that headaches are just part of the problem, and my doctor said that there's nothing wrong with what's happening after the seizures,
Mm.
but I have hope that something that
Mark's
can at least lessen it.
Mark UK.
So
Okay.
yeah, this one's just asking about anything to help with the headaches.
A very, very tight hat.
Quiet. Oh, okay.
Well, or a bandana, a pirate bandana. Seriously, these little head wraps, they look like pirate bandanas, and they wrap and they tie right there and they press right against your temples and right there and they help feel good.
There's like little beads and
No,
stuff.
it's just a strap, really, and then you tie it
Like
tight.
Johnny Depp in,
Yes,
or the lead singer of Poison, Bret Michaels.
I think they're just called headbands.
Uh,
They look like pirate caps or pirate bandanas to
Like
me.
Sebastian Bach, didn't he? Didn't he wear a bandana?
Nobody jumps to mind after Johnny Depp for me.
Lead singer of Scorpions. Anybody?
Oh, my mind's going blank.
No. Guest
Most
on
people,
Trailer Park
the number
Boys.
one comment on that one is just telling people to try marijuana. They're saying that makes things a tons better. Migraines, pain, stress, anxiety, and that one got a lot of likes.
That's a medicine.
I guess that is just the number one, but I
Oh,
don't
I
know.
guess weed tea.
I guess well it does. Yeah, I was gonna say it does. Let's see. Yeah, they don't specify anything about. I think it does insinuate that they're talking about pills when they say medication. So that's just the assumption. On somebody, the username on this one's Coffee Lover, saying, I usually have headaches for days after a seizure. The best advice I can give is sleep as much as you can, easy on the screen time, and if you can have as much quiet time as possible.
Can we
I
say
mean,
Jeff
we're
101?
good.
Weed helps everything.
Right. It does. And it's an all natural. What could be better than that?
Exactly.
Jeff 101, weed, period.
Oh,
Oh, weed is good. That's Jeff 101. Anti-weed laws are bad.
that's Jeff 102.
We're gonna publish for sure.
Oh, right. She doesn't
Gotta
care, like
make
my
sure
parents.
I'm so okay with
all the
vaping.
lava
Oh,
lamps are lined up nice and
I
straight.
forgot.
Can
She's
you
cool.
see?
She's no
Yeah,
square.
Mark, you didn't even have that view the whole time. Good, that's cool.
Oh, I love the purple and orange one.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Is that the
orange
latest
is like one
edition?
of my favorite colors.
Yeah, I just fixed it. It had separated, the wax had separated into the paraffin and the microcrystalline wax. So um, there was a glob of it that always floated up at the top and would not get back down. And then there was the bulk of it that was down at the bottom and would only occasionally send a big glob up. So I managed to get a big glob up to combine with the stuff,
Up
the
there.
bit like always up at the top, and I turned it off like immediately there, and it cooled down enough to and solidified overnight so that the next morning it was able to float back down. The weight of the blob that went up and connected with what was up there pulled that back down, and then over a few days of just leaving it on really low heat, essentially like the culinary equivalent of like just simmering it. It all just kind of
Slow cook.
melted it together into a single thing, and now it sends, multiple blobs up. I have to turn the temperature down to get it to flow like this, otherwise it'll overheat. So it's actually functioning like a lava lamp globe should. So I'm trying to get the same thing to work with that the blue green lamp down at the end, second from the end
Hmm.
down there. So that
Neon
one's
green.
got its top glob dragged down there. It's in the middle of its simmer stage right now. So um yeah, fingers crossed that the blue green will be floaty, globby and stuff all again. But it's weird that it looks purple down at the bottom there because this is like the ruby red color. So what it looks like up at the top
Really?
is what it looks like all the way through. So it's got to be like a camera artifact or something about the lighting. But
Yeah, because
it
it looks
looks,
purple and orange to me.
it might be the uh, blue lava lamp
Right behind it.
behind it because the oh, actually I need to turn it down a little bit. This wax is a little bit transparent, so it might be picking up. And a lot of the light from up here might be refracting through the curved bottle with the really clear liquid in there and sending it through the bright red. Um, and when the two, or once the light is um passing through the red semi-transparent liquid there, and it's inside every single bit of the interior surface of the wax, um forms a reflective surface, so it'll bounce that blue around until it eventually gets up to a point where it passes through the transparency. So that's why it'll kind of start to look a bit more diffuse like that. So
Hmm.
um, yeah, it's really interesting. Optics and radiation heat transfer are cool stuff.
You teach us something every day. I know that.
Yeah, like
Something useless every day.
I never owned a lava lamp. I didn't even know you could change the temperature. I thought you just turn it on and you turn it off. But
Most lava lamps
you're
do. I buy
My mom won't let me get
a
one.
little adjustable dimmer switch on them so that I can slide it up and down because especially when you have this many all lined up together, they're all heating each other next to each other. So I got to turn the light down. Otherwise, they'll all just burn up. So if each of them was just standing alone, there'd probably be much less of a need for the dimmers. But even so, it's still my preference to have a dimmer on it. Just,
Did you put in the dimmers
some,
yourself?
huh?
Or is it plugged, or is it, um, did you um plug in the dimmers yourself, or is it incorporated in the lamp itself? Come with the lamp
Um,
or on the lamp. There we
the
go.
some of them, excuse me, the old vintage lamps. Some of them had a little dial dimmer built in, like inline, um, so that you click off, but dial turn up all the way up to 100, whatever, but or 11. Um, but the modern lamps just have a little on-off switch. So I've got these little um, you know, variable things, a little slider. So this plugs into the outlet, and then the lava lamp plugs into that outlet thing, and that slider there gives a dimmer control over the outlet or the output to the lava lamp. So, same
We
thing.
have a couple of those in our house. Well, not
I've,
lava lamps, but the dimmy thingies.
yeah, all of these except the very end, all of them are on dimmers. Um, but the red, like wizard hat looking thing and this the biggest one, tallest one here, both have little dials built in on
Oh yeah,
um,
go get mom.
um,
Oh yeah.
the um,
Oh, nothing.
uh, the power
I'm
cord.
just chatting
Little.
it up.
So I've thought about going and getting those and like installing them in line on the power cords of the lamps that I've got going because it would save so much space not having to have these, little
Boards.
all over every one of them, instead just, right there on the power cord. Seems like a no-brainer, but it takes effort. So,
Do they make just off the top of your head, if you know, do they make lava lamps that come with timers and automatically turn off?
not to my knowledge.
Yeah, that's
Definitely
what I thought.
not definitely not the name brand lava.
That's the reason why my mom won't let me get one.
You can
Yeah,
plug it into a timer.
you can get a timer for it.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah.
Just get a
And
regular
into
timer and
the
plug it in.
timer you can plug a dimmer and have the best of all worlds.
What if you
That's gonna
sleep
be
with
my
it on
next
low?
case.
If you sleep
Expert, you're muted.
Mark, you are muted.
if it's too low, it won't flow. So
We want
yeah.
the flow.
Um, honestly, they don't get hot enough to cause a fire. It's
Oh,
like um, 90 to 100 degrees Fahrenheit. So,
that's not
um,
bad.
no, it's not bad.
Okay,
Hard
when I
So
enough
make
to,
make my next case tour, I have
yeah,
more information.
yeah.
This one is talking about lorazepam before an event. Has anyone used lorazepam before something important to try to prevent a seizure during that event? I've had a few breakthrough, partial, and absent seizures over the last few months. 5. I need to go to a work party out of town this week. I'm so nervous I will have an episode in front of my coworkers. I will be with them for about 6 hours, and I need to not have an episode during that time. I know lorazepam is prescribed as a rescue med, not the preventative, but has anyone ever used it to fend off a seizure? Lorazepam does not knock me out. I'll be awake the entire time, so that is not a problem. My neurologist said he's okay with me doing this, but I'm just curious if anyone else has.
I got lost on what Kate's post was. Toast you
Oh,
medical?
yes, it was about a medication that I can't remember, but
Okay,
I know
sorry
I'm
about
Talking
not
that.
on it
rescue
currently.
before.
It's a rescue medication, and
Razpam, right?
yes, and that they were wondering if um Wait, it's not a rescue, and they were wondering if they can use it as a rescue.
Okay, this one was
Say that
actually
again.
talking about using the medicine before it happens. So the OP is nervous about doing a work thing this weekend, and they want to know if they should take the lorazepam on the way. And I've never heard of
Preventative
that
measure.
before. Exactly. I've never heard of a preventative medicine that exists. And
It's like taking a Xanax before you go, right?
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
take
that's
my
what they're asking. Just has
clonazepam
anybody else done
before
this?
something all the time, you know. It, yeah. Uh, and if their doctor says they don't see a problem with it, um, do it. I mean, come on. If it's something that you're concerned about, whatever circumstances enough to be asking your doctor about it, and your doctor gives you the okay, you don't really need the permission of more like internet strangers. Um, Follow your doctor's advice and take your medication like you need to. I, I, I don't know.
Doctor said that was okay, Mark?
Yes.
That would work?
That's what the end of the post said, that their doctor said it was okay to take their rescue lorazepam as a preventative for something.
It's
And
still a rescue.
yeah,
It's
Excuse me, Mom.
rescuing
Then
yourself
why the
before
fuck
you
is
need it.
she asking us?
right. Yeah. Why is this even a question? I don't know. My clonazepam is to um uh uh
Do you need
for aura clusters, and I take it before I'm in a situation where I don't even want to get to one, or like where it would be difficult to avoid um the SeaWorld this past, before going to a theme park, I don't want to be in a situation where I'm counting vocals and feeling on edge all the time. I take the clonazepam and have a fun day with the kids, the clonazepam makes it that much more fun. It's a good day. So, um,
Hmm.
yeah,
Hi,
I,
Kate.
um,
Mom's got a mom.
I'd just be repeating myself at
Speaking of
this
moms,
point.
My mom's gonna read this one. Got something, you guys.
What I'm reading.
Hold that.
Had a seizure last Saturday.
No, you gotta read the.
Oh, not trying to spam, but what can I do and how long should it take to get back to normal or semi-normal? Okay, the question is, had a seizure last Saturday. Got some good advice here for my tongue that of course needs time to heal. But how long should it take to start having the normal chemicals released in my brain? I've been feeling sad since I had it, and not necessarily for any reason. Also, my sexual function doesn't seem to be there right now. Also, my heart rate doesn't seem to want to get higher. And how I know it was pounding like crazy after I had the seizure. Not sure what's going on or how long it's going to take. I got protein shakes and stuff for some meals if it hurts too much. And I also get my vitamins in. I also feel lack of motivation. Is this showing lack of serotonin and other chemical productions?
Usually, how long it take me to get back to normal? Get a good sleep overnight one time, or if it's in the daytime, I get a good nap all the way until I actually need to sleep, and then I can't sleep because I took a long nap. Uh,
It
yeah,
takes you about a good 24 hours to
there we go.
start looking like yourself. Your eyes, that gloss is gone. That's how I can tell when he's getting ready to have a seizure. Like on Friday when he had one, uh, his eyes get glossy. They get like a certain look. His whole face just looks different. He
We
acts
were
different. He
so
says
impressed by you.
off the wall shit sometime, and I'd be like, "Oh man, here we go. It's time." So I know that certain things, or if he don't eat, he'd be like, "I'm not hungry," and he like to eat. He won't eat all day. I know that's a sign. Or in them eyes, in the weird conversations. I'd be like, okay, let me get my mommy bear guard on. My sunshine need me right now. Huh.
Well, we were impressed that you were able to tell long before he was like, I gotta go.
I knew something was wrong
Yes,
that
it
morning
was
when he woke up. Yeah.
very impressive. You told all of us, be on the lookout.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I knew something was wrong. He wasn't acting like himself. Um, like I said, his eyes was glossy. He didn't want to hit the joint. I knew something was wrong.
Oh, that
He,
is weird.
That's it.
my smoking buddy, so yeah. But I'm glad he here with me because, too many people don't take seizures. To me, people don't take them serious, and this
Or
is
over
y'all life.
serious.
This is y'all's life. You could have a seizure and might not come back from it. And I don't think people understand that part, you know, but I do.
I
I'm
think
not
we're
leaving
all
my
glad that
seizure.
he's with you too.
Oh, yes.
Say that again.
That we're all glad that you're with your mom too.
Yeah. I hope all you guys got somebody that can be there for you, and really take this shit serious and know that this is y'all life in a bottle. This right here. Y'all life in a bottle.
Excuse me, I'll try to come back.
It's okay, Jeff. He's feeling sparky.
Aw.
All right.
Hope you feel better, man.
Um, the only comment to that post says first seizure, or have you been experiencing them for a while? For me, it can take up to 4 days for medication to build up in your system. Depending on the medication, they can also cause some mental shifts. AED medicines are in the same class as benzos and bipolar drugs. It takes some time to get used to them. I've tried 5 different types of pills, and has its own set of side effects, which I call, in quote, bonuses.
And benzos are bipolar drugs, right?
Benzos are a lot of drugs. Those are Benadryl, Ativan.
Cocktail.
Can you guys give me some? Um, I don't know all the benzos. I only took a few.
Yeah, not Benadryl. Uh,
Ativan,
um, Ativan, lorazepam. So I'm trying to think of
Klonopin,
Let's see.
brand names.
Xanax,
Yeah,
Klonopin's one, yeah.
Klonopin, Xanax, um,
Nasalium.
Valium.
Valium, uh,
Wait,
uh,
Nasalium a benzo?
Nasalam. Yeah, so midazolam, um, um,
Benzos. This is Dr. Google. Oh, Google.
clobazam,
Benzos, short for benzodiazepines. Wow, I cannot.
benzodiazepine.
Those are
Benzodiazepine.
class of prescription psychoactive drugs that have a calming effect on the central nervous system.
GABA A receptor.
Yes.
positive modulator.
I got another one. I'm not sure. Oh no, we don't have this. Kate's not here either.
Yeah.
One about the RNS, but we'll go to another one. This says behavior and sleep. Pre-seizure. My husband is post two nocturnal tonic-clonic seizures.
Mm.
Both times I was awoken by him actively seizing in bed. Started Keppra immediately after the second seizure in the ER and taking 2 times daily since last night. Just before I was going to sleep, I heard him making a weird noise and looked over. His mouth was moving like he was smacking lips or trying to swallow, very hard to explain. His hand was opening and closing a few times. It was giving me possible oncoming seizure vibes, so I tried to wake him by calling his name and nudging his arm. Normally, he wakes up easily. This time, he was not. Then his eyes opened, but were staring ahead blankly and still not responding. I jumped up and kept calling his name, and he finally responded to me, but seemed a bit confused. I explained to him what I was seeing. He kind of shrugged and settled back into sleep. I don't know if this was anything or nothing. It was something I had never seen before, but again, was giving me seizure vibes. Anyone experience anything like this behavior, like this sort of behavior? I've never been
Seizure,
told that.
seizure vibes. That's what I talk about. That you have.
No, he's talking about that happened in particular. Did I do that in my sleep?
You have the jerk stuff going on.
Oh man, I didn't know that.
That
Well,
Well,
sounds like
everyone, well, not
the
everyone, but a lot of people do like kick in their sleep, but it's sounding like this is more intense than just a bad dream, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
yeah,
he's
it
smacking his
sounds like
lips.
the um frontal lobe video that my uh epileptologist saw that I showed them that I described earlier came with that heart rate spike and everything. It was making weird movements with my arm and kind of grabbing and my head turned and um making weird movements um that look kind of beyond what you normally see when someone's kind of moving a little bit during REM sleep and stuff. Um, uh, so I don't know. That sounds like something I've seen in my own um,
Recordings.
recordings, yeah, nanny cam videos and stuff, and
Yeah, that
something that
nanny
my
cam.
epileptologist agreed.
They focus
Mm.
specifically on epilepsy as
Full
a
disclosure, I've
neurologist.
taken my medicines, so I'm
Yeah,
starting to
well,
feel them. I'm
yeah. So
going to
whatever they,
lay down. I'm still here.
Thank
gotcha.
God.
Me too.
Thank God.
Um, there's only one comment here, and it says doesn't seem normal and definitely worth noting and discussing with his doctor. Does anyone have any experience quitting cannabis?
Mm.
I do
Well,
not, but we will
like
see.
quitting and then going back and then quitting and going back. Sometimes not because I wanted to.
Have you guys noticed now that cannabis has become legal? Yeah, there's
Mostly.
all kind of stuff wrong with it. They got names for it that's not good for you, and I'm like, oh my gosh, why?
Yeah, unfortunately, the new farm bill's going to kill a lot of that. So I mean, in legal states in California,
Mhm.
there probably is not going to be much change. But in other states, like North Carolina, that has the Delta 9 loophole, that's gotten crushed. So that's okay. I have a I have a best friend in California.
Right, that part right there.
Good to know.
Yeah,
I got something here.
I miss me some like good old uh Hindu Kush or Northern Lights or something or some Durban poison or Acapulco Gold. Like everything these days is some hype strain crossed with some other hype strain from some, hyped cross from so many years ago. It's also inbred and interbred that it's just I don't know.
I just want some kosher diesel.
There's nothing exciting about they're all just pushing the high THC and not really they lost the character of the landrace strains and I miss that. Mm,
Gonna have to start some heritage strains, aren't we?
if you can even find that genetics, it's
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 so diluted now.
yeah.
Says, does anyone have any experience quitting cannabis? I know this topic, I know this is a topic of frequent discussion, but I usually see people asking if it's safe to continue to use cannabis. If you read and comment, I appreciate you. I'm considering quitting my cannabis use, but I'm pretty nervous about how that would go, how that could go. If you have any experience with that, please share. I've been a daily smoker for about 10 years, diagnosed with epilepsy about 6 months. No TCs, only focals so far. Seizures 2 to 3 years now so far. So just a late diagnosis. Last time I stopped using cannabis was about 6 months ago during a week in the hospital for EEG, etc. I had a cluster before uh, the mother of dragons.
Rar? Huh? You called?
The mother of dragons?
Doctor?
Oh, okay. I thought we had somebody new. Um,
Oh,
yeah, we don't have a newbie. Um, how
it's
you doing today?
Twisted.
Or tonight, it's nighttime.
Oh, Twisted.
How you doing, Twisted?
My sister. Good. And you?
Um, I'm good. Um, I don't
I'm a
have the
loopy.
I don't remember what it is.
Icebreaker.
Uh, yeah. But you came in at the right time. We're talking about somebody trying to quit cannabis. It says last time I stopped using cannabis was 6 months ago during a week in the hospital for EEG, etc. I had a cluster before the hospital, still using cannabis, and a cluster on the EEG after first stopping cold turkey for about 2 days. I don't see a connection between the cannabis use and seizures, and I'm only considering stopping because of money. That's it. I know stopping cold turkey can be worse, but honestly, I don't know if I have the mental energy and fortitude to cut back over a long period of time. The best I can probably do is a few days and then stop entirely. Stopping would mean significant physical and mental discomfort, probably long term. Not just for the initial withdrawal, I have comorbidities that I won't be able to manage as well without the cannabis. I know this can lead to more seizures, but I just can't afford this. Now, the Razapam is $5 a month, but cannabis is like $200 a month.
Mm.
Can't keep doing it. Have you tried this? And how did it go? Thank you for your help.
I understand it. Is so there's two types of medications. A type of medication that gets into your system, runs a course, and goes away. And then there's the type that goes into your system and needs to build and build and build and build and build. And you know what? I'm wrong with where I'm going with this. There are no physical withdrawal symptoms from cannabis, but there are mental withdrawal symptoms. So physically, you'll be fine. Mentally, you'll be like, I want to hit. Most likely. But think of it
Mentally,
as
for
this
the
a
most
very
part,
long tea
I
break.
think you'll be okay. Just depends where you at in life, you know, because that all helps. If you're in a good place, then sometimes you won't even trip off not smoking, you know. You might go a whole day and be like, damn, I ain't smoked all day. But you had a good day, so it really, you know, it didn't matter. Oh my God, it's a fly attacking me.
Mom, you look so small on camera.
I haven't had a day like that in years.
Well, I've been smoking since I was 15. I had him, I was a kid with a kid. I had him at 16, so we're only 16 years apart. I'm
I
53.
started smoking at 13.
Huh?
I started smoking weed at 13. I had
Hey,
two older brothers.
that's how it starts. That's how it starts, the older siblings.
All
Yeah.
I have to say is I am the child of hippies.
Mm. Okay, so you know what time it is.
Um,
Kitty.
I got some of the comments here on this post of quitting cannabis. One says withdrawal from cannabis starts 1 to 3 days after stopping, peaks 2 to 6 days after it completely stops. After
Oh, I was wrong
um,
then.
after half weeks, after 1 to 2 weeks, I'll say that is. So long story short, you might have some discomfort, but just stop the withdrawal. You will experience isn't like alcohol or opiates. You won't die or even come close to it whatsoever. Yeah, isn't that bad?
No, the flu is worse.
The flu?
Yeah, the flu is worse than quitting weed.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
No, COVID is.
Oh man,
Mm.
I don't know.
Quitting weed is easier than quitting cigarettes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I smoke cigarettes too. Oh, my goodness.
I got one here.
I tried quitting.
Cigarettes?
I'm quitting cigarettes.
You know what? One day at a time. And I've noticed some people can do cold turkey, but all that's doing is setting you up for failure. You just smoke, buy you a pack, smoke a couple of, test yourself. Test
Mm-hmm.
yourself. Smoke a couple a day. You got to have a little strength here and there. You know what I mean? Now, I need to practice what I'm preaching because I ain't did shit myself. But I'm saying that's a good tactic. You know what I mean?
One
You
good tactic is
got to
switching to
challenge
vapes.
yourself. You got to challenge yourself. I done been through a lot of stuff in life. And a lot, you got to jump over them hurdles. Boop. You know what I mean? And just challenge yourself and set yourself to so many a day, whether it's 5, 10, you know what I mean? And then you eventually just take one of them numbers down. And you'll be done quit before you knew it. Before you know it.
I'm trying to. trying.
It's not easy. I've been smoking a long time, so I'm gonna
Nicotine
try it
is hell of a
myself.
drug.
If it works for me, I'll definitely let you know.
If you have a goal, it works.
Yeah, if it works,
Smoke
I'll
three.
let you know.
I smoke 3 packs a day for over 15 years, and I had a
Oh,
goal, and I stopped in 28 days.
there you go. You got to set a goal. If you really want it, you'll do it.
Right. That's the key to all of it. You have to
Same
have a goal.
here.
I started smoking cigarettes when I was 15, and it was always kind of an on or off thing because I'd get caught, or I swear, like every single person I've ever met in my life didn't like cigarettes. That was the
Right.
end of all of my relationships.
Mm.
And and the funny thing is, I don't even smoke cigarettes anymore.
Wow.
I don't even vape nicotine anymore. I just vape.
Nice.
I mean, start with the nicotine vapes, of course, but then you go to non-nicotine vapes because
Hmm.
eventually it's like the flavor is what you're wanting. The flavor and the hand to mouth.
Right.
I got something.
That's my suggestion. But
What you got, son?
Got something that says can't drive for how long?
Mm.
So I'm 19-year-old female, and I did go seizure free for 3 years. And then when I started to reduce my dosage, it came back. I was 18, and my doctor asked me not to drive. That's the legal age in my country to get a license. So I don't know how to drive. It's just that since I can't and I don't feel interested anymore, that that too, I get only nocturnal seizure. My doctor didn't tell me for how long I can't drive for or anything. What should I assume? If I
Don't
go
drive.
seizure free for some years, will I get to drive?
That depends on where you live and the driving laws and that location.
Right.
Welcome back, John.
Hey.
This is my mom.
Oh, hey,
Hi.
Mom.
How you doing?
How are you?
I'm all right. All right.
She
Good,
had to
good.
join because
Oh, he was
she
making
she
fun of me.
advocated on it. The lady at
Okay.
the hospital said postictal, and then my mother was like, "Yeah, I could tell he was gonna have a seizure when he was postictal. He was looking like this and this, and they were like he was looking like that after a seizure, and postictal is not before a seizure." She thought the day the build up, she was like, "Yeah, when he was postictal, I was watching him, and he didn't look good all day."
Ain't using it
Oh,
time, sunshine. Damn.
She used it one time, but
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 you knew
still,
what she meant.
education is I tell you.
Sure, of course. I know what you mean. There's all those so many different ways of saying they had that seizure look.
Yeah. Like I was saying earlier before you just pop back on, uh he always had his eyes, they be glossy and
Yeah.
they be big and he'd be saying off the wall stuff.
Oh, that's not necessarily a seizure, but still, yeah.
No, no.
my parents
No,
call me
no, no,
being
no, no.
Sparky
That's not
if
see,
that
it's the
happens.
things he do before he has one.
No, I
He
hear
does
you.
weird stuff, you
Yeah.
know,
No,
that you'll
yeah,
be
my
like, what the hell is wrong with you? Type weird
right,
stuff,
right,
or he'll
right.
say something crazy. Like, you see the water flowing through the house? What
Okay,
water?
yeah.
What is you talking about?
okay, yeah,
Yeah.
that's the problem.
So he just does or says weird things and does,
Yeah.
like I said,
And you have to
And the
listen to your mom because
and like
she
his
knows you
eyes.
better. She knows you better.
His eyes they give me a glossy look, so he might not have it that day, he might have it the next day.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah. Yeah, they kind of like yeah, that makes sense. My family describes similar things. Like I'm looking outside when I'm inside, like looking at things
Yeah,
far
just
away when there's nothing
yeah,
or everything's close, but you're looking far away.
yeah, certain things that you guys do that we notice,
Right.
and it
Yeah.
just prepares us to watch out for you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
man.
far, so good. Good. Good.
That's what
Good.
I'm talking about.
I get it.
About the post where the kid was saying how long can they not drive was the question. Um, they said their doctor didn't tell them how long, so what should they assume? And Andrea, you said,
Check their local
Location.
driving laws.
there we go. That
Call
was the
state
question.
DMV, Department of Motor Vehicles. They will be able to tell you the laws.
What if you go there?
That's even better.
They will tell you, but most likely direct you to the state medical board, or I think that's what they call it, the driving medical board, or something to do
It's
with medical.
it's probably
I just,
online.
yeah,
Yeah, I found it online. I was just wondering, like, that person, how do you know your license is reinstated, I
Suspended.
guess?
mine was never suspended officially because no one ever notified the DMV around here, and it was still valid for like 5 years. I went in to renew it.
Me neither. Yeah, because I was always living on hope that the next thing they were going to try was going to be the thing that was going to work. So, like, yeah, it'd been like 3 months since I had a seizure, and this might work.
Oh,
So I
one
might as
day,
well. Right.
one more
Boom. Then I
day,
have a seizure. Yeah.
one more day.
But for years, I was driving to work and having seizures and rolling the dice, which I just got lucky. Other people don't get lucky, and it's actually super irresponsible. I'm not driving these days. I've got
I
kids and stuff.
wasn't driving, but like I drove 2 or 3 times once I first had seizures, but I think that was just because I didn't really believe I had a seizure.
Right.
And then I had another one. I'm like, okay, maybe I really did
Yeah.
because it was in my sleep. So I just had no memory of anything whatsoever. And then nothing was ever reported anywhere.
Well, yeah, it was really tough for me too for a long time because my really big ones were when I was sleeping. And I'm like, well, if I'm sleeping, I shouldn't be driving either. So how about this? I won't sleep and drive, and then I'll drive and it should be okay, right? That makes sense. That's logical. That's fair. Deal, deal. And we'll just everybody, let's not talk about it. But then my like post my like complex partials were like enough that like it was more than wow, you know how like you can drive home sometimes and like you kind of don't remember like you were like almost meditatively you just like autopiloted home. But I didn't want to
I used
like
to drive a
auto
lot. Yeah.
right, yeah. And so like I like God forbid I autopiloted over somebody's dog or something or I think it wasn't I was in my 20s not calculating the risk properly and I got away with it. And the rules probably would have said that person shouldn't have been driving. Then in my 30s, I just where I lived, I could take the transit, the we have got a T, we call it, like a little subway. I could take the T to work most of the time. I do that as much as I can, and I have a really hospitable wife who doesn't mind picking me up here and there. And now I'm in my 40s, I'd never drive. So it is what it is. It might be more about the grief of accepting that you're probably in that category of person who probably shouldn't be driving, unfortunately, to answer your question.
Yeah, I still have my car sitting in my driveway. I'm selling it
Oh,
this
me
week.
too. I have a 17-year-old who gets to drive it, and I have like this sort of sweet like satisfaction that it's getting used, but also like I don't know. It's really not that cool to always call a shotgun, but it is a funny little thing I do with my family where I'll be like shotgun because I'm
I
always
need to remember that, but I keep forgetting. I need to remember to do it to my daughter.
yeah, it helps a little bit. But then also you never have to drive too. Like I can think of it that way. Like, hey, I don't drive, you know? And my littler kids, they're just gonna get older. So eventually I'll have more little chauffeurs to go all over. It's just it's about multiplying, right? Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah. To the post about can't drive, there are some comments. One here says, I went a year after my last seizure, and my neurologist had to write a letter to the Department of Transportation, and then they had to give me permission to be able to start getting my G1. Depends on the laws in your country. This is Ontario, Canada. 2 years free. Now, 2 years free now, still driving. Just if you forget a dose of medicine, don't risk driving. Well, I mean, that's obvious.
Well, yeah, like he said, I don't think you should risk
That
it,
is
period.
right. Yeah, it is what it is. Just accept it. You're an epileptic, and I'm an epileptic who almost forgot to take his medicine. Thanks for reminding me.
The thing that got me to the point of no return was having a broken ankle. That's what when my license was suspended.
You broke your ankle, you say?
Yes, when having a seizure.
Were you in the car?
No,
Why they
I
take your
was in the
license? Well,
bathroom.
seizures? Because of the epilepsy? That's why they took the license?
Oh, what? Say that again?
They took your license because of your epilepsy?
No, I had an hemorrhagic stroke while in the. I had a brain tumor.
Oh, okay.
Um, that was supposedly gonna take away my epilepsy, and they
Having
screwed
it
up.
out. Okay.
I got another post here. It says, I feel I was misdiagnosed. I have been diagnosed with the right TLE for 11 months and with 2 clear seizures recorded on the 24-hour EEG. I was put on Keppra, and it completely stopped my seizures until 4 months ago when I started waking up tired, and I was non-functional during the day, and I immediately started suspecting seizures. I set up a camera to monitor my sleep, and I found out that I sit up with my eyes wide open almost every night and do complex motions like turning on lights, looking for my phone, looking around the room, etc. Then I go back to sleep. I don't remember any of these events unless I see them on camera. I got another 24-hour EEG just to rule out these events or seizures because they looked nothing like my old ones. When I got diagnosed and nothing was captured, even though I had multiple arousals during the night of the EEG, doc put me on an antidepressant for sleep and said that only if it doesn't work, he is going to put me on a second anti-seizure medication. The thing is, all the information I find online point towards focal temporal lobe nocturnal seizures. I was prepared to be put on a second AED right after the EEG, but doc says those events are not seizures enough that they would happen every night. What should I do? Feel misdiagnosed.
There's lots of doctors. You can always change your doctor.
Yeah, get another opinion. Get a
Yeah.
second opinion.
Yeah. Hopefully there's somewhere close to a big city that has lots of neurologists.
Got a few comments here. One says, looks like he's trying to see if you have a sleep disorder before starting a new AED. If you don't feel good about this, go to a different doctor. These kind of seizures would be hard to detect on an EEG because of all the movement. Another one here says, if you feel there's not progress with the current specialist, then perhaps it is time to consider seeking another.
Mhm.
You can always get a second opinion.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody's on Keppra or Briviac, but this is about Keppra or Briviac. It says, hi,
No.
I see many people switching from Keppra to Briviac. I've
Mm-mm.
taken Keppra for 10 years. I have focal awareness seizures that I can
Mm.
develop into TC. I also take Lamictal, Xonogram, and I'm tapering off now Ontazri. Ontazri. That's what they're tapering off. I don't exactly know what that is. Ontozry. Anybody know how to pronounce that?
I don't know. As long as it's not Keppra Briviac, I would say try it. Yeah, I had bad luck with Keppra and Briviac. They're a similar molecule, so like sometimes Briviac gets sold as like the nicer little sister of Keppra, and for some people it behaves that way. But for me, it wasn't. It didn't work that way. I had the same mood stuff, and it was when I was working at a family shelter, but like on the inside, I was like roiling with like irritation all the time. And I couldn't pinpoint like, well, maybe I'm hungry or maybe I didn't get enough sleep or just all the time agitated constantly. And I tried Briviac too. But truthfully, Lamictal and Keppra together, that was my best seizure control, unfortunately. It just made me want to push people down the stairs and stuff.
Oh, the main question on it was, it says, just wondering what all of you think if it's worth the switch.
Yes,
It's worth the switch.
I would say it's worth a try. If Kepra's not working for you, try something else. If Briviac is the same thing as Keppra for you, then keep trying. There's a lot of medicines out there.
Got some comments. It says, really, it's really worth switching. I can totally relate because I was diagnosed with focal awareness seizures as well as recently switched to Briviac like it's been 8 months. Better and feel myself again.
Good. Good for them.
Another comment here says, I've been on Keppra 3,000 milligrams for 9 years, switched to Briviac 200 milligrams 2 years ago, and I can't be happier. Keppra made me absolutely miserable. I had 24/7 headaches with pain medication at least once every 2 weeks, heavy migraine. Since I switched to Briviac, both my headaches and migraines are way less frequent.
Good.
And one last comment. It says, I only noticed a difference in the side effects. Like, don't quit your job when you are angry. I didn't see
Yeah.
an improvement. It stayed, it stayed the same focal impaired awareness. It still kept my TC in control.
Good.
Don't quit your job because you're angry.
Unless they earned it.
The medications make you angry?
Oh yeah, especially kept throwing up after a seizure. My daughter
Oh,
has focal seizures, and when she comes out of it with or without the help of diazepam, she vomits every time. The seizures usually happen in the evening. She is on meds daily. She's 7 and autistic, mostly nonverbal, so she can't explain to us what's happening. Does anyone else have this? Can you tell me how you feel when a seizure is coming on? And after, I determine to understand as much as possible. Thank you.
that's a good mom. Poor mom. Trying to help her daughter.
Yeah.
I vomit a lot of the time when I have tonic clonics, but I never remember it.
Oh, okay. I don't. Um, so I can't relate with this. And then she's 7. That sucks.
Yeah.
Some of the comments here. Let's see. One says I've puked before. No, I puke after bad grandmas and tonic clonics. Another one says, I've never thrown up, but I am autistic, and it made me feel even more isolated than just autism. So just do what you can for her. Unfortunately, there is a correlation between autism and seizures. I don't know if would like she would like to talk via writings or textings, but it's worth it. It's worth a shot. I'm so sorry she has to deal with this at such a young age, and that your family has to go through this. I know what I'm going through, so that's 7. That sucks. Panics, attacks, or seizures?
Pass. Neither.
Neither.
That's. Do I have to have one? Or is this like a would you rather?
No, I got to read the post now.
Oh, okay.
Um, Hi, everyone. I have confirmed diagnosis for both epilepsy and panic disorder. I cannot differentiate between auras and seizures and my anxiety symptoms. I'm hoping someone here might have a similar situation and can share how they learn to tell the difference. Here are my consistent symptoms during an episode: intense deja vu, a very strong, sudden feeling of unfamiliarity, a distinct rising stomach feeling. It is very specific physical sensation, not just general nausea. I do get nauseous sometimes with both types of episodes, again, making it hard to differentiate. Full awareness. I'm completely conscious, responsive, can talk, and can move around normally. This exact cluster happens every time, and the extreme feeling of immediate makes me panic. Makes me panic.
Yeah,
So
sure.
I don't know which came first. My dilemma is most of my diagnosis, most of my diagnosed seizures are generalized tonic-clonic ones, which I don't remember the lead up to. However, my last seizure was myoclonic, and I do recall having an aura before going unconscious. The episodes themselves only last 1 to 2 minutes tops, but I feel incredibly, in quote, off and fatigued for hours afterwards. These episodes also seem to happen in quote, flare ups. I will go months without experiencing them, and then suddenly I'll start having them every day for no apparent reason, which further complicates whether it's anxiety related or seizure related. I am genuinely confused and struggle to give my doctor an accurate description of the origin of the event because I can't tell the difference myself. If you have a dual diagnosis and or experience this specific combination of symptoms, how did you and your doctor figure out your specific events? Were neurological or psychological? Are they subtle clues you use to tell the difference in the moment? Any advice would be greatly appreciated. That I haven't experienced myself.
Well, I don't think any of us have that precise dilemma. So that's like a neuropsych question, but we all can relate to the anxiety that is accompanied by auras, right?
Yeah.
And can't imagine what it would be like if we had ever had a panic attack in our history, right? And so
Mm-hmm.
we can imagine that feeling and then being doing the coin flip over and over in your head, like, oh, Jesus, please answer me. Is this an aura? Am I going to bounce my face or something else off the ground? Or am I going to go into frozen panic mode? And it would, at least she can take solace in the most of her problems haven't come aura first, she said, right?
Right.
That I mean, that's the only like pat on the back we could give her besides, there are neuropsychs out there that can sort that stuff out, and that's what their specialty is.
I've had some stuff that seems similar to that, and they said my some of my stuff was panic attacks for a long time, but basically just advocate for yourself and keep talking to your doctors.
Yeah.
And I don't even remember what happened. I ended up talking to another doctor somewhere along the way, and they're like, yeah, that sounds a lot more like an aura than a panic attack
Hmm.
or a focal seizure.
Oh,
I was
okay.
like,
There you go.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, at one point in time, I had 47 of those in one day.
Whoa,
Yeah,
That's a good
that's
I'm
a
number.
a,
lot for the brain.
I track all kinds of crap on my phone because of all this stuff that's going on. I haven't had one since September though.
That's good. That's good.
September was ages ago. We're in December now, aren't we?
Do you remember?
Nope.
I have one comment here
What are you looking on, son?
on the panic attacks or seizures. It says you need to manage your anxiety. It could be triggering your seizures. Your brain may have thresholds for stress, which causes seizures. Speak to a doctor ASAP. There is, in quote, rescue nasal spray. It stops the seizure. Medical studies show anticonvulsant such as Keppra and rescue nasal spray, which is diazepam, can shorten your seizure and negative health effects on your body.
Yeah,
Yes,
probably even something
mother.
like lorazepam would cover both.
That's scary.
Not that I prescribe anything, but
I got something, guys.
let's hear it.
It says asking neurologists about SUDEP. How would you approach
Oh,
asking your neurologist about SUDEP? I've had epilepsy since 2018, and I only discovered it through Cameron Boyce's passing in 2019. I'm seeing him in a few weeks, and after all these years, I've never asked about it, nor has he mentioned it. I just really want to ask him, why do you never mention SUDEP? I also have to take into consideration that my mom, when I asked, because she comes to all my appointments, whilst I've done research into SUDEP, to the best of my knowledge, I don't believe she has, and I don't want to put her in a position where she has to worry more than she already does. 23, 23-year-old female. I say you ask your neurologist. Can't be afraid. Gotta advocate for yourself. Um,
I asked mine, and she said, not to worry about it since I already um passed my test.
You already would have died.
Yes.
The dangerous time with before the surgery stuff.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's good news.
You need something out here? Some orange
Why
soda?
do you say
Water?
that?
no, I don't want anything. It looks.
Um,
Oh man.
I guess because of the stroke.
I thought he meant like in general at the time before surgery is a dangerous time. I was like, why would you say that?
I don't know.
Uh,
Maybe he or she was just being like consoling in that like this is the thing about life that nobody can prevent the things that we can't prevent, right? You know, like I can't
Some
guarantee my children will wake up tomorrow, right?
um,
I don't know.
and I asked a different doctor, also a neurologist, an epileptologist,
Okay.
um, and he said practically the same thing. So I'm practically immune.
Yeah, well, good.
I got some comments from this asking the neurologist about SUDEP. One says I asked mine about it. I don't have I don't have EP, but my son does. Just ask what the likelihood of SUDEP is with your situation. If you don't want your mom to worry about it, go by yourself. Or many modern doctor offices have appointments, no, have apps with messaging nowadays, so you could ask through there if available. Another comment.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's something the likelihood is pretty low, even though it's there, but it's you're not going to change anything by finding a doctor that paints it in a new color for you.
Right.
I I don't think you should hide asking about it in front of your mom or anything either, because I mean your mom needs to be realistic about it. If it might happen, she needs to know about it too.
Yeah,
It happened.
It happens. It's very rare from my understanding.
Mhm.
So,
yeah,
but if you've got questions, you have every right to ask them,
sure. That's a good
just
point,
as she
Andrea.
has the right to ask them as a parent questions that
Yeah,
she has.
Right. Um, I'm not gonna. I was thinking
good
if
point.
you did have that conversation without your mom, it wouldn't bother your mom as much. You know, if you just want to hear about it, I think you talking to your doctor about it would be cool. You don't have to worry anybody else off things like that.
Right, right.
But
Yeah,
I think if the doctor tells them that it's not something to worry about, that would set their mind at ease, and wouldn't you? Whereas if
yeah,
she finds out that you're researching sudden death with epilepsy, that's gonna freak her out even more.
Right.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And but then if you go down that rabbit hole and they're like, well, what is it? And they're like, we're not really entirely sure. That bothered me more. Learning about it kind of bothered me. That like the doctors don't have sort of like a quorum of agreement about like what it is.
They
Is
can't
it that
agree what epilepsy is.
exactly right? So like how they make percentages about that stuff is really kind of convoluted because like do you vomit and aspirate? Does your brain not come out of a seizure? Do you just get stuck in a position where you then your body expires in some other important organ way? Who knows? We don't really know, but we do know our body does this fun thing in our brain where it kind of goes haywire. And if it does it when you're unattended, yeah, we call it SUDEP.
Some
But
shit happens and you die and nobody knows why. We're gonna blame it on this.
yeah, and it's probably likely a huge contributor. But everybody that has SUDEP doesn't complain about it, so there's that. Nobody ever complains about having it once they have it. It's just like
I just figured
skydiving.
the more education, the better.
Sure, sure.
Yeah.
Do you guys record your seizures?
I
Uh,
I have
no,
no
I
recordings
can't do
as of right
anything.
now.
Oh,
No,
because he
you
wants me to
mean
start
I know what you
recording
mean.
seizures, and that'd be the farthest thing from my mind is trying to
I
pick
try
up
to
a phone to record his seizures. You know what I mean? But that's what he want me to start doing. So I'm a try. I'm gonna try.
I
But
have
getting to
cameras
a
now.
phone, that's really the farthest thing from my mind is trying to record his seizures. You know, because
sure if it's helpful.
he's been
I
having
my
them for years, and they still freak me out. You know what I mean? So,
my
and being
wife
that
has
I know
recorded my
that
seizures. Yeah.
seizures can end y'all, oh, my son said I brain fuck myself, but
Don't
uh
we all?
man, this is some scary shit. I feel for y'all. I'm glad you guys all met through this little podcast thing. You know, everything happens for a reason. You know,
I hope so.
Excuse
it's
me one
awesome.
second. What's the point of worrying about something that you have no control over?
I
Right.
can't think
If
of it.
somebody dies of SUDEP, What's the difference? Why they died? And why should
Right,
they worry about it?
right. Yeah,
Right.
I mean, we're all going to die.
You're right.
absolutely.
We're only here for a minute,
That's right.
and I
Yeah.
Yeah.
definitely understand. I
And
understand that, but I only
we
have
all have
one
a,
child, and
we all
I
have a
freak myself out every
possibility.
day. You
Yeah.
know.
We all have a possibility of dying of it. We also
Oh,
have
it's
a
not a
possibility
possibility.
of,
It's going to happen. You know.
not necessarily, we're all going to die, but not of SUDEP. Some of us are.
Mm.
Some of us are going to get hit by lightning.
Oh yeah, no,
Yeah.
yeah. I wasn't talking about
Oh,
that.
you
Yeah.
I
should
was
see
just
the
talking
way
about
my
the
son
death of
drives, and he
people.
doesn't have epilepsy.
So,
That'll
I
be
mean,
the end of me.
I just don't understand the interest of having this person talk to his doctor about it. He has no control. His doctor
Right.
can't tell him anything.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, yeah. Maybe go into it with the knowledge that the doctor doesn't have like some hidden coin of knowledge that's going to alleviate your worry about this thing that could happen to anybody. My, my friend's dad passed almost a year ago, just recently, and he had seizures at the end, but he had like 1,000 things wrong with his body.
Right.
So there
Yeah.
you go. Like at the end, everything was falling, the wheels were falling off the wagon. And, it was like it's time to go. And this guy that I've had a relationship with for decades, um, he took it in stride and was like, if I had to guess between my dad and you, like who was going to be taken out by a seizure, like he was able to see it in good light, but also it's to the point that like your doctor can't predict how you will expire, but you're gonna
No,
expire. And so
Right.
put suit up on the list as something more likely than it is for other people, but you don't know.
you don't know.
Right.
You don't know. You're right.
I guess my point is, why even have a list?
Right. Yeah. Live well.
That's
Yeah.
Yeah.
it.
Live.
Just that's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Live well. At the end of the day,
Yeah.
just live
Yeah.
well.
That's a good point,
Yeah.
Jeff. Live well.
Yeah.
That's the best thing I heard today. Just live
I
well.
like that.
Yeah.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Seize the
Jeff.
day.
I mean, that's what it's
Yeah.
all about. We're all going to
Yeah.
go. We don't know when, but one of
Hear that
us,
sunshine?
we're
Just
going to
live.
go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't seize today, but you
No.
know, try
It was
try
a
not to
song when
seize
I was
today.
younger, Live for Today. And that's what it's all about.
That's
I'm
what
with
it's
you.
all about. He
I'm
said
all
the
about it. I
be
love
funny
it.
like your doctor was.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, you guys missed it. The doctor, he was kind of funny.
Mm. I've had
Yeah,
some good ones over the years stitching me up and stuff. I've had some robots too. I'm like, didn't
yeah.
they teach you? I had this one neurosurgeon that didn't end up working on me, but he was very like he would come into the room and he would be like, all right, greet consumer or patient or whatever they called me, and like extend hand. What brings you in today? Like I was totally a brain like covered in skull and flesh to him. Like, and I
What?
ended up using him. No, like this guy, he like didn't see me as like a human being going through like the experience of like having seizures and stuff with like a history of tumors. He was just like very like greet spouse. Hello, I am doctor whatsoever. Sit
He was
down.
trying to make you laugh and
Yeah.
be funny. Sound
No, he
like,
was for real. That was his
oh, that was how he
presentation.
really.
That's who
Oh,
he was. That was like his general disposition, I think, was to be like, I bet he was a good surgeon too. He's
he
probably
probably
great at
was.
that. Didn't have to talk to humans.
Wow.
Most
Scalpel.
surgeons are assholes.
Oh yeah, is that true?
A lot of them are real assholes from they
I
have
wonder
no
what.
bedside manner whatsoever
I wonder why.
because they don't have to deal with patients. They're in the operating room all the time.
I think it would take something out of your
ability to connect with people if you have to saw people's heads open,
I
right?
wasn't talking, I mean, I'm not talked had a brain surgeon on me personally, but just every surgeon that I've had in the past, they're just not typically nearly as personable as a
Yeah.
lot of other doctors.
You know,
And
I've thought
some of
about
them
it.
are just assholes.
I agree. Some of them
I can
come off
imagine.
as let's say cold, right? They can be kind of a cold presentation of a doctor. And it's almost comforting to know like this is where you belong. This is what you're good at. This was the environment our society has for people like you who are almost robots. And you're just here to analyze me and get the data that is sufficient for you to do your job. Because if he came in
So
with
you
like
get
a
your
bright
check.
red nose and like buzzed my hand or something, and was like, I'm here to cheer you up before I cut you open, that would not be good news, right?
No.
You don't need that. You don't need Robin Williams doing patient whatever on you. You want a person who's like very, I don't know.
Charismatic.
Yeah, do you need a charismatic doctor? I don't know if I want him spinning into the room being like, and I'm here to help. No thanks.
Hey.
Let's get in there, scoot some brain tissue around, see what we need and don't.
Oh no.
No, no thanks. No, thank you. No, I've worked with a lot of doctors because I used to do a group home and I used to work with the homeless. So sometimes you're retrieving people, sometimes you're dropping them off or whatever. And
Hmm.
like and people are people, right? Like you
Yeah.
get you go to the library, you get all kinds of different people in the library. Same thing
Yeah.
with the ER. And like some ERs have angels working there.
Yeah.
Like the worst case scenario person, whether it be like severe behavioral autism type stuff going on, or like, they've been here before, ER type homeless street person, and they got people that'll take them every time, like it's
Uh-huh.
the first time, and treat them
Uh-huh.
well. And there's no
Hmm.
reason why it couldn't be that was what was expected of every nurse. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's 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 human interaction, right? It's just that's what makes it good. It wasn't the Ativan. I mean, Ativan is what they both prescribe, but then you go to other places and it's like, this is a human being you're talking to, right? And like,
Yeah.
you don't have to talk to them differently now because I'm picking them up, right? It is. It's just people
Yes.
being people.
Yeah.
But definitely, surgeons can be very robotic in my experience. And I've
Very.
liked all of my surgeons. You
Yeah.
know,
I know that had to
yeah,
be a crazy experience. I would have been like, what's wrong with this dude? All
Men
right.
and
well, my
women.
Out there. Like, what's up with the robotics?
well, I think it's probably like to get to that level of expertise. I I think it must take like a certain level, like the people that are being vetted out, right? Like it's like if you saw like the two best chess players in the world, and one of them was like really chummy with everybody and like could make jokes and you'd be surprised, right? You kind of expect them to be a little bit like super dialed into like chess only,
Yeah.
like I'm kind of happy to see a doctor that's like brain, 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 right? I don't know. It's okay with me if they, don't make a pun,
Right.
but you don't want to be rude. You don't want to schedule a gallbladder surgery that's next month for September instead. That's not what we're wanting.
I went to a whole nother county and they did it within 24 hours.
Well, that's the only thing I know about that county you named. I didn't know before. That's the only thing I know about it now.
Yeah. This county, medical wise, is horrible.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went to Stanford when I had my stroke because the first hospital I went to, and I tried to tell them I was having a stroke, and they didn't believe me for like 4 days. And yeah, they were gonna let me go, and then didn't even tell me that I had a stroke. My mother called me, and she was crying and said, "You had a stroke." And I'm like, "When did I have a stroke? Today? Recently?"
Oh, jeez.
That's exactly what he said. Today?
Today?
Yeah. They didn't even tell me that. She called me, and then that's when I called in a nurse, like, "Hey, my mom just said I had a stroke." And they're like, "Oh, yeah, we found this, this, and this. You just got a little blood here." When I got
Oh
out of
my
that
God.
hospital, I spent the night at my sister's house, and the next day she took me to Stanford, and they figured out
Oh, they
everything.
actually let you go?
Yeah, they let him go.
Yeah, they had me for 4 days on a seizure watch, wondering why they couldn't tell where the seizure was coming from or whatever they were looking for. It was wild.
Oh,
And
you can sue
Oh,
them.
oh, that's
yeah, I
scary.
was about that.
Oh,
And
no, yeah, you can sue them.
I thought about it. Uh, yeah,
You can
man.
definitely sue them.
They left
You should
me.
contact an attorney.
They left me sitting in feces for 3 days.
Uh, they you can definitely sue
Ooh,
them.
I couldn't get to him because I'm.
I said my mom and I are going through that right now. We haven't talked in like a month on over a month now.
Yeah, you told me.
I'm sorry to hear that. That's something that you guys, we only gonna get one life, like he said earlier. We're only here for a spell.
It's
So if it's
basically it boils down to the fact of I'm an only child and I am now having to rely on her for things,
okay,
but she is a very controlling person and seems to take that into she wants to take over my life and I'm trying to explain to her that if I ask for help, that means I want help. If I don't, that doesn't mean, I don't need you to just come in and take over.
Okay.
And
yeah,
we're
yeah,
having very I'm having to like literally, okay, fine, you want to be like this. I'm not talking to you. And we haven't talked like
I'm
Pick
actual
sorry.
fight.
phone conversation in over a month now.
So you missed the holidays together.
Yeah.
I'm
oh,
sorry. That stinks.
yeah, that does.
Yeah.
I don't know what's gonna happen with Christmas. We'll see.
Yeah, who's gonna send the olive branch first?
So have you guys ever sat down and had that conversation? Like, we need to set, but Mom, I love you to death, but
Oh, I
I'm
emailed
grown
her.
and
We're trying but she's like, we need to talk on the phone. I'm like, no, we can't talk on the phone because if we talk on the phone, it will be a fight. Within less than 5 minutes, it will be a screaming fight.
and that's
So
not good because that stress doesn't stress lead you guys to seizures as well.
that is my main trigger, which is why I quit talking to my mother. But that's creating more stress because I can't drive and I have no other person to rely on.
Fair, fair. Yeah, that's worth sorting out, you know. I
Do you
mean,
have
I got
Medi-Cal?
Not in
you
California.
I don't live in California.
Oh, the only reason why I asked that is some medical services have transportation. If you look on the back of your Medi-Cal card, there's a number,
Medi-Cal.
whatever it's called, when it comes to medical services, when they give you your card, there's a number on the back. And
Well,
most
I
of
think
those numbers, they supply transportation to your
that's good
doctor's
to
I
know.
appointments, pick up your meds.
Yeah.
They'll
I've
pick
I've got
you home and
some
take
of
you
it
back.
figured out and my daughter's helping me out where she can. It's just like right now it's a mess.
Well, I'm
And
sorry. That's
we're working on it.
Yeah, I'm
good.
sorry to hear
Good.
that you have to go
So
through that.
Good that you're working on it though.
Yeah, it is.
Gotta go both ways.
Sure.
Yeah, it does. It does. One day at a time. One day.
Yep.
She wants the
Andrea's
help.
been working one day at a time for years now.
Especially this year.
Oh yeah.
Oh, God.
All right, epilepsy, you guys. Epilepsy.
Yeah, my bad. Let me
I'll
get
be
back
right
over
back.
here what I was doing.
I mean, we do this. We'll
Okay.
jump around.
Okay.
Um,
Jump
Makes
around.
it fun.
Jump around.
I got it says, suddenly experiencing sleep issues. I'm terrified I'm going to have a seizure. Just looking for support. I started titrating up my lamotrigine a dose a week ago. So literally only by 25 milligrams so far, and it's the second night. It's the second night now where I've had issues falling asleep, except this time it's way worse. The other night I got sleep around 4 a.m. and I slept uninterrupted, but I've had an hour and a half of sleep tonight and it's 6 a.m. And I've been awake for the past 2 hours, unable to get back to sleep. I am living away from home for the first time at the university, 3 hours away, UK based, so it's relatively far. And I've never had a seizure on my own. My parents have always been around, and I genuinely just don't know what to do. I feel nauseous and anxious, so anxious, which I think is stopping me from sleeping. But sleep deprivation is a trigger for me, which is making my anxiety worse. I don't know if I'm allowed to make these sorts of posts, but I just don't know what to do, and I'm super scared, and I'm sorry.
I'm the
Um,
wrong person to ask about sleep stuff. Dude, I can't, I don't sleep. I know you're
yeah,
supposed to.
I don't. I take lamotrigine, so I can say I understand where you're coming from. Sometimes it's real hard to sleep. Sometimes it's not hard to sleep. Uh, I got weed. It helps me sleep. Um, Sometimes you gotta just turn off the TV.
Yeah.
But yeah, for the most part, weed helps me sleep because
Yeah.
otherwise I could just
Anxiety is
lay
keeping
there
them
for
awake.
hours.
Yeah, you just gotta make sleep rituals and stick to them if you that's what you want to do. Make wake up rituals too.
Shutting off the TV, setting a regular bedtime schedule, putting on things like background music or playing like a sleep story or something like that quietly or an audio book if you need something to kind of focus on but not focus on
Mm-hmm.
all kinds, you know,
White
because I
noise.
can't write white noise. Sometimes I can just do like the white noise machine. Other times my brain still wants to wander onto 17 different things with just the white noise on. So I'll turn on like an audiobook or something,
Yeah.
or like a one of the like bedtime. I've got like a meditation app that has a lot of free meditations, and they'll have like the nighttime got bedtime meditations with the guided meditations and stuff.
Yep.
Oh,
And
what's it called? Oh,
uh,
text me.
yeah, I will. It's called an insight timer. It's got
Oh,
tons of stuff on it.
I like that
Why you?
one.
I do too. I've used it for years. There's all kinds of
Yeah.
stuff.
Their
Bedtime
free version is
stories.
actually okay.
Yeah, bedtime stories and music and sleep and guided meditations and
Sure that.
We got one of the comments here from the sleep issues post. This one says lamotrigine is known to impact your sleep. I would call your after hours line to your neuro to report this issue. If you can, get some melatonin or another sleep aid. Cancel your plans for today and try to stay away from screens. I also have sleep deprivation trigger, and I have learned that when you can't sleep, resting and pretending you're asleep is maddening, but reduces some risk. Letting your body and brain rest enough, though you aren't hitting REM sleep, is way better than pushing your brain to function how it should when you're awake. This is a common issue with med, so they will know how to help. I'm so sorry you are feeling alone. Breathing exercises were also recommended to me. Look into alternate nostril breathing. It feels silly, but nothing has ever stopped my brain from running in circles so quicker than that practice. You aren't alone. Let that sweet brain of yours reach homeostasis and best best it can, and don't ruminate on the what ifs. They can only do harm in times like these, hoping you catch some Z's.
That has to be horrible, not being able to sleep.
Mm.
And then when you finally do go to sleep, you just beat the hell back.
Well, it's more
So,
like just not going to sleep is the problem for people with minds like that, I think. I can picture what it's like, you know. It's kind of like you always just find one more dish to put away, you know.
Right.
There's always one more thing to do. And then by the time you get in bed, you're like, oh, it's 4. And then you
Right.
start thinking about everything. And like maybe I'll just wait this one out and just do like one night, no sleep. Then I won't have a seizure. Because you don't if you have nocturnal seizures.
yeah.
Aha, I beat the system.
I got one here.
Nocturnal seizures.
In your sleep. That's what that means. Got one that says another Kepler question. I take Lamictal 600 milligrams, and Neuro asks me to add 250 twice a day of Kepler. For now, he hasn't discussed titration or increasing the dose unless it doesn't work. Anyone have behavioral issues on a low dose like this? I already lose patience sometimes. Anyone taking Lamictal and not effective and adding Kepler as a add-on was a game changer. I am not on Kepler, and 600 milligrams is a lot of Lamictal, and I'm not on that. And does it cause behavioral issues? I've heard it has. Um, is anybody on Kepler at the moment?
No.
Oh,
No, good
No,
stuff.
I got off it because it was terrible.
I hated it.
What's the new medication they want to put you on?
Omvi.
Oh,
Omvi.
Envy.
They don't even know why. They tried to put me on Omvi, and all I told them was I had myoclonics. And I never even met that guy. This was an over the phone visit. Like, I'm not taking that. But thanks for the refills of my other medication. I got a year's worth of medication now and refills, so I don't have to see him or anybody till I'm ready. Um, yeah.
You need to find someone so you can get your foot in the door within the next year before you
Yeah.
run out of meds.
Right.
I'll do like next August. I got meds for, yeah, I get 90 days worth of pills and I got 3 refills. And Kepler calls behavioral issues. The first comment says Kepler is one of my many meds. I've never been a patient person, but the Kepler doesn't help. And I'm also much more than 250, 2,000 times, 2 times a day. Another comment says, yes, Kepler add-on to Lamictal was a game changer for my daughter. Lamictal alone did not stop myoclonic seizures for her. I was wondering if I should give Kepler like a test ride and like see if it works. You like the example for us? Try some stuff out. Um,
I think Tom is on Kepra, and it works for him.
yeah, Tom is on it. Um, I think he's had some seizures on it though, right?
Yeah.
Uh, the seizures since I've met him. Yeah, I think since I met him, he's had maybe three. Um, I'll read it anyway. It says, "Need advice ASAP. I just posted in the epilepsy subreddit and the Raised by Narcissist subreddit. So I thought I'd post it here too. Alrighty, Rue. I'm going I'm going to put this in the shortest way possible. LOL, but it's longer than I expected it to be. LOL. So I was diagnosed with epilepsy after having 12-minute long seizure in December 2023. I called the ambulance
12
and they came and
minutes?
got me.
That's enormous.
That's a
Yeah.
long time.
I called the ambulance and they came and got me and took me to the hospital, did some tests, and it came back as a generalized onset tonic-clonic seizure, aka grand mal seizure, an unknown cause. April 2024, I was then diagnosed with tonic-clonic seizures, focal seizures, complex partial, and PNES seizures, psychogenic non-epileptic seizures due to unresolved trauma and prolonged exposure to stress. In May of this year, I went to the epilepsy monitoring unit for 5 days and then got my proper diagnosis. I have both epilepsy and non epileptic seizures, focal seizures, and PNES seizures. I was then put on several different kinds of epilepsy medications, had to do a trial and error situation from early 2024 and now to now. I had to stop working last year due to my epilepsy, the severity of my seizures, and chronic stress. It really sucked because I love to work. It makes me feel like I have a purpose, if that makes any sense. I tell everyone that I know that I would love to go back to work every single day, but I can't until my seizures managed, and I have to be 6 months seizure free in my state to drive. My neurologist told me last year I need to apply for short term disability, so I did. The process went smoothly at first and then got stuck for about a year. I was able to get disability. I was able to get disability lawyers that don't charge me anything unless I win, and they only take 9% of my back pay, which will be rather large check. And when I get disability, I'm unable to work up to 20 hours a week. Yay. Alrighty, so here's the dealio. My stepdad and my mother are both narcs. My mother has been going to all of my appointments with my neurologist to get a full understanding of my diagnosis, which is kind of cool, but still. Anyways, LOL. I was on the phone with my stepdad and my mother a couple of weeks ago, and things got heated. My stepdad knows my situation and refuses to believe that I don't want to work. He also said, I think you're making up your epilepsy and you don't want to work flat out. He said that. I had to keep my cool, so I literally had to close my ears, talk calmly to him over the phone, and tell him what I thought. To make it short, I told him, Bob, I have to, says, Bob, I have told you several times that I cannot work due to my epilepsy. I have the right medications in order to manage them. I have something called refractory epilepsy, which means I have to be on multiple medications in order to get my seizures under control. I appreciate that you're looking for jobs for me, but I have told you again and again that I didn't ask for you to do that. So you can get mad at me for something you did. Also, if you really think I'm making up my epilepsy, I will be more than happy to invite you to my next appointment and you can hear all about my diagnosis. I mean, my mom goes to all my appointments. I'm sure the neurologist wouldn't mind if you came along. And that was that. As I was telling him this, of course, He lost his shit over the phone, yelling and screaming, arguing, but I kept my cool. I was so proud of myself. Recently, my mother told me that I needed to come over to the house and sort through my things I have stored over there. I flat out told her I don't respect Bob. She, of course, pulled the end quote. I don't remember what you're talking about, saying, and I told her. She acted like this was news to her when she was literally on the phone with and Bob and I a couple weeks ago. I'm going to see my family this weekend, so for the annual Thanksgiving dinner, he will be there. How am I supposed to interact with someone that I don't have respect for, and he clearly doesn't respect me? I don't want to cause a scene, but damn, my partner and my cousin aren't a fan of him either, and they just said, end quote, find him before he sees you, says hi, and then immediately find someone else to talk to. My cousin offered to find her. LOL. What do you guys do? Oh, that was a lot. I avoid the situation.
I think it's fucked up when a person does not take seizures seriously. You know, and this dude is really trying to tell his stepdad that he has seizures, he can't work, but dad is not understanding. Maybe if he do go to the appointments, he will get a better understanding and know that his stepson can hurt himself or kill himself in some work sites. You know, this shit is real.
Yeah, it sounds like it's like a slave to the beast,
Sensitive.
you know? Like some people need to work in the wrong way, right?
Yeah.
Like they like for some reason have it in their head like if you're not creating something or building more for this little system we have, then like you're not you don't have value,
Yeah,
right?
and that's where mental
And
health
so
comes
like but then like we some of us have worked for decades and paid into disability
in. Mm-hmm.
before the disability became too much, right?
Right.
Like that's what that was for. There's like a there's a reason there's a reason that like Bob has participated in paying for disability. And if if he doesn't understand that, then like it's not worth trying to convert Bob to like thinking logically. That's
Right.
on Bob, not him. And he doesn't have to pick a fight with somebody who sounds like they're not real smart anyways. Like why? And Bob obviously doesn't have any compassion for the scenario. This
Right.
person wants to work.
Yeah, like I would love to have a job. I wish. Um,
Yeah, I was like hiding my seizures for years, working with the homeless and stuff. I had one in the shelter actually one time. I had a grandma in the shelter. The last thing I remember was one of the case managers looking at me like straight on, going, "John, you're having a seizure." And I was like, because we had like a funny work relationship. And I was like, don't play. She's like, no, you're having a seizure. And then I guess I fell down. They have video of that one for sure because we had cameras all over that place. And then they tried to take me out on a stretcher, but I wouldn't go. Like I was being like odd. And then I fell on one of like the guy's bunks, but it was like the time of day where the like people were set up to go to bed. And so I grabbed some poor guy's like linens and stuff. We had like it was bed ready to go, and I laid down on it and like hugged it. And the EMS had to like pull my arms off of it and then put me onto the gurney in front of a room of like 50 men at the freaking shelter. I remember zero, which is I don't know, kind of a perk of having epilepsy.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it was a while before they forced me out, and I would love to tell that story after arbitration is over. Wink.
you got a great story.
I've got a
Yeah,
real good one.
yeah, I've went in someone's house and laid down. Uh, I've told people that this is my house and not yours, and those were two separate occasions.
Strangers.
Um,
That's terrific.
right, good times. Um, Yeah, lucky to be here. I'm glad to be here because
Yeah.
the stand your ground law was out then, and they had all rights.
I'm
But people
feeling my
want to
meds
work.
make me cross-eyed, so I'm probably gonna say goodnight.
All right.
Well, have a
Good
wonderful
night.
night.
Good
Been
night,
lovely
Andrea.
talking to you all.
Oh yeah, it's like
Have a
Good
good night.
night.
it's
Good
like
night.
midnight there, right?
What? It's almost 11.
Oh,
But I took my meds about an hour ago and they're fighting me right now. They're telling me to go to bed.
Good.
I'll call
Toaster
you
fell asleep.
tomorrow.
Yeah. I'll talk to you tomorrow. I'll probably
All
Have a
right.
sleep in
good
a bit.
night. Have a good night.
Will do.
Night.
You too.
One of the comments here says, "Sorry you're going through it. Not sure what obligates you to greet him, and and great that great that your cousin has got your back. Generally, we leave when 1/3 of the guests have stood up. Sad to think you would have to leave before you're ready on his account, though. You're doing great, and you're under no obligation." That's what I would do. Just avoid them. Just avoid having the conversation. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to see you. I don't want to argue. That's what I do when I'm trying not to argue. I avoid the situation just all
Yeah.
around.
Why bother?
One more comment. It says, I had a couple family members who didn't believe me about having seizures, even after my mom showed them several videos. Wasn't until I had a TC grandma at my uncle's birthday party and the ambulance had to be called because it lasted longer than 5 minutes that then they changed their minds. To be honest, if I if I were you, I'd do the standard greeting with them and just avoid them afterwards. My seizure diagnosis has become the only thing that anyone wants to talk about. And after a while, I started making the point that I wasn't going to have a conversation about it unless I brought it up first. Took a while to get everyone to realize that, but it was worth it. I used to think that sometimes, like, oh, this person doesn't believe I have epilepsy. I just want to have a seizure in front of them just to, yeah, but
Yeah.
that's able to happen.
One nice thing about the surgeries is that I get this big honking like scar, and I feel like it gives the whole situation like legitimacy somehow from like outside perspective. Like just talking to people like today, for instance, my kids go to jujitsu and MMA kickboxing, and like people that I used to train with are there, and I don't do it anymore because I tried to go back. It wasn't working for me after I got the RNS, and I can't freaking drive. So I see these guys that like they're still training and I'm not, but I, you know, you could, there's like some curiosity about like, so how are things? People have different ways of asking, like, are you like having seizures all the time? Like, what's the deal? And people mean to be well. People don't want to be rude. People don't understand. And like like what do? You go into like the whole like neurological landscape of your history of, well, I had a brain tumor when I was 19 and it was removed, but then it came back when I was 24. You can't, it's just like things aren't great right now. And so you know, I came with my wife. We're here for the kids. It's sad, it kind of sucks. But you learn like coded ways of like communicating to people that don't fully understand what epilepsy is.
I tried to find a video for someone, couldn't even find a video. Like, there's not much on the internet about epilepsy
No,
other than to tell you what
no.
it is. And sometimes it's not even full understanding of what it is.
I was really hoping there'd be people with RNSs on tonight because I have a question of my own.
Kate,
Oh, Kate has An RNS.
but she's not here.
Oh.
One sec.
You gotta get her on here for me.
He was on earlier.
Yeah, wait, what station?
It's midnight where she's at.
Oh,
Yeah.
don't bother her. It's a for too broad of a question for a specific person. But I
She'd
wish there
love
was,
to answer it.
but I looked online and I found some interesting things that make me think she might have. I think my curiosity is interested enough for her while I grind my weed. When she gets on, I'm going to ask how you injured yourself one more time and ask you to describe it real specifically.
Wait, say that again?
When she gets back on, I'm going to ask you, can you describe in great detail exactly how you fell? And then we can diagnose the injury for her one more time.
All right.
No, I will not. I'm sorry. I'm joking.
Oh. You wanted grave detail. So I do have this post here. It says, "Am I being too sensitive? Does it bother you when someone says something like, 'OMG, I had a mini seizure trying to read that sentence?' It irks me. I hate hearing people who don't have seizures say stuff like this. Life is hard as fuck with epilepsy and seizures. Seizures shouldn't be used like this. I feel I need to add I was diagnosed in 2023 out of nowhere, tonic-clonic seizures while driving my daughter to an appointment. I hate
Oh,
to think what could have happened had she not got the car stopped. I fractured 5 vertebrae in my spine doing a backward C over the headrest. I'm completely disabled. I'm completely disabled now. It finished my back off. I still haven't accepted any of this. Am I being too sensitive?"
probably not. Oh, there's Kate.
Hey there.
No, that's not
It's
being too sensitive.
Hey.
No, you had a car accident and turned into a C permanently? That sounds terrible.
Right. 5 vertebrae. Um,
Yeah. No, I sense you're not being too sensitive about it. You get a pass on having emotions about whatever you're feeling in that circumstance.
yes. Um, oh, Kate. John wanted to ask about the RNS.
Hey there.
Hey, I have an RNS and I have a VNS.
You
I've
guys
had
are
the
both
RNS,
cyborgs.
robots in disguise. Yeah. Have you noticed your dreams changing or being interrupted?
I don't remember my dreams good enough to say that the RNS like has anything to do with that. But yeah, it's really rare for me to even have dreams essentially.
Okay, I was exactly, well, most of the time I would not remember my dreams, or it would just be for like that moment when you first wake up, you're like, I'm an octopus, and then it's gone,
Yeah.
whatever. And then I changed medicines, and I think the RNS is intercepting the seizure like it's supposed to, but it's like I hang on to my dream for a second. But so no, I haven't had, so I'm still having seizures though, which is, how the RNS goes. But I think they're shorter because I'm welcome, welcome to here we are. Um, I'm not biting my tongue or like chewing on my cheek, but I am wetting my pants. But it's like in the dream. How bizarre. I have it's happened twice recently. And I've, to go 43-year life not having a dream where you're like, should I pee here? And you have someone else be like, no. And then you wake up and you're like, oh, what happened?
Or is it that my medicine is at a place where I'm finally sleeping deep enough to have dreams where I'm so asleep I'm peeing? Could be, right?
And
Because
this
my
has only
medicine just
happened
changed.
twice so far? Like you haven't been
Yeah,
able to
but
keep track of this for like a 6 month span or something?
no, because I just changed my medicine.
Oh, okay.
So it's finally putting me to sleep because my sleep is shitty.
Hey, if
Um,
anything, this seems like it might be progress.
that's what I was hoping. I read other people had urgent dream awakening by having to go to the bathroom. But like before this, I've always got to go to the bathroom, like like a typical adult, I assume. Um, but oddly, I had this dream. We live on a pond, and that I was looking at the pond, and my wife was like, "Are you peeing in the pond?" And I was like, "Well, I was gonna." And then she was like, "Are you stopping because I'm here?" And like we had this funny little banter. And then she in real life woke me up. And then but then I had like half emptied my bladder and I had to go bad. And she's like, "That's weird. You woke up quick." But I was way like post ictally. Like I was having a hard time walking and stuff at first. But I didn't bite my tongue, which is
Timing is
typical,
everything in this one.
right?
That's what I'm thinking. That if that's another thing about not being, just not being able to have like enough examples to really
Yeah,
be
it's hard to know.
positive that like, of what's the influencing factor here.
I
So
wish I could see my data for that night. I'll send it over.
how's your team when you ask them stuff like that? Do they just let you like take a picture?
So here's the thing. My the hospital that I was working with, of which I have only good experiences, um, the head of neurology has moved on to a different project. My neurologist has moved back to India, and I'm only seeing oncology right now. So I
Oh,
don't have anybody to read my RNS.
there's no RNS right now. Okay.
No, so I don't know if it's like improper to like reach out to the RNS guy to be like, "Hey, on this date, can I look? Can you tell me, is it weird that I have Thanksgiving thing?"
I think that, well, no, I'm trying to think what happened when I did that because I don't think I ever went without um the contact for like whoever does the RNS thing, but they're never local. Like they never really answered any questions when I had them about stuff like that. If I called them about a specific date or an event, then it would just be make the call, schedule the appointment. They wouldn't ever tell me anything over the phone.
Yeah, it's so strange. Yeah, I email with them, or my wife emails with them,
Yeah.
because she keeps a log of everything. And yeah, so we logged it as an unusual event because that's
Hmm.
unusual. Um, but then the second time, I think what happened was I had a seizure, woke up, and then had that like post-ictal sleeping where I was just totally out. And in either the seizure or the post-ictal, I wet my pants. But either way, I
What are
didn't
they gonna?
have the I didn't have the tongue biting and stuff, which I almost always do.
That's what I mean.
Which
Even if it's not no seizures at all, it's either like the severity or the length of it. It's
right, right.
better.
It's better if it's finding it, intercepting it.
Yeah.
But I woke up in a different place than where I went to sleep, but
Well, that's
but
got you
not
thinking too. Like,
far
if the
away.
settings are working, is that killing the battery? Now I'm thinking if I'm actually
Right.
like letting this thing do what it's got to
Yeah.
do, and then I go back and
Yeah.
they tell me, yeah, well, good for you, but now you gotta get the battery replaced. It's like
I yeah, and
ready for
I,
surgery.
I'm unclear like so like if I'm building these new neural pathways.
I wish I had answers for you, but I think we
Oh,
have a
tell
lot
me.
of the same
Oh,
confusion.
I thought you said I have an answer for you, and I was like,
Oh no, I was saying
okay,
I wish I did.
okay.
But it
I
sounds like
don't.
a lot of the same confusion. So what were you saying?
Yeah,
We're building new neural pathways when RNS intercepts a trigger or whatever they call
yeah,
it.
yeah. So an or whatever the genesis of the seizure is happening,
Mhm.
and they're just trying to get further and further to the beginning of it, right?
I'm
And then
assuming. I
hopefully,
mean, what kind of electrodes did they give you?
I don't know, the strip.
Okay,
I
the
don't know.
strip. Gotcha.
Yeah.
They gave me
Um,
the depth ones,
okay. But
but yeah, that's the impression I get too. Like they just have to put as many in there as possible to try to get to the focal, like
I,
the original one.
yeah, but it doesn't sound like it's going to make the seizures go away. They're just going to continue to divert them whenever they can interpret the signal of them. But if that means I'm not going to bite my tongue wicked hard, I appreciate that. That's cool.
Exactly.
The tongue biting thing was irritating. So yay
Yeah,
on
no
that.
stitches. Definitely never wanted stitches.
Yeah, yeah. I haven't had a seizure walking around like and hit my face on the floor or stub my penis in a long time. So, oh, you missed the
Cool.
beginning. Oh, no, you heard that story. That's fine.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I haven't hit my face on anything in a while.
He said or
Yeah,
beat his penis.
Yeah.
yeah. My teeth are all
Lucky
okay.
you.
Yeah, the teeth. What you can do to your own teeth from your teeth is amazing.
Oh man.
But
Oh,
so all that is
Oh,
behind us.
I fell on a hole. That's how I chipped my tooth.
a manhole.
A
No,
manhole
Sidewalk, right?
no. I dug a hole
was this
and I fell in
seizure
it.
related or
Oh,
just
that's when you was trying to be an electrician. Huh?
he was talking about a separate injury.
What was you going to school
But
for?
yeah, overall. Hey, welcome back, Mother Dragons. Been a minute. Jeff is up there dreaming now. Nah, you're there.
No, not dreaming.
Wide awake.
Listening.
California dreaming.
Hmm.
It's become a reality.
Yeah, so I heard.
I got one more, you guys. It says, I think I may have absent seizures, but still confused about what's going on. For a while now, I've had this weird thing happen, flickering lights, like from a TV or a strobe, make my brain do this kind of reset. It feels kind of like a blank out second, almost like I'm unconscious for a few milliseconds. Then I suddenly snap back to reality. I also get really bad headaches, especially after drinking. My friend mentioned it could be absent seizure or some form of epilepsy. I eventually went to a doctor while I was in another country. They did a test, an MRI with the flickering screen and the EEG, I think. The results said there were signs of epileptic misfires in the brain when exposed to flickering lights. Something like that. Never had a doctor tell me I have anything. Then I saw another doctor in a different country who prescribed me Deluxetine Deluxetine Zentiva, which I later found out is an antidepressant. I'm not too sure if it's for my headaches or if it's for something else, but it confuses me because I expected something epilepsy related instead. Now I'm in my third country, all EU countries with good healthcare systems, and I'm not really sure what to do next. Do antidepressants actually help with this kind of thing? Should I see another doctor or neurologist here to get properly diagnosed? Am I officially, in quote, officially diagnosed with epilepsy, or is it still uncertain? I am a bit lost, and it's a bit stressing me out. Would love to hear from anyone who's gone through something similar or knows how to handle this situation across different countries. Um,
Duloxetine.
what was I gonna say?
Didn't she say it showed up on the EEG?
Say that again.
Didn't she say that the activity showed on an EEG?
Yeah,
So then what's the problem? She's been diagnosed.
But then she doesn't say that they gave her any AED or anything for seizures. It sounds like the only duloxetine Zentiva is like the AI overview says same thing, a generic prescription medication for major depression.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, it
I
sounds like
didn't know what that was. So it's like the usual where they think a woman is having a panic attack.
Yeah.
Mhm.
more dismissive.
Yeah.
So definitely want to get to a specialist. And I don't know how things work in other countries, but I don't know. From everything we hear around here, people get what they got to get. They get, a better medical team or somebody. It sounds like they go through a lot of the same stuff as here, where you have to get a second opinion sometimes. The OP
Yeah.
doesn't sound like they even found a neurologist yet.
Yeah, because they did say they were in their third country, um, and not sure what to do now. So um,
It's a
I don't know
neurologist.
if antidepressants help because I don't think I'm on an anti. I think I am on an antidepressant. I think Lamictal is an antidepressant, so
Yeah,
that
a
might.
lot of them are full usage or whatever.
Yeah, so that might help. I don't know if that'll. I'm not going to say that'll stop your seizures because I don't know in particular, and um, I know I'm on Lamictal, and
Look
I
up
know it's an
antidepressant
antidepressant.
and seizure, and the first thing that comes up is antidepressants increase your risk of seizures.
Uh, and they put me on Lamictal, and it's an antidepressant. See what they do to us? Yeah. What's the world coming to? One of the comments here says, "My son had super short absence seizures. They would last 1 to 3 seconds. If it's epilepsy, then antidepressant is not the medication. I asked to get an EEG check. Do you often get them?" Another comment here says, "Commenting because I want to hear more about this possibility of antidepressants treating absence seizures. I also have absence seizures, but my neurologist was able to do some tests that was able to determine they were non-epileptic. I'm still in the process of figuring out what causes my issues, but at least I can say with confidence it's not epilepsy." Lucky you. And then you guys have absence seizures? Because that I do not know what it is. Are
Yeah.
those like
Yes.
focals?
I mix those up with focals a
Yeah.
lot.
They're like focals. You're just going away. You don't know where you're going, at
Absolutely.
least for me. I'm
Yeah,
just I'm somewhere else.
like
Just
daydreaming.
not right.
Yeah. Like a super
Exactly.
daydream.
Yeah. It's like I can give you the best example. When last year I was watching a football game and it was in the first quarter. And it was like 7-0. And then the next time I saw it, it was 21-7. And it was the third quarter.
Yeah. Yeah.
It feels like it was like
Like
a second, right?
Yeah, it feels like I don't know
nothing.
what happened.
Yeah. Sometimes you get an aura first and then you're gone. And then sometimes it's
Yeah,
just like you blink your eyes and hours
yeah,
have passed.
yeah. And sometimes it's quick. It's only a minute.
So
Yeah.
what I'm seeing
Sometimes
here
it,
is focal seizures start in one area of the brain can cause a wide range of symptoms depending on the location. While absence seizures are a type of generalized seizure that involve both hemispheres of the brain and are characterized by brief lapses in awareness and repetitive movements. So they're
right.
trying to say absence seizures are where you'll get little twitches and most likely it sounds like be gone for longer or further away maybe because they definitely call that one
Daydreaming.
generalized seizure and lapses in awareness with an absence,
I think
not necessarily focal.
it's a rogue by
Everybody calls
another
it
name.
different something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. It's just, like complex partials can be absent seizures, right? That's,
Mm-hmm.
That's how it was described to me by my neuro. It's a kind of a complex partial. That's absence.
Yeah. But sometimes if you keep your awareness, it's different.
Different. Right.
Yeah, that's all. And then it can manifest itself in a trillion different ways.
Different. Yeah. Like one night I was eating dinner with Liz, and I was just sitting at the table tapping on my hand. Just for
There you
like
go.
10 minutes. I'm just tapping on my hand.
So were you
Finally, she said
aware
to me,
at all?
I was,
Oh,
but I couldn't
okay.
stop it. And she at one point she said to me, I'm talking, look at me. And I said, I can't. I had all I could do was like just keep tapping on my hand. I had no control.
Yeah. People wouldn't think that was a seizure either.
Yeah.
Got to get the awareness out there.
Everybody's body is different, and we're not doctors.
Please take medication as prescribed.
Please take your medication as prescribed.
I'm about to go to bed.